Today's matchup. CJ Entus. KT Rolster. Fox Tigers. Africa Freaks. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doe. That is Papa Smithy today, and it's the last day of the week, man. We're almost done with our first round robin here on LCK Summer.
Yeah, crazy. We're going to actually finish the first round robin on Wednesday next week, so going to be abbreviated week of the LCK. But we start off with an interesting series, Doe, because we get to cast CJ again. We saw them blooding Ghost a few days ago, and we're like, this team needs to make some changes. And don't worry, CJ fans, they've made some changes.
Yeah, it's maybe not a great change, but they are going to be starting Bubbling in Sky today. So we'll see how that goes. It might be bubble time yet again, which I, for one, am very excited about. How about you?
I'm ready for some more party casks and
That's
bubble
right.
time, Doa. How could I not be in Sky? The guy who literally has not played a game since February 25th. Of course, the moment that BDD became available when he had his 17th birthday, we saw no Sky, and now we finally see his grand return. Interesting decision from CJ Entus.
Well, CJ's had a bit of a rough season, to say the least, and there's still very much an organization in the rebuilding stage. And, lately, BDD hasn't been the worst player on the team, but he has been a bit BAD. So maybe it's time to bring back Fly. Who knows?
I don't know if he's the solution, though. I think he really struggled when we saw him.
Rather.
We were really hoping for him. It's going to be Sky versus Fly in the mid lane. That's not confusing
That'll be
at
fun.
all.
That'll be good. It's better than Blanc versus Blank, though.
That's true.
I'll take Fly versus Sky any day with that, yeah. But our second match, two Rocks Tigers versus the Africa Freaks. Now, the Africa Freaks did just 2-0 SK Telecom, but was that really the Freaks being really good? I think it was more SKT being really bad during that match. They looked a little bit better yesterday, but it'll be interesting to see if the Africa Freaks can keep it up against the Tigers a bit later. There's our standings for the day. SK Telecom back on top after their 2-0 victory last night. They've got a pretty good game score, but if KT wins their first match today, they'll be able to grab that second place spot.
And if Rocks Tigers win their series later, even though it might only be till the end of SKT's final series, they will still, at least for part of this season, be number one.
Yep, that is true. So we could see some moving around up at the top of the league. As we mentioned, our first best of three today, CJ Entus versus KT Rolster. And obviously KT coming in really hot right now, 3-0 in their last matches, 6-0 in their last games. And you got to think this one's going to be a bit one-sided. And CJ, by putting Bubbling and Sky back in, have maybe helped that along a little bit. We'll see.
I think it's no coincidence that 6-11 hits. We knew this would be the top lane carry meta since that time. Someday has been rocking it on champions like Aurelia, and KT undefeated since 6-11 hit.
Yeah, had like an 11-kill game their last time out on that Aurelia. Definitely scary. And CJ Entus, a team that needs to be scared, by their opponents today. Still, like we said, trying to rebuild. I mean, if you're a CJ fan, maybe you can't expect a whole lot from this organization this year, but it kind of feels like we're starting to say that every year, doesn't it?
It does, unfortunately for CJ fans. 3 roster changes today as well. Crane will be back at AD carry to replace Ghost, who didn't have the best debut against MVP just a couple of days ago. But notably, Bubbling and Sky replacing Haru and, of course, BDD.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to think that CJ has not those 2 championship marks on their teams. I think that's from 2012. That's back from the Maximum Impact Gaming Cross and Blaze days.
Well, do you know who else is from 2012? Mad Life.
That's true,
On
man.
your screen, still rocking it in the support role. He struggled a bit, with the Alistairs and Broms being pushed out. The range supports, it's much harder to play around the lane because he can't initiate for, say, the jungler to profit and get some ganks. And on those range supports, just hasn't been the same as spring season for Mad Life.
Untara up in the top lane too. He's been improving, I would say, but still, this team has a lot of work to do before they're going to even be considered a possible playoff team.
Yeah, champion pool queries, starting lineup queries. We'll see how, as we said, the 3 new members do today. Kramer back in the lineup pretty quickly to replace Ghost. But on the other side, everything's been clicking for KT Rolster.
Yeah, of late, KT Rolster's looked really, really good, and it's one of those teams where they do look really good, but then again, suddenly they can look very bad too. So the key, I think, for KT Rolster going forward here is they need to be consistent. They're good now, but they need to stay good, and that's been a challenge for them in recent years.
But KT fans have known not to put trust in their consistency. It always feels like a Protect the Draven comp is just around the corner.
I know.
It's one of those things where you're like, wait, we've won a lot in a row. That's weird. What's going to go wrong? You're always waiting for the wheels to come off the KT hype train. Is it going to be today against this lineup from CJ? I'm emphatically going to predict no, but anything could happen with KT Rolster.
I mean, Arrow seems to have this sort of compulsion once in a while. It's like things are going really well. I better see if I can play Draven again. I used to be really good on Draven. It's like, Arrow, dude, just no, don't. Yeah, you were really good on Draven, but now is not the time.
I'm even going to debate that. He used to be really known for Draven. I don't even know if it was always good.
Early on, he was very good on Draven.
Well, 10th versus 4th makes tough reading for CJ Entus, but they keep rolling around the changes, looking for something that sticks, because apart from some of those really interesting comps, the Shen Hecarim against the Rocks Tigers was perhaps one of the lone bright spots. And speaking of bright spots, 4 wins and plenty of losses for CJ Entus in the summer 2016 season.
Yeah, only that 2-1 victory over Longzhu. Aside from that, only taking games off of the Tigers, which is pretty amazing, and Samsung, which is pretty respectable. So, there have been bright spots for the most, but for the most part, it's been pretty rough for CJ. Meanwhile, KT Rolster only losing to the Tigers and SK Telecom. So a very strong first round for them so far in LCK Summer, but they got to keep it up.
Yeah, that's 6-0 in a row. It's worth noting only 4 of those games were played on patch 6.11, so they are still undefeated on that. We're seeing some of the KDAs. We don't have information really about Bubbling, and of course, the other changes on the side of CJ, but Score has once again been having an outstanding season. He's so consistent that you kind of expect him to show up in playoffs, but it seems like playoffs, and specifically matches against SKT, are really where Score goes wandering. So I expect him to have another dominant game today. It's just stepping up to the level of his opposition that Score has struggled with.
Yeah, I mean, Score overall, though, has had a pretty decent season. He's second in the league right now in KDA, and certainly has a good chance to improve that score at least today.
It should very much be an emphatic 2-0 KT victory, but we've said that about other teams this season, and said it about SKT against Afrika, and they were very wayward in that season. So it's been a season of unexpected highs and lows in Champions.
It's been weird, to say the least. And here we go, picks and bans for game number 1 between CJ Entus and KT Rolster. A combination of roller and coaster. I'm not making this up, it's true. It's true.
I've come to learn in my year in Korea that the Koreans love to do that. The abbreviated words, or putting 2 words together.
Aurelion Sol, the first ban from CJ. Fly has made it work recently. CJ just not wanting to deal with it. There's a TF ban against Sky.
So Sky was always known as a really safe laner. Lulu, Victor, line wave clear is basically what he was mostly rocking when he was in the lineup, again, January and February of the year. So I expect him to look for a champion like, for example, the Karma. He's been playing a lot of Victor and solo queue. He's going to be looking for those safe picks. Aurelion Sol is one of those pocket picks. When we did see Fly play it recently, it was against the Karma. So maybe that kind of betrays that CJ just like a lot of teams, are really going to highly prioritize Karma in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a good amount of Karma first picks lately, so wouldn't be too surprising to see that. CJ mulling over their second ban, taking out the Vlad and the Shen, and I think we're going to see the Shen a lot more lately. They're going to remove the Rek'Sai from Score, which is an interesting decision, but he is very good on that champ. But then again, you know, what jungle champ is Score not good at these days?
I mean, I would say that Rek'Sai's been his best recent performing champion, but the one that he hasn't played recently is the Gragas, which of course you just think back to Worlds. He was looking outstanding when his team was struggling on the Gragas pick, so I'm excited to see the return of Score's Gragas. Last ban of Rise, we didn't touch on it, but the Twisted Fate ban, one of the few champions that Sky was known for was that Twisted Fate, so just another targeted ban towards Sky.
And the Rise ban, the final one coming out from KT. So will CJ go for that first pick Karma? They've got quite a few options, actually.
In Italy, the jungle pool in general is available outside of the Rek'Sai, but I don't know what Bubbling's been prioritizing. He can definitely play the Elise. He was known for the Gragas, but perhaps for the wrong reasons when he was in the lineup. Elise's first pick, with everything that's available, seems like a reach.
Yeah.
They'll lock it in.
I don't know about that, man. I mean, it really does give a lot of good picks over to KT. They could go Karma, Gragas. They could go, I mean, geez, Irelia, Karma. They've got a lot of strong picks right now.
So recently, in KT's last series, they were first picking Irelia on blue and taking it first rotation on red. They had very high Irelia priority, and Sunday was happy to blind pick it into any matchup. So we could see KT just return to the Irelia in the first rotation. They've flashed it a couple of times, or they could just keep last pick for Sunday, but expect KT to once again set up around their superstar top laner and look to take the victory over Untaro, who's struggled champion pool-wise on 6-11 like a lot of top laners have.
Yeah, very true. You know, Arrow has played a lot of Jhin this season already too, and now with the new build coming out, I was going to say we might just see them first pick it, and they will.
Does of course mean that if they take any semblance of long-range damage, you can turn it into a pick comp with the Jhin W. Jhin pick comps have been very, very popular in Korea. The armor penetration build is something that Arrow actually debuted. He was the first player in Korea to go for Yoma's Ghostblade as a first item, and then from there, every other Dirk item, items like Duskblade and more Malmortius, have been the build, stacking flat armor penetration to make your mid-game picks just insanely strong.
Well, in my opinion, the most exciting Jhin game we've seen yet this season is some of the stuff Praise put out. Man, he has been so good on that pick this week.
Synonymous with Jhin ever since the debut of that champion in competitive play. But action on to CJ, of course, with Elise. They haven't pigeonholed themselves into any semblance of a draft. This is a team that's struggled, so we're just looking for an identity from the comp. Well, we see it in this round of the draft.
Well, I mean, if they take the Lucian, they're not going to give too much away. And you might as well grab the Karma. Fell through the first round, and they will. So Karma, Lucian, two strong pickups.
Yeah, Madlife has played the Karma in support. Sky has been playing Karma in solo queue, so we'll see where that one goes. Look at this comfort on the side of KT. Even though it's not the Rek'Sai Gragas, it's a more active jungler. Score is an excellent Nidalee, and Fly has been owning it up left, right, and center on the victor. His DPM numbers on this champion recently have been insane. Comfort in the first 4 picks for KT. We're getting to blind pick status with this KT draft.
Is it a bit surprising, do you think, that they went with the Lucian instead of the Sivir? That they had a chance to get the Karma Sivir combo and they passed it up?
I mean, Kramer is really well known for his Lucian play, and it's a very comfort pick for him. It's also a blocker pick for some AD choices, so maybe it's just not wanting to opt into the Sivir versus Jhin laning matchup. Lucian packs a bit more of a punch there. I feel like Madlife's best champion by far this season has been the Bard, a ranged support, which is in the meta right now, but also a pick champion. And Haru was playing the jungle Hecarim last time we saw. But speaking of jungle, it won't be a jungle Hecarim. They already have Elise. We saw Ixu carry hard against SK Telecom on top lane Hecarim, and maybe Untaro is going to follow suit.
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible. Looks like they will let that go. So yeah, Hecarim Bard will be the last 2 lock-ins for CJ. And the support pick, I think the Thresh works. I think maybe a Braum, possibly.
Nami would be good here. Thresh or Tarek would also be good.
Something with a bit of disengage.
Absolutely. The disengage flavor, I think, is important. Just to have someone to stand next to, specifically Jhin, and keep him safe wherever possible. Braum also is a very decent choice.
I like the Braum. The Jaina would be a little bit surprising.
Jaina would definitely be the most disengage. We don't see a lot of it in LCK.
I mean, you can push away the Hecarim. You can I guess push away the elites too, but I think you want the block the damage. I think you go with the Braum here.
So the one thing I want to touch on is this Hecarim. So once again, it's the top lane. This is the same matchup that Ixu picked it into. That was Duke on Irelia that time. It's one of those issues where both of you are looking to pick up Trinity Force. The timings can be different because Hecarim wants to pick up health to deal with the hit 10 style. Will be a W max from Irelia, I imagine, even though Someday has recently been maxing Q. That was in the Shen matchup, so I think it's a little bit different. The reason why I want to touch on the Hecarim is one of the best champions to deal with, specifically Jhin. Jin's been in the meta, Jin's been banned, Jin's been first picked. Jhin wants to set up in the back of a fight, and Hecarim has the longest range dash of any of these top laners. The Onslaught of Shadows at massive range will interrupt everything that Jhin is trying to channel. And if he can get through laning phase somehow in a very healthy manner with his Trinity Force, with tank items, Hecarim is an excellent team fight answer to Jhin.
Yeah, I agree.
But a lot of ifs there.
Well, Aero's going to need to be careful. I mean, that's a sure thing. Johnny, of course, has a way to kind of mitigate that Hecarim a little bit. You can quickly build up that passive, maybe get the stun, give Aero a chance to get away, but they're going to need to really watch out. The teleport flanks will be very real.
This is a true 6-11 draft. Top lane carries. We will expect Trinity Force from both of them. Expect the junglers to play the biggest part in this game, because if Hecarim gets big, definitely Irelia can struggle. But KT have been all about setting up for Someday, and they have strong wave clear. In a way, their comp is built around this Irelia. So if KT get that Irelia rolling, you have to worry for CJ Entus.
Yep. We will see. Giving over the Irelia to Someday has been a kind of an unwise decision for teams lately against KT Rolster. But CJ experimenting a little bit anyway. Got Bubbling in, got Sky in. We'll see what those guys can do. KT Rolster, though, really looking to grab that second place spot. They've got a good opportunity here today.
Come in heavy favorites, but you never know, Doa. It's been a strange season.
Very true. I think it's about time, Papa Smithy, to get onto Summoner's Rift to start this series. CJ Entus versus KT Rolster. Game number 1. Let's see who grabs the early lead. Ocean Drake. All right. Here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. CJ Entus versus KT Rolster. Good crowd in the audience today. Good crowd in the audience. That sentence didn't work out, but whatever. Let's have some fun with League of Legends.
It's a crowded audience, put it that way.
That's right.
Wow, it's actually just a lot of fighting happening here.
There's no flash through Antara. They're going to go for it. They've got the stun, and that's first blood for Score. 56 seconds into the game. Yeah, I mean, that's what you do when they don't have flash, but they push a little bit too far up. Untara burning his ghost on that too, so suddenly that Hecarim is going to get wrecked because he cannot enter lane for a very long time, it seems like.
And also, now it's basically going to be like the good old days of Ignite Teleport Hecarim, because he's not going to have an escape summoner. He's going to have no mobility summoner whatsoever, so now maybe you have to start a jungle follow if you're CJ Entus, because if you look to enter lane and we see a wraparound gank from Score, going to be worrying times.
I mean, jungle follows, as we know on 6-11, are not as good as they used to be. So good luck, Untara.
See, at the moment, looks like he's going to try and re-enter lane, but definitely going to be a struggle street, as Nidalee has already got the Hunter's Potion, so she's really ready to clear this jungle quickly and look for some skirmishes.
I think so. I mean, if you've got Someday up in that top lane in the 1v1, Untara's going to need to be very, very careful because he's pretty easily gankable right now.
I mentioned the fact that KT was basically on blind pick comfort in a lot of these champions, no more so than Fly. He's had his champion pool struggles this season, even though he had a good game on the Aurelion Sol. We will not forget the Telecom War, where Faker just ran over his attempt at playing Aurelion Sol with the Azir pick. The reason why I say it's comfort, Fly is 6-0, doing his best Kuro impression, undefeated on Victor with a 15 KDA. So he has been completely off the chain, specifically on Victor, and kind of up and down on his other picks.
It's really good. Some good sustain for CJ in the lane with that Bard W. And of course a lot of poke too.
And Lucian Bard is one of the infamous bully lanes. Even with Lucian being toned down, this 2v2 is lopsided in the advantage of the Lucian Bard. So Braum have to play defensive.
Braum looks over there at at Lucian, and he's like, we used to be the lane. We used to be the big bully lane, but then you left me for this Bard. How could you? He doesn't even do anything. He just shows up and takes stuff from people.
He collects things, though. He collects meeps.
Yeah. But he doesn't help anybody.
Gives people hot cocoa.
So, I mean, that's not healthy.
That's fair. There's a marshmallow very clearly in there. High caloric intake.
I know, yeah. Bard just is trying to kill people by raising their cholesterol or something.
Are they going to release a wheatgrass Bard
Maybe.
for slimming people?
The no gluten Bard.
Yeah.
That's right.
They've set a precedent with the hot cocoa, so we're excited to see what they'll follow that up with.
Vegan powers.
Just going for a walk, speaking of Bard.
That's right. Going on a bit of a warding mission, perhaps. Here comes Score, though. The ganking has begun. Untara trying to go away, and Someday doesn't have the stun. So Untara just going to be forced back, but already you can see he's having a pretty tough time. 18-26 in the CS, and that lead for Someday you think is probably just going to keep growing. Here comes Bubbling. Nice dodge from the Cocoon. Or nice dodge of the Cocoon by Fly, anyway. Cocoon. I suppose the Cocoon dodged Fly, too. That's kind of one way to look at it.
So we mentioned that 56 seconds in the game was when the Ghost was blown. Of course, only a 3-minute cooldown on Ghost now, so it was already up when the gank finally was enacted by Score and top.
Yep.
Bubbling, that's a spear.
Whoa, yeah. Score being very aggressive in the jungle here.
In a situation where he knows that the enemy top laner basically can't react to any sort of skirmish. Hecarim famously doesn't have any true CC pre-6, so doesn't want to be involved in any 2v2s unless his allied jungler brings CC and damage. So Untara playing defensive, Someday happy to react, so that empowers Score to go on this aggressive counter jungling.
Yeah, Untara just TPing back to lane to catch this wave. And so he's going to make up some of the CS deficit. Make sure he grabs a little bit of experience.
So Ixu went really, really aggressive in both his build path and his maxes when he was playing that Hecarim. He maxed E second instead of W, the devastating charge, and went for the burst build. So it was looking very much a damage initiation Hecarim. We'll see if Untara is a bit more defensive on his Hecarim.
Yeah, he may have to be. But then again, I mean, you need to get in there and kill the Jhin. So at some point, he's going to need to try to take the initiative with the Hecarim.
There's a lot of dissent on Hecarim builds, even in the top lane. You know, some people will just rush Trinity Force, other people will build some of it, then get a giant spell, or let's say a Sunfire Cape or Randuin's.
Sure.
Score's visiting bot lane again.
Yeah, he is. Hachani backing away. Kramer moving very far up here. We'll see if Score decides to pull the trigger on this one. There's a lot of minions there, though. Score spotted. Mad Life pops Magical Journey Spear. Does not hit Kramer. Gets slowed up by the W. That's a flash from Arrow. They're going to try to make a play because of the Braum ultimate. Ignite is enough, and Hachani picks up another kill for KT.
Excellent gank timing. Ignite and the flash was just back up from Hachani. 5-minute cooldown received. They had the Raptor sense onto Nidalee, so they knew there was no ward. Bard walked up and ended up just baiting Kramer, even though the spear went wide. They had enough CC, and now the snowball continues for KT Rolster.
Yep, getting a nice little early lead. It's not a ton, but it's something anyway. It's certainly scary for CJ, though.
Just don't know how CJ will react to early pressure to the enemy team. There is a lot less experience in this lineup with Bubbling and Sky coming back in.
Yep.
Sounds like a crazy thing to say, but of course they've been out of competitive for quite a long time.
Well, there was a term in the Korean scene. Bubbling would make so many errors in his games that they just started calling it bubble time, you know? So, we'll see if bubble time has been eliminated.
We can't lay blame on him just yet.
Oh, I can.
He hasn't had any kill involvements, but or death involvements for that matter. It was not a great spring season for Bubbling. That's why they brought in Haru, who's been okay, but not necessarily a strict upgrade on Bubbling like you would have hoped for from CJ Entus.
Sure. Arrow hits at level 6. Bubbling, though, waiting. Chani's just going to walk right into him. There we go, right into Chani with the Cocoon. A lot of trouble, gets the shield up just in time. It looks like he may live. Uses the Ignite. And there's the ultimate for Arrow. Can he possibly get a kill? It's too late now. Everybody dodges. Whoa, okay, Achani tried to connect with the Q just to give Arrow an easier time to hit that. Score coming in from behind. Achani's still in lane. Getting aggressive. Q onto Mad Life. And are they going to? No, doesn't look like they're going to try for a dive. Wow, that's a big spear on the Kramer, though. He's getting very low.
Oh, boy, they're going for it.
Wave. TP coming in from CJ and from KT. Someday coming down as well. Kramer very low. Arrow gets hit with the Cocoon. He's under turret. He's going to go down. There's a kill for Karma, one on each side so far. KT backing away. Not the smoothest dive ever, but they do say even it kills anyway. Sped up by the Karma. Sky taking some hits. A lot of damage from that Chaos Storm. That's one for Fly. And Mad Life goes down to score. So KT, despite that awkward start to the dive, ends up getting a couple kills out of it. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Going to give Untara a bit of time on that top lane turret. Let's watch this one again. So
Score has extra items. He got kill involvement early in the game, so he has ability power. This is a true 5v4. No way for Hecarim to get down there. Didn't have teleport. Arrow ate the Cocoons. That was actually really nice from Bubbling, so that ensured they got the first kill. But then the numbers advantage and the low health bars. KT, this is always the scenario. You invested the extra teleport. You need to get something out of it. Score makes a mistake, doesn't actually get pounced, but it's the weight of numbers. They have good consistent CC. If Braum hits any damage, and they end up 5-1 up on CJ, so they do get an extra couple of kills to vindicate the use of the teleports. Will also end up picking up the Dragon just in a trade for Red Buff.
Yep, I'd say that's a pretty good trade for KT. They do get about a 2,000 gold lead, 2.5 or so. Pretty good for 9 minutes in.
Freaka were a little bit cleaner on similar dives against SKT, so again, not the most elegant from KT, but it ended up getting them what they were looking for. They want to turn it on in the mid game. They want Arrow to show up with 2 items, a lot of armor penetration, and just explode this lineup from CJ before Untara can get both Trinity Force and become a tank. When those 2 things happen, when you hit that crescendo as Hecarim, you are a raid boss. Before that, you can either be exploded because you went full damage or do very little damage if you can't feel the time to actually pick up the early Trinity Force.
Yeah. So looking forward to the later stages of the game. CJ's comp give them a chance to kind of even things up. Like you said, once Hecarim becomes big, you've got that Karma Shield to help out too.
I mean, it's a bit of a yes and no, unfortunately, from CJ because they've invested in a lot of early game to make up for the scaling of Hecarim. And Untara's build lets you know that Trinity Force is not a priority for him. He's actually rushing for Sunfire Cape first.
Right.
So the dive onto Arrow strategy will still interrupt Arrow, but not necessarily kill him. And they have Karma and Lucian as their other carries. Karma, of course, very much early game when it comes to damage. As looking for a trade with Fly.
And Fly dropping the Chaos Storm just to push Sky back a little bit, Bubbling there, but a little bit late to the party. Might have been a successful gank if he would have gotten there a little bit sooner.
Just feel like if you're going Karma, Lucian, Bard, you kind of need to go Trinity Force and basically have that early game impact as the Hecarim, but he feels like he's going to be the only frontliner, especially if Bubbling goes more into AP, and that's why he's going for the Sunfire.
Someday going in onto Untara now. Score trying to catch up. Looks like he's going to hide in the brush. Puts on a ward. Could come back a little bit later.
From KT is just so balanced. They don't have a true frontliner, so once again, Someday has to balance tankiness and damage.
I for curtain call. Mad Life a little bit low. Runs out of range though on the side. Chani able to block most of the culling damage coming in. Here comes Bubbling and Sky. They're going to try for a big dive here, maybe. Mad Life just walking through the turret. Whoops. That's a bit of damage. Oh, that's a big spear. There's the W. Mad Life could go down here. Oh, the Q misses, though. Can Arrow get there? Not quite. Score, though, picks up the kill, and actually Hachani wasting the Braum ult a little bit. Fly, though, taken out by CJ in the back with a bit of a jungle invade. And with Braum not connecting, looks like that's going to be about it. Someday getting a lot of work done on that top turret, though.
And CJ made a big investment. They used the teleport even though Dragon was down. And that just means that Someday's going to get more experience, more time in lane, going to pick up this turret with no way to answer. There's no objectives for CJ to cleanly take, so we just saw KT pick up extra objectives when they invested that teleport. Untara had the teleport advantage, but really didn't get much out of it.
I'm kind of wondering how Fly managed to get himself killed in the jungle there. It looks like he maybe just made a rough decision. Bubbling gets a Cocoon onto Someday. They've got the ward there, so that'll delay the recall a little bit.
If you notice, CJ had a very advanced ward towards the enemy Wolf camp. They spotted Victor. He thought he was taking a safe path, but when it's Hecarim, again, with his massively long-range Onslaught of Shadows, a safe path can become a risky one. So
that's a good point.
Well picked off, but again, the investment of the teleport for just a kill and an answering kill at that is not ideal from the side of CJ.
Yep, and throughout all this, Score becoming a bit of a monster on this Nidalee. Already up to 3-0-3. Nice CS lead as well over Bubbling.
Picked up the first blood and accelerating a Nidalee.
Yep.
A champion who already has a massively fast clear. It's never a happy time for CJ Entus.
And Chani having a better KDA than all other bot laners in the game.
What a world we live in.
Nice. I like it.
Trinity Force completed very quickly from Someday. Much more expensive item than the Sunfire Cape, so it lets you know the arms race in top lane, as always, is still with Someday.
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh,
Gets a stun onto Antara. That's going to be a lot of chip damage. Whoa, that may be Antara just dying here. Transcendent Blades pop by Someday. Looking for another Blade Surge. Is he close enough? Can he actually get there? I think he is in range now. Another Blade through. There we go. Oh, and finishes him off. That's some pretty heavy burst now that Trinity Force is finished for Someday. And yeah, Antara, it's been and will continue to be a very rough game for this Hecarim.
Well, I mean, we just learned that Untara cannot enter lane against Irelia. Irelia just camped
so.
her own brush, the closest one to a turret, and chased down a Hecarim all the way to his death. So
yeah,
this is the reality of the meta we live in. This is why I say it's going to be so much about the 2v2. The junglers in the top lane is 2v2ing in top, because Snowball Trinity Force, this is the result, is that you cannot enter lane against your opponent. This was not true when it was Maokai versus Echo, but it's certainly true when it's a seesaw matchup like Irelia versus Hecarim.
yeah. Someday, not going to get that Rift Sculler. Flashing out of the cocoon, turning around, trying to stay alive. Fly coming in too, but that's going to be a kill for CJ in the end. So Someday playing things a little bit dangerous. Tempered Fate doesn't lock down Fly.
And casually juked forward. That was actually really nice from Fly.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job dodging the skill shots so far this game.
So Someday got a bit cute. We know that he can't enter lane against him, but if he's just in the jungle, he is Trinity Force and boots, no tankiness to him.
Didn't really have the vision to be doing that. Meanwhile, Arrow is able to take down the bottom turrets. That's 2-0 now for KT, and they're looking pretty good. The map control department.
There's always a cost to the trades. That's why the turret went down. And Tara should still be able to answer, even without Trinity Force, should be able to do enough damage to this top lane turret. Wants to exit lane as fast as possible. KT picked up the first Ocean Drake, and looking to pick up a pretty comfortable second as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's no Cloud Drake, but you're still pretty happy with it.
Glass half full there on the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, that's right. Half full of air.
Wholly full of liquid.
Well, it's not really liquid, so.
But it's the Ocean Drake. It's full of water.
Right. But if the glass is half full, then the other half would be air, wouldn't it?
Sure, and the other half would be water.
Sure. So it's not full
We're both
water.
right, though. Don't worry.
I don't know if we are, actually. I think I'm right. Okay. I think I'm pretty much the one who's right
Dylan.
there.
I dissent.
Sweet. That was a good PC game back in the day. Descent.
That's true.
Remember that?
I played it. Back in the days of Quake.
We didn't. That was a pre-Quake.
Was it?
Yeah.
Original Quake came out a long time ago.
Original Descent came out.
That's true.
Yeah.
They talked about rebooting it recently, but
Yeah, it seems inevitable, huh?
I think the world has moved on from Descent.
I'm sure we'll see it again eventually.
You can see Someday does vary his skill choices pretty consistently.
All right.
Opening up on Sky.
Yeah, Arrow looking for some damage to pair with that. Ooh, that's a good slow compared with the, or combined with the Chaos Storm. And Hachani, I love it, just dunks him with the ultimate. It's my kill. I'm going to be 2-0-4 now. Better KDA than the top laner.
Even though the 2v2 is rough for Jhin and Braum, when you get your roaming boots on as Braum, enter other lanes, one Q hits, and the rest is history.
I love how unnecessary that ult was, man. He's just like, this is mine.
But that's what thing is. If you're unleashed on the map, Braum can do these things. Bard can as well, but KT have such an advantage in terms of pressure, top lane and mid lane especially, that Braum is going around making picks pretty comfortably.
Right, Tempered Fate onto Arrow. Chani blocking some damage. Actually, Bubbling going to flash forward, causing the flash from Arrow. Utara comes in, doesn't connect with the Jhin like he wants to, though. And will they be able to catch it? Chani looks like they won't. So that another. At least he didn't have to use the teleport for that.
Yeah, but awkwardly, Fly was just bottom lane pushing. He had no way to react. He could ghost into mid lane, but that would have taken time. But just the sight of Someday is enough to send CJ back in a 5v4, which lets you know This Seesaw on the top lane, squarely on KT's side.
Yeah. Fly able to get some damage done to that bottom lane tier 2, and it looks like KT might just decide to push it with 3 members.
Still so early in the game. Feels later than 18 minutes, but KT's so far ahead.
Yeah. Looks like they can probably do it, and Untara, he has that ultimate, but they don't really have any other opportunities to engage here.
He also has no damage, so although he will not die instantly when he dives at the Jhin, unless he's really blocking an important cooldown, he doesn't want to be diving squarely in. And just coming again to what 611 means for the meta. It's a 5,000 goldie, which is also always massive, but most of that gold is actually in the pocket of the Aurelia. And when we're talking about a snowball Randuin's from a Maokai, it's not that big a deal. But when we're talking about the Trinity Force and tankiness coming faster for an Aurelia, it's so much more consequential. So early gold leads, when you're running the Aurelias, the Trinity Force carries of the world, are so much larger. So the lead is even bigger than 4,000 gold was a couple of patches ago.
That's a good point. And now Someday gets the Rift Herald buff, so he is really not somebody you're going to want to 1v1 at this point.
And that's why Hecarim's just looking for picks. He cannot enter lane. He learned that a few minutes ago. That's why CJ, they've got the tools to make picks, but with good defensive warding, the target selection is going to be tricky.
Yep. Yeah, Fly not getting fooled at all. They'll lose their Gromp though. Oh, or will they? Yeah, Fly. I think, no, he just got a little bit of gold from one of the Spiderlings. I think Bubbling did get that one.
CJ don't find anything. There's going to be free items onto Someday.
Tempered Fate catches Sachani after he flashes out. Mad Life looking for a Cosmic Binding. He does land it, but no follow-up from CJ.
If you're making these 5-man roam squads, death squads as you might call them, and you don't get anything, then you just increase the lead that Someday has in top lane. So CJ need to make a play. But now they're going to send Hecarim to try and enter lane. The minion wave pushed up enough, and that means that Someday's going to roam down himself.
So if this Nidalee skin is supposed to be like a maid, shouldn't she throw like a broom or something? Some maid-related implement?
It's supposed to be a French maid, but you're right. Lore inappropriate.
Kind of dropped the ball on that one, Rito. Chani gets it with the cocoon. And CJ again, they just can't go in, you know?
They just don't really have a way to. They don't have 2 items onto the Lucian yet. Full tank Hecarim just doesn't pack the same punch. They don't have the damage to kill anyone, but you know who does have the damage?
Yeah, they certainly do. They can just force him away from lane for the moment, though. No need to really over-pursue that. And there's the curtain call. Sky slowed down a little bit. Gonna take a lot of damage from that Jhin.
Whoa!
Man, like no health left, and Fly picks up that one easily. Mad Life has to flash away. He's still under that Chaos Storm. Takes a magical journey into the base. They're going to lose their mid lane tier 2. And KT Rolster sure seems to be cruising to victory here in game 1.
And just to be clear, that was not a support under level Karma. That was a level 12 Karma who took a whole life bar in one set of an ultimate from Arrow.
Yeah.
If he was running Deathfire Touch, he actually would have got the kill without the Chaos Storm needing to confirm it. He's been running Thunderlords recently, so he might not have been running Deathfire Touch. I'm not clear on that, but man, literally downwards of 50 health left after that ult. Just watch it here. Almost at full, and was at full effectively with the shield.
If that,
all 4 shots.
I mean, if Score had hit with his spear, that would have been a kill for Arrow. As it is, Fly having no issues picking that up.
Just so much power. When you go for this mid-game Jhin build, stacking armor penetration, there's no way to itemize into armor realistically for someone like Sky, and he's just food for this Jhin to pick up free kills.
Very true. There's Arrow right in your screen. Now, meanwhile, okay. Goodbye, Mad Life. Thanks for playing. Teleport comes in for Someday. Can he catch anyone? Maybe. Doesn't look like it. Score going after Bubbling here. And CJ just continuing to kind of lose people left and right. They can't even really leave their base safely, and that's going to be a 3rd Ocean Drake now for KT. They're just pretty much not going to need to recall from now on.
And there will be those timings. Still need to be out of combat for that 8 seconds, but when you do, you are regenerating so quickly. And someone like Score, as he's jungling, already a sustained jungler, had the Hunter's Potion, but will basically be at full health through those jungle clears. Not a care in the world.
Yep.
Pretty good. Antara's moving pretty far up the lane, but
well, he's got his team behind him, so Someday knows. I mean, Someday's like, all right, you wouldn't be this aggressive if you didn't have a bunch of friends come along. Well, Someday finds those friends. Jin trying to slow people down. There's the onslaught of shadows. Someday flashes away. Can he survive? Uh-oh, Tempered Fate on Achani. He may get caught here. Arrow trying to stay as close as he can. He's going to pop the ult, go after Mad Life. Has to cancel it right away, though. Someday alive for the moment. It's going to be a kill, though, coming in for Kramer. CJ turning this fight around. That's a double now for Kramer. Score nearly caught with that Cosmic Binding, and KT losing that skirmish.
I mean, Fly once again was nowhere to be found. He's just in the bot lane, doesn't have teleport, was just split pushing, so KT should have been smart. They should have just backed away. But instead they fight in the one place they don't have wards, which is their own jungle.
Yeah.
They didn't need wards in their own jungle. They've been playing exclusively on CJ's side of the map, but CJ have pick options, and now they're going to try and swing the game with a Baron.
Hey, with Arrow and Achani down, why not go for it? That Baron's not going to fall too quickly, though.
Victor has a lot of items, still has ultimate. Here we go.
CJ has to do this, so they have to make a move, and this is it. Mad Life taking a lot of damage from that Chaos Storm, though, and the whole team has to back away. So Fly, more or less single-handedly, pushing CJ off of that Baron, but you can't blame him for going for it. It was the best decision they could have made, and didn't work out, though.
Yeah, definitely the right move from them. 7,000 gold behind, but with the Baron buff, they would have been able to buy more time. They need that time. They need to get items specifically on to Antara on the top lane. They have the 2 items on Lucian, but their power spikes just aren't there. They have to back away. With the magic resist debuff from the Baron and just the Chaos Storm, there's no way to stay and persist onto that Baron. So they just want KT to continue to make mistakes and try to find farm.
That's the idea. Arrow having to pop that Youmuu's to get away a little bit quicker.
You know your game plan isn't ideal, though, when you require the enemy team to take the foot off the accelerator rather than anything they can do themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's the situation CJ finds himself in game number 1.
Someday has played the Ruin King, so this is pretty much the build he's famous on when he plays his top lane carries. When he used to play the top lane Yasuo, it was Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, Giant Spell. He buys the Giant Spell for just the semblance of a tank item.
Sure.
And just packs on power. So 2 item, there is no one, in fact, there's probably no duo on the side of CJ that can deal with this Aurelia.
And just something like another one team fight is going to be enough for KT to go for the Baron. Tara looking for an angle here. Achani blocking some damage in that choke. There's the curtain call. One on the Mad Life. Mad Life throws out the Tempered Fate right onto Arrow, canceling that Jin ultimate. Nice move there, and CJ rotating to the mid lane now. Seeing what they can do, but they're creating a bit of a flank here. A lot of ultimates still up for both sides. KT just going to rush on the mid lane and say, all right, come at us.
Guess I can find a deletion on Jin. I just don't see how CJ can find a fight. Someday will outdeal multiple members of CJ. So finding a fight where Someday's not there is really the only hope for CJ.
That's the idea.
And they bought themselves a bit more time. The minion waves are in a pretty good spot for CJ, so they're not worried about the 6th man pressure from KT.
All right, CJ just doing whatever they can, and they've got enough strength in this comp that they at least make KT take them seriously. This might be a mid lane turret for CJ, maybe not.
Someday's bot lane has teleport. Looking at the map, there are some good flank wards, so you have to be careful. A pick onto someone like Fly is possible, but he has both his summoners up. Crucially, Arrow does as well. Suddenly it gets that much more difficult for CJ to force a fight and kill someone before that teleport channels from Aurelia.
Well, I don't know why it took them this long to send Someday to a side lane and keep Victor hanging out with them, because
He didn't have teleport. That was the issue.
I suppose, but still. They need Fly. They need him for the wave clear stuff, right?
It was strange. CJ did something pretty similar when they were winning with the Shen Hecarim comp we've talked about a few times. They had BDD split pushing on Cassiopeia without teleport. Fly has, with all that free time, though, found himself a lot of gold, so I think he's going to go back and pick up perhaps a Void Staff with his next purchase. Speaking of Void Staffs, Score just finishes his. KT can't take Baron that easily. They have wonderful Baron damage, but without much tankiness, it's actually not trivial for them to funnel into the Baron damage.
Oh, Hachani.
Well, it was a Hachani moment of different type.
It was.
That was his old man mechanics failing him.
His Braum ults have not been the greatest this game, to say the least. And KT kind of giving CJ a bit of an opportunity to get back into this one. All right, it's going to be an Infernal Drake. This is a big one. If CJ can get this Drake, that is going to do a lot to kind of even things up a bit.
And Jin is one of the best champions in the game to scale with the Infernal Drake. He has so many different AD scalings in his kit, let alone his auto attack. Drusk Blade completed, just working on perhaps more Malmortius with this last Dirk that he has. Third Dirk of the game.
Triple Dirk.
Yep.
Repel. Bubbling. Tempered Fate doesn't hit anybody.
And with that ult down, now KT's really happy to fight because there's one less interrupt for Arrow.
I think so. Untara could get a big ult through the middle of KT, though, with this choke. They're going to turn it around. Bubbling getting very, very low. There's
This is
the
gonna
curtain
hurt.
call. Yep, nobody able to stop Arrow because that Tempered Fate is down. Mad Life trying to block some damage. Untara getting pretty tanky. Oh, there's something in the gravity field, though. Untara gets very, very low, and KT may be able to go for this dragon now. Meanwhile, Someday just knocking down turrets in the top lane. Yep, it will be a dragon attempt for KT.
And CJ are just in no man's land. No one can enter against Someday. They can't actually commit to the 5-man fight because they don't know where
Teleport.
the flank wards are.
TP coming in for Untara at least. From the side, CJ going to turn around on this Infernal Drake, and they are actually going to... No, they don't score! Steals it away on the Nidalee, and that is huge for KT. That may end things right there. Meanwhile, Someday knocking down this top inhibitor, and that may be the final nail in the coffin for KT Rolster here. Should be able to close this one out.
They're thinking about a contest, but Someday split pushes an inhibitor. That's how this game is going, and this all came from so much earlier. This passage of play is basically what came from when we saw Someday solo killing the Hecarim, because we talked about how Hecarim had to look for picks, stay grouped with his team. We just saw this fight, which is a true 5v4. They see Someday split pushing in top, and yet CJ can't answer it. No one can enter lane against him. If they fight, they don't know how aggressive the flank wards are, so if Aurelia with those items shows up behind them, they're dead. So they were paralyzed. They were basically taking free shots from the Arrow ultimate because they can't commit, they can't back away, they can't answer the split push.
Yeah.
And this is the world we live in. This is exactly what a split push Trinity Force meta looks like. This game, 30 minutes of it from KT, and it's been a masterclass.
Certainly has. Score's been looking really good on that Nidalee as well. Putting the pressure on where he needs to, and man, that Dragon Steal. If there was one thing that could have gotten CJ back into this game, it would have been that Infernal Drake, and they were so close. I want to see a replay of that again to see exactly how he managed to steal that.
I mean, at this point, Nidalee Spear's doing maybe 400 or 500 damage, so the smite's certainly higher from Bubbling. In his return to competitive play, it's one smite you really can't afford to miss.
Yeah, I would say so. Uh-oh, Bubbling may be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, this takes a ton of damage.
There's so much synergy between Nidalee and Jin, you wouldn't think it, but basically what happens is that Nidalee throws out a spear, and then the range from the Jin W is about the same. One hits.
Uh-oh, Bubbling trying to flash away. They get that Summoner. Curtain Call. Might be able to use it on Mad Life. Gets taken out. Fly finishing that one off. Someday goes in. Tries to find the Elise. Just hangs out under turret. He's going to get that one eventually. Untara can't do anything about it. Bit of an awkward start to that fight, but KT getting the kills anyway.
Someday was stopping them walking through their own inhibitor turret by just tanking it up. Such is the strength of Aurelia right now.
Yes, so. And Someday just insane on those spears.
Ocean Drake. Look at that regen on Someday.
Yeah.
He's already back to full.
KT going for their second inhibitor of the game. Looks like they'll get it. They might just be able to push for the win here. We'll see how aggressive they want to be. Could just go back and bait Baron, too.
Even though they have 2 kills, it is only Elise and Bards. The wave clear's still there from CJ. It'll be low percentage chance to end, so
I suppose.
they take the measured approach.
All right.
We're going to see the
Blind.
replay.
Wow, that was a blind spear.
It connects, and then everyone's caught in the crossfire. Mad Life dies to 2 shots and a bit of Victor damage. No way to get out, and Someday, you shall not pass, is pretty much what he was saying. They're just tanking up the inhibitor turret as if he didn't have a care in the world.
Well, at this point he probably doesn't, and he finds Sky. Sky's going to be in big trouble here. There's a slow from the Equilibrium Strike, and one last Q. Get Aurelia that kill. KT going for an easy Baron now. Oh, TP canceled, though, by Untara's Onslaught of Shadows, and here we go. The great chase is on. Someday going to the base. Tempered Fate locks him up, and I think CJ should be able to get this one. They're not going to get the Baron, though. Oh, Someday still alive. Oh, there's the kill. All right, well, it was worth it. Baron goes over to KT, and even though Someday doesn't have it, I think that turned out pretty well.
Long death timer, so they won't be able to ice out the game until Someday is alive. Doesn't have teleport either. That was cancelled by the Onslaught of Shadows, but just buying time for his team. Accepted his fate. Baron buff wearing on the team, and there should be an Infernal Drake spawning before too long, so the advantages just keep stacking up. 13,000 gold lead for KT Rolster.
Yeah. 35 minutes, too. Really dominating game, and that second Infernal Drake.
So, I mean, you just
Be
can't
pretty
enter
powerful.
lane against Someday. He just pops Blade of the Ruin King. Nothing Sky can do. Then he sees the rest of the team. He doesn't see them yet. He doesn't spot them on a ward. He actually just instinctively knew that they were going to come to gank him.
Well, he nearly got that TP off, too, so it was maybe not a bad idea. It was close.
It won't be consequential, the teleport, in this particular game.
Well, super minion waves pushing in the top and bottom, too, so KT can put all the pressure in the world on this bot lane now. Top and mid, rather, where the inhibitors are down. All right.
Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow very safe behind the wall there. Doing as much damage as he really wants to do. Oh, misses the last one, though. Here comes Utara from behind, right on the Arrow. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. Utara gets locked up by the gravity field, though. KT able to just load it on. Fly walking up for an easy kill onto Sky. One solitary win for Kramer as he takes out Achani, but I think that's going to be it, man. Death timers are way too long, and Kramer and Madlife can't stop KT from doing this. So pre-35 minutes, KT Rolster, the game one win in pretty dominating fashion against CJ.
The worrying thing was that was exactly what CJ wanted to. That's exactly what their engage looked like, but unfortunately 13,000 gold behind. The early game going straight to KT Rolster. They got the engage they wanted, but it was 20 minutes too late, and KT pulled off their mid-game comp. They pulled off their comfort picks. They looked great doing it, and they look set to take a pretty clean 2-0 in this series.
Yep, I would say so. And I mean, right from literally minute one, it couldn't have gone much better for KT, dude.
It was way before that, Doa. The draft, I say again, you give Fly Victor, you give Someday Aurelia, comfort on the other players as well. This is the draft they invited, and this is the result they get.
Yep. Yep. I think Score's my MVP, man. He was so good that game, hitting the spears, getting himself the first blood very early on. 1 minute in.
And the power of the first pick didn't work for CJ. They went for the Elise, which was really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Bubbling certainly didn't vindicate that with a carry performance. Once again, Victor tops the damage charts. Fly has been excellent on this champion, but plenty of assists. Very, very close between the 4 carries of KT Rolster, and yep, just excellent. This was an excellent, excellent performance from them.
Literally every position doing more damage than their counterparts on CJ for KT. That's doesn't get much harder of a win than that.
Give KT this draft again, you're going to get the sword again. There's just, really, you have to try it. You have to really change something for CJ. I don't know if that'll be lineup, I don't know if that'll be bans, but really easy win for KT.
We will see when we come back. CJ going to make a try at least to tie it up. We'll see if they maybe swap out some players for game number 2. Maybe throw BDD and Haru back in there. Sky and Bubbling not able to make a lot happen here in game number 1.
No doubt, Doa. Not optimistic for CJ. Give away Jhin, give away Aurelia, give away
Yeah.
Nidalee, give away the victory.
Yeah, poor Madlife. Man, that is a bummed out support right there. He's had a long career, and it's probably the toughest it's ever been right now.
I mean, Score and Madlife, these are the guys who've been around since 2012. These are guys who've been around since the Invitational.
Yeah.
But fortune's different for the two.
That's right. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back on LCK Summer.
Played a lot of you my winning. It's like 25 the lobster you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out of my control. Push it, calling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones.
에로.
뭐야 죽겠는데 저거?
에로.
집에 빨리 가기 위해서 잡힌 것 같기도 하고요.
아, 그냥 죽으면 안 돼. 이거.
와. 야 KD 떨어져서 후손은 아닌 것 같아.
아, 이걸로 빨리 가야지. 플로 달리기 썼어 그냥.
이거는 전멸이 없어요, 카르마.
네. 부메랑.
3문으로 빼자. 3문으로 빼자.
저 부메랑이
싸움에 대한.
아, 내가 맞아주고 싶어.
원래 그래서 저렇게 건물을 뛰잖아요. 먼저
네.
타면 안 돼요.
나이스. 이걸 타네?
In sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer. Score gets the MVP for his game 1 on Nidalee against CJ Entus. And yeah, played a great game. What can you say?
Yeah, Score definitely thrived. So did Someday. Either of them could have picked up the MVP, and neither of them should have the champions they managed to pick up this game, as Nidalee and Aurelia have been priority picks in 6-11. Nidalee, obviously, for a long time, and they made them work, and it all started at level 1, where Tara went for a walk, was killed. Goodbye, Pony. Goodbye, CJ Entus.
Yeah, it was pretty much rough from very beginning of this one. And KT did a good job of not really giving CJ much room to come back either.
I mean, they weren't elegant about some of their dives. This one, for example, was an over pursuit, but they got the kills. The Nidalee spears, though.
So good, dude. And then the steal on the Infernal Drake. I'd imagine we'll see that a bit later. Here it is.
Let's watch the Hellfire. So Bubbling
How
smites.
did he do that, man?
Yeah.
And then a blind spear onto Bubbling.
I just love
So
the Nidalee
good.
Jin combo because the spear and the Jin W have about the same range. You hit one, you're probably going to hit the other. Goodbye. Enemy laners, someday raid boss right there.
Yep, and I mean, hitting with the Jin ult once helps land those spears so much better too, so it is a really good combo when you think about it.
It's fun how people have really worked out that Jin works so well in these poke comps with the rise of pick comps, with the rise of champions like LeBlanc, the poke, the pick. It's all working, and Jin is now really risen in priority among AD carries, especially with picks like Lucian, which we did see that game falling a bit to the wayside after the nerf hammer came through.
Yeah. And so, we will see if CJ has any chance really to come back.
Interesting to see what lineup they run as well.
And speaking of lineups, it sounds like we may have a bit of a roster change on the CJ side of things. May not come as a big surprise. CJ looking like they want to try to win this one. And I got a feeling they might need to make some changes in the mid and the jungle to do that. Let's see. Yep, Haru in. They're going to keep Sky, though, so BDD kept on the bench for this game.
That's intriguing to me.
Yeah.
I don't like to speculate, but if I was to, maybe it's a mentality thing with BDD. After all the losing, he's still a very young player. They're giving Sky another run. If you think about it, Bubbling is the player that's performed the best in CJ in terms of solo queue. He's top 40, he's been top 10 throughout this season. He's had a lot of time to solo queue, but he's still been performing. I don't know if Haru is really the biggest change, because again, BDD on paper is a massive upgrade on Sky, but they will persist with him for at least one more game.
That's the thing. If you're going to swap out one of these guys, I'm surprised that they're choosing to swap Bubbling for Haru rather than Sky for BDD.
Seems very like for like with Haru and Bubbling. We were hoping Haru would be a step forward, just like Ruler has been a step forward compared to Stitch and Core JJ and the AD carry role for Samsung. Haru, though, seems unfortunately like more of the same for CJ, who've been crying for a top-level jungler for a really long time. Until maybe Daydream was in completely full form when he was with Neo Blaze, has CJ lacked one of those junglers you would call top 3 or top 5.
Very true. And so it's time to get into picks and bans for game number 2, see if CJ has any chance to tie things up against KT Rolster, who seems very likely to grab that second place spot here in Champions, or LCK Summer, I should say.
See how the bans change. I imagine KT can ban basically the same stuff. It's just CJ enters. What do they provide? Because they gave over the Nidalee, they gave over the Aurelia, and felt like in a lot of ways they gave over the victory with those two particular donations. So I think they have to, at minimum, find an Aurelia ban. And unfortunately, when it comes to Someday, he's always got another carry champion in the chamber.
Sure. There's a Vlad ban. So we did see the TF ban from KT in game 1. We did see the Vlad ban from CJ in game 1 as well. Yep, Shen. So far, KT banning the same champs.
And Shen has really shown up as a blocker pick to these carry top laners. Aurelia, for example, does lose to Shen over the course of a game pretty heavily unless she gets a lot of jungle help. In general, he kind of neutralizes a lot of these bad matchups, so it feels like Shen is going to be a pretty staple ban for KT if they want to keep Someday on his carry form.
Yeah, it really does seem like you want to allow Someday to carry from that top lane, banning the Shen. Fits along with that. There's the Aurelia ban from CJ, probably a pretty good idea.
Still plenty of carry tops available, though. We're still waiting for the first Jax in the LCK. If Expression doesn't do it, maybe no one will, but we can be optimistic that one day we'll see a Jax.
Yeah. You know, we've been seeing, I should say, Renekton work a little bit better in the last couple of days. Someday used to be kind of a Renekton-only player, so you know he's got that pick.
Well, Renekton's basically a counter pick to Trinity Force top. Specifically, Jax and Aurelia get wrecked by Renekton, especially in the 1v1, sorry.
Yeah.
So with Aurelia banned, probably a lesser chance we'll see Renekton, but...
Oh, KT the ones to ban out Rek'Sai this time, not wanting to let Haru have that.
So what do they want to first pick? They're banning away the Rek'Sai is what we'll see. Perhaps it was the Jhin. That's banned away, and Ryze makes it through picks and makes it through bans, and of course will be a first pick for KT.
Yeah, this does leave the Nidalee open for CJ, so they can go for that.
Haru hasn't excelled with Nidalee. He's got it a few times this season. It seems like people are less inclined to ban the Nidalee against CJ Entus, but it's an important takeaway from Scorus. So regardless of about how he feels about playing it, they need to deny it from KT Rolster.
Yeah, I would say so. What do you pair with this, though? Maybe the Lucian? I think you just grab that.
Feels like a bit of a reach, especially after the Nurse. You could go for your pick of supports just because all of them are available, but even then, teams have been more trending towards last picking support.
I mean, taking the Braum might not be a bad idea, just to make sure those spears have a better chance to
Karma
land.
is available, could be taken here, but they didn't find a lot of value from the Karma last game, and they're at least considering, yeah, they will lock in Ashe in the first rotation.
Cool. All right, so the Ashe coming in, falling all the way through picks and bans in game number 1. But has been pretty strong for a lot of other teams.
I think when CJ find utility on their AD carry, they look strongest. So with Kramer back in the lineup, they're trying to run the Ashe. They've run Siva to decent success as well. And when they go for the Twitch, I think that's when it really falls apart, because CJ don't have a strong enough early game to delay for champions like Twitch and other power spikes. I mentioned that Someday always has a backup carry, and certainly Fiora, the only convincing Fiora player in the league so far has been Someday.
Yep, certainly go for it. The Sivir makes sense too. You could pair that with Karma at support a little bit later if you wanted to.
I think Braum now, as an answer to Ashe Arrow, is actually really good. And against Nidalee as well, stops a lot of that poke, so Braum makes a lot of sense. Chani put in a good shift on the Braum, barring that Q ult that we'll try and forget around the river.
Yeah, it will be that Fiora too for Someday.
CJ also ran a Lulu. Lulu hasn't been doing much work this season. Both Faker and BDD struggled on that Lulu pick. In fact, Cassiopeia has actually been a much better champion for CJ.
Yeah.
A lot of mid lane picks available.
No kidding. Yeah, Azir, Aurelion Sol. They could go with the Cassiopeia too, even though that'd be a little bit more surprising.
One of the things about the Cassio is it was always a great answer to Rise in particular. Cassiopeia beats Rise pretty handedly in lane, despite what you might have seen from Huhi in the MSI final. So this is actually a really good matchup. Now, that it is skill dependent, and we have to mention it's not BDD, who you'd say BDD versus Fly. You definitely say the mechanics of both players are pretty good, so you definitely take Cassiopeia in that matchup, but Sky's mechanics have always been a big question mark, and you can be run over in this lane despite the fact that Cassiopeia comes from an advantage. There's no guarantee that Cassiopeia will be able to run over the Rise, and there's also, no, I think there is a guarantee that Rise is going to be mid, given that we have a Fiora.
Probably. Well, there's the Sivir, and are we actually going to see... No, I didn't think so. There's the Elise. It's like, really? But no, this makes a bit more sense. So, Sivir, Elise.
Thought Score had been watching a bit of EDG and found some Clear Love Special in the Evelyn, but no, will just be the pretty standard choice of Elise. His highest career win rate jungler is the Elise, so plenty of comfort once again for KT. Even with these changes with the bans, you have to say Rise in the mid lane. Fly has always been a good Rise player. Elise, Sivir, Fiora especially for someday.
Now CJ could go with a different top laner and just send that Trundle support, but it looks like they're going to grab something for Mad Life instead right now. The Bard ultimates didn't look too great in game number 1. Maybe you want to go with the Thresh instead, but it looks like they're leaning towards the Bard.
I mean, the power of the pick with Ashe and Bard is actually massive, so I don't mind this being the selection. In general, Mad Life's been very good on the Bard. It's just another game where we got this seesaw top lane matchup, Fiora versus Trundle. When we saw Someday play the Fiora, it was in this matchup. He was able to run away with it. But lots going to be about the junglers. Let's see Haru can do back in the team on the Nidalee. We just saw Score get an MVP with this champion. And there is always the chance that Haru can do the same on his Nidalee game.
Yeah, I suppose it's true. Well, at any rate, CJ does need a very different game than we saw in game number 1. If they want to have a chance to force the game 3 here.
KT have a lot less pressure in their lanes in the early game, specifically in the solo lanes. Fiora can run away with this matchup. Rise in the early game is going to get bossed around. So we'll see if KT, you know, with a 4-1 comp, or even potentially 1-3-1, Rise would teleport, Fiora would teleport. They can turn it on early. If they can snowball those lanes, I think KT will comfortably take it, but there's always the what if, especially if the Nidalee gets rolling in the early game.
Yep, very true. And there we have it. KT versus CJ Entus. CJ just still searching for those elusive wins. Only one match win on the season so far for these guys against Longzhu. It'd be nice if they could at least force a game 3 today against KT Rolster. After game 1, though, it's looking tough.
There's some pretty wholesale changes in the early game. Sky will be running the Exhaust. Pretty predictable. You need to run that Summoner spell against Rise.
Yeah.
I feel like they either need to send Someday or Fly way behind to win this game. So again, pressure's going to have to be on, I guess, mostly Haru, but if we see the roams from Mad Life, maybe he can make some plays as well.
Yep, it's going to be the plan. Mad Life back on the Bard once again. Looking to hit maybe a few more Tempered Fates this time than last game out. It's time to get into the game, though. Can KT close it out, or will CJ bring it back? Let's find out. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. This week is Ocean Drake week, apparently. KT Rolster versus CJ Entus. Game number 2. KT seeming like they should be able to close this series out 2-0 without much issue, but CJ going for a jungle change to see if they can maybe tie up the series. We'll see.
One thing I mentioned during picks and bans was the win rate of Score's Elise. He actually has an identical win rate on Elise and Nidalee. And we saw the Nidalee from him in the last series. The difference is in the amount of games, though. 11 games of Nidalee, 73% win rate. 33 games, 3 times as many games, but still maintaining a 73% win rate on the Elise. Elise has been a staple for Score, who's good in the Kindred and Graves meta, but he makes it work on the Elise and Rek'Sai as well.
Sky on this Cassiopeia. Can be a very strong pick, like you mentioned, a good counter pick to Rise, traditionally.
Even though Cassiopeia got a mage rework since then, it's still very much an oppressive laning matchup, as KT are looking for a late invade, spotted out by CJ Entus.
Yep. That will cause Haru and Mad Life to back up a little bit.
But as I mentioned in Picks and Bans, there's no guarantees about the Cassiopeia matchup because Cassiopeia as a champion is pretty risky. She has to overextend to harass. You see the Q coming through. Will often push lane when looking for that harass. So he
Speaking
can
of
definitely
harass.
be ganked. Yeah, Mad Life's in Score's face.
Wow, and Mad Life successfully pushes Score off of that red buff. Taking a little bit too much damage early on. Coming back around, he's going to get another auto or two. Those Meeps doing work.
Score didn't have Smite either, so he couldn't even smite the red buff for either the secure or some sustain. This will have to go back into his jungle, focus on the walls for now.
Whoa. Oh.
That's not good.
Oh boy, well if you can't hit a stationary Gromp, that's not a good sign, Haru.
No, he's just working out his kinks on the jungle camp, so have it ready for the team fights. Don't worry, dog.
I hope so. Because the Gromp is not exactly a small target, man. That's like missing Jabba the Hutt with a spear. He's just laying there on that like little platform thing, man.
I never really thought about it, but there's quite a lot similar between the Gromp and Jabba the Hutt.
That's true.
Similar stature.
The Gromp doesn't really have a little like monkey thing hanging out with him to laugh at his jokes, though.
That's true.
Salacious Crump is the name of that alien, if you're curious.
I
know you were curious.
I completely defer to your expertise on Star Wars.
In the Star Wars lore, it is said that Salacious Crumb had to make Jabba laugh at least once a day or he would be executed. It's a hard life.
Where did you learn about that, Doe? What part of lore confirmed that?
I believe it was in the Decipher Star Wars card game from the mid to late 90s. Great card game, the chess collectible card game.
Canon?
Actually. Yeah, it's canon. The stuff on that, the lore on those cards were canon, actually. Officially. Looks like it's going to be the typical lane swap.
One day there's going to be an expanded League of Legends universe, and then we're going to have to
You
talk
think
about
so?
canon and non-canon.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm not convinced.
Give it time, Doa. Replays are coming.
Oh, you went there.
I did.
That's so edgy. I'm going to name you Papa Edgy now.
Oh. Edgy Smithy.
Edgy Smith. I like Papa Edgy a little better.
That's fair.
Yeah. Well, Score manages to take the big Krug. Or, I'm sorry, the ancient Krug. Oh, Mad Life moving in with the Magic Journey.
In level 2.
Yeah, but you can still put some decent harass on.
KT don't have the vision to know if others are rotating. I guess they probably knew that Haru was on the bot side of the map, but for now, CJ will find that farm. Are overextended though, and Ash, as an immobile AD carry, prefers to be farming with a turret for safety.
Yep. Now, Untara recalled back to base. I wonder if they're gonna, yeah, they're just gonna switch lanes again. Yep.
We'll continue the lane swap. It's that when we do eventually get 1v1 top lane action, it will be super snowbally because there will be no turrets to run away to. Fiora is a little bit more slippery than the Trundle, so that might be a slight advantage to KT.
Very true. Aside from that, though, at least on the CJ side, they're going to start off the later stages of the early game on a little bit more even footing than they did in game number 1. So there is that.
It's the reason why the lane swap was such a staple, both in Korea and more significantly in the international regions, just because, again, you get through the early game, you guarantee gold. Sometimes you can get that first item onto an Ezreal, for example, in terms of the tier, get the tier map rolling on Trundle, and not have to worry about what can be a very snowball early game laning phase.
Yep. Haru on that Nidalee. Maybe trying to make a play on the fly here. Maybe not. Oh, Chani got really low in bot lane.
Not really
somehow.
sure how Nidalee and Cassiopeia actually kill Arise pre-6 for the Cassia. They don't have any real CC to speak of.
It's a
So
very good question, isn't it?
optimistic, I would say.
Well, fly at least pokes a bit.
At this point, if they were to hit a spear, there might actually be enough damage to take down Fly, even through exhaust.
Maybe. All right, well, there are the turrets in the lane swap, and now the action can begin.
Yay!
Yeah. Maybe.
Action.
Stop laughing at me, Elise.
Rise already has the tier. So, doing just fine. First buy from Cassiopeia is now, though.
Yeah, and they may have been able to catch Untara here, going back, trying to get to his turret, but Score and Hachani are right there. There is no turret anymore, of course. Pillar dropped down, Score waiting to throw that cocoon. There it is. Untara going to get stunned by the Braum passive, and he is just not going to make it up. First blood, yeah, taken by Hachani. He gets it. Got it with the Ignite.
An early kill in the first game as well, but the big thing there was to watch, if you're a jungler, is to watch how Score held onto the cocoon until Trundle pathed towards the remnants of his turret, which of course funnels him into a singular direction.
Yeah.
There was no way for him to juke. He could have flashed, but didn't predict the cocoon. But great use of that cooldown to guarantee the kill, and first blood to KT once again.
Yeah, I mean, good on Untara, at least not flash, kind of knowing that he wasn't going to be able to get away from that one and saving that summoner for a more useful occasion, perhaps.
Probably will need it against Someday, who's already 12 CS ahead from this lane swap.
Yeah, Untara managing to be the same level, but certainly a little bit lower on the gold side of things.
We'll pick up a lot of experience on CS from this particular wave that we see, but the freeze is on from Fiora in bot lane.
Magical Journey? Nope. Oh well.
KT are going to try and hold a freeze in bot lane as long as possible. If Someday can get to his first item, he should actually win these trades against Trundle. It's a snowball matchup, but CS is pretty squarely in the advantage of Fiora. I think that Someday specifically on that champion will do just fine.
Yeah. Shani managing to delay Hara's recall just a moment ago, as we saw. And will it be time for Notion Drake? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not.
Seems like the freeze is more important from KT. They will actually swap out Fiora, have the Fiora overextended top lane now that she has Phage, and leave the freeze for Arrow. Advantage of giving the freeze to Arrow is that Sivir can push this wave whenever she wants. So if they decide they want to contest that dragon, they just have Sivir instantly push out with Ricochet and Boomerang Blade, where Fiora will take a lot longer to push out that wave.
True.
Now Someday is super overextended, so we'll see how KT plays around that, because for now, at least it's actually pathing towards the bot side of the jungle.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like Someday is in any danger right now.
Doesn't have much defensive ward coverage, has a little bit, but it's mostly shallow.
I mean, Hara would have to walk through the very top of the map to avoid those wards, so for the most part, Someday is probably pretty safe. And I mean, he can just let this lane push, and he can just farm a little bit closer to his tier 2 turret.
Yeah, really stacked minion wave is pushing.
Yeah, he's got the ward in the Tri-Brush now that he put down.
CJ have an option here of basically the moment this big minion wave crashes, they can make a play to Dragon and force Someday to choose between 2.5 to 3 minion waves or trying to contest at the Dragon. It's always smart to give those bad choices so that depending on how the Dragon goes, you get a big advantage. And CJ, for now at least, are setting up at that particular timing around Dragon.
Well, they're going for it. All right, KT, they might just let this one go. Giving away an Ocean Drake isn't the end of the world.
Don't have the best wards for Someday to teleport onto. It is level 6, but it is a Fiora who isn't very interested in team fighting the best of times. Yeah, good timing from CJ. Gets them a free Dragon.
Yep. Cloud Drake is next. All right.
Finally, our first Cloud Drake.
So excited. The best Drake in the universe.
You had this moment of clarity on the plane, right? Head in the clouds.
I realized, where I was up where the Cloud Drakes fly, that it was actually the best buff in the game. I've been saying it all week, man. Once you get that Cloud Drake, every skill shot you barely hit, it's because of the Cloud Drake. Everything you dodge, because of the Cloud Drake. It just enables you to be that much better.
It's an
amazing.
enabler.
It's an amazing, amazing buff. And you get to lane 0.5 seconds faster, so
Yeah.
you got that going for you, too.
Think of the CS you get. You're going to finish that first item faster because you got to lane
You
faster.
might get like 16 more gold because of that.
Nice. If it's a cannon minion, it's like 50.
Yeah, there you go. Well, KT trying to protect their tier 2 turret, but good zoning from Sky already. They get a little bit of damage done to it.
And this is once again Operation Get Fiora a Freeze.
Yeah.
So that's why you saw CJ making the move. They're trying to punish KT, setting up for Someday. And for now, that's set up for Someday in both bot and now top lane has only contributed 12 CS, but KT just trying to get Someday to that first item and set up an advantage in the split push, which is exactly what KT needs to do. It's very much a 1-3-1 or 4-1 comp from KT, and getting Fiora ahead is their biggest objective.
Yeah, KT just trying to keep their turret alive for the moment. It is taking some pretty decent damage.
Smart thing for CJ to do will be to try and split Sivir from the rest of the team. If Sivir's at a wave, then a group does 4, then obviously she will do an excellent job wave clearing. But if they can split Sivir and Ryze only has wave clear every 50 seconds or so.
Yep. Someday trying to stop CJ from getting that blue buff. Looks like it's probably going to come up pretty soon.
He's protecting his pink ward as well.
Yep, that's right. Misses a bit of CS and XP to do it, but
doesn't stop the freeze just yet.
If you can secure the blue buff, I think that'll be worth it. You really want to give that to Fly, probably.
But this is just ideal for Fiora. In early trades, actually, Fiora loses to Trundle pretty handedly. It's only after a couple of items that she can start to come ahead. So getting free farm and just getting free XP to eventually become the split pusher we always know she can be is pretty ideal from the side of KT.
Yep, very true. Wow, it's like a base cannon when people get back to base. Nope. No pun intended, really. Yeah, really nice CS lead for Someday now.
And again, it's the wait a while comp from KT. Ryze going to get super powerful. Fly on that Ryze will be able to split push as well. It'd be difficult for Antara to itemize to deal with both the Fiora and the Ryze. And then you just rotate whichever one that Antara hasn't been able to buy as many defense stats on into that lane. So that's what KT are doing.
Yep. Someday nearly done with this wave now.
And Trundle's got nowhere to farm. And this is where the gold lead starts to grow for the Fiora, who at the moment has jumped to about 35 CS advantage over the Trundle.
Oh yeah, it's huge. Buff. And they take it. Oh, Someday it goes forward. Gets slowed down by the pillar, but they're not going to find an opportunity to really go after him.
And he returns to a frozen lane.
Pretty nice.
I mean, Cedar just have to make a move around the map, and I haven't really considered this, but this is pretty unique when it comes to Trundle, because Trundle's such a strong laner, can be safe even in a 1v2. The one thing he's not great at is trying to make the roam plays. We saw in the previous game, Antara was trying to make the roam plays on Hecarim, who can definitely make initiation plays, but Trundle doesn't have that impactful teamfight changing CC for initiation. Obviously the pillar is very powerful, but it's not realistically going to initiate much on a roam for Trundle. So Trundle going into the jungle, that's not really great because of the experience changes and the gold changes. Entering lane against Someday, well, the lane's been frozen for so long, there's no really good place for Antara to go, and that's why he's 2 levels behind. And now a significant amount of CS, and it's a completed Black Cleaver, just a Tiamat and a bit of armor on the side of Antara.
It's kind of a similar situation to what we saw in game number 1, as far as Antara just kind of getting exiled from most of the map, you know?
Exiled is the right term. I mean, Someday's been the one to decide when to end a freeze, when to pass over the farm. He passed over the farm in bot lane to Sivir, now he passed it over to Ryze in the top lane.
Antara just picked up a cull, I believe. That is some desperation right there.
Might have had it for a while. It looks like it still has about 40 stacks remaining.
Okay.
I don't think you buy a 15-minute call. That'd be sad times.
I hadn't noticed it earlier, but yeah. You'd think you would have had it a bit longer.
I'll confirm when that 4 becomes 3. Could be a 9. Our monitors are small.
Kramer hasn't really used the Ash Arrow yet in this game to try to set anything up. CJ actually getting some really good damage done on that turret.
But knowing that Riposte, Someday has always been a god at that ability. There is also the Braum Shield, Sivir Spell Shield also. There's a lot of answers to the Ashe ultimate.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to land right now.
Well, we've got Riposte, Repel. I guess you could just hit the Ryze. That's the one you want to hit, I guess.
Yeah.
Because everyone else has an answer.
CJ,
there's rotations trying to take down turrets. They're getting low, but not actually securing any of those outings.
Yeah. They're getting closer, though. I mean, they're setting themselves up for a big boost in gold by getting, like, 2 turrets down at once. And they might be able to do it this way. Here comes Achani, though. Teleport coming in as well. Achani looking for that opportunity to use the Braum ultimate. Score, though. CJ turns it around. Antara tries to get out of the fight. He'll live for now. And KT on the run. Whoa! Spear from Haru barely misses Achani. And that actually ended up pretty good for CJ. They can go and take this Drake.
Diving into a Cassiopeia is not something you want to do at this point in the game. They have no magic resist on anyone barring just a null magic mantle onto Scorer, so they got overconfident, over-pursued, funneled themselves into the CC and got punished. So that was just a mistake from KT, and they don't need to do this. They were winning the game purely from the fact that they were able to get farm onto people that needed farm. They do not want to fight early in this game before they hit their item timings. And just CJ probably was surprised to see KT opt into that fight, and while they didn't get the maximum from it, they finally get a kill. They don't quite break the outer mid lane turret, but it's precariously low at this point.
Very true. KT, though, able to respond with that Rift Herald, and given the fact that they gave up Cloud Drake for this, I think that's a pretty good trade for KT. They can give this to Someday, which they probably will. It's going to make him a little bit better at handling Untara, the 1v1.
Already doing well in terms of getting himself ahead by CS. Now Black Cleaver probably going to go back and finish a Tiamat, or most of a Tiamat, and the Rift Herald buff. The Glimpse of the Void means that Untara not going to have a lot of fun in this lane.
Probably not. He's going to have to take a long, hard look at the Void, not just a glimpse.
Exposure of the Void.
That's right.
Certainly no freeze being created by Untara here. Slow push is going to come into his turret, but for now, Someday doesn't have the ward coverage to enter lane and top, so he's now the one that's going to try and find farm in other lanes.
No, I got a question about Bard.
Okay.
Not Bard, Braum. He carries that big shield around all day. You know, shouldn't his right arm be like way bigger than his left arm?
That's Tryndamere.
Yeah, but like still, I feel like Braum should have the same thing going on. 'Cause that shield looks heavy, and you don't really see him shift it to his left hand very often.
If he does recall or taunt, he does have the ability with his legs to flip it around, so he just seems like a pretty strong guy in general.
Or maybe it's just not a very heavy shield.
That's true.
It's a magic
It's
shield.
a gimmick shield, just like the chairs in WWE.
There you go. They're not real chairs? What? Are you ruining my illusions?
Your illusions have been ruined.
What are they made out of then?
I mean, they're still chairs. You can still sit in them. They just aren't quite as robust as other chairs. Just like their tables seem to collapse pretty easily too.
No, those are totally real tables that they just found at the venue that day.
And those steel steps that everyone can pick up,
Yep.
definitely steel.
Absolutely,
Sorry.
and not aluminum at all.
Nope.
Time to recall an award. But there's nobody there to really stop them, so
He's
why
sticking
not?
around though, so they know he's there. He's squishy too. Also Bard.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, CJ has managed to fight themselves into a tiny gold lead at this point. Got the 2 dragons as well. So definitely doing better than game number 1.
For certain. The lane swap, I think, really helped them to steady through the early game. Obviously, the exact opposite happened in game 1 when Untara died a minute into the game. But you have to remember that Fly is very quickly scaling up. Only a couple minutes till the Rod of Ages is full, and he already has the parts of his Seraph's Embrace. So this Rise will hit 2 item spike very fast. Their top laner also in a snowball matchup is ahead of the enemy, so in a lot of ways the early game has gone acceptably for KT.
Oh, Rune Prison onto Haru. A little bit of damage onto that Nidalee from Fly. Not really having any trouble keeping up in CS.
KT haven't turned it on yet. It'd be interesting to see what they really want to contest. Maybe the next Drake will be where they can finally look for an advantage. And they haven't really ever set up wards to allow Fjord to look for any semblance of pressure onto Untara.
Yeah.
It's actually really risky for Someday to be farming where he was, so back away.
I want to see more ganks from Score. I mean, it's tough now. Well, there's a teleport Someday coming in from behind, and they're going to try to catch Untara, and they certainly might have. Untara, his only chance to really get out of this is probably going to be the teleport. Achani flashing. There's a flash immediately from Untara. That stun passive getting built up. There it is, an easy kill for KT. Untara pushed way up, but CJ responding with a sneak Baron. Fly sees it though. How much damage can he put to the pit? That magic shred could end up being a big deal. Kramer hits him with the Ash Arrow right away though. Fly has to back away. This is going to be a Baron for CJ.
Really nicely done. And we have to remember one thing about the last time Cassiopeia was in the meta. Her damage to Baron has always been super high, just like Azir. Cassio is one of those champions you sneak the 20-minute Barons with, and KT invests so much. Remember, there wasn't even a Drake to pick up. They just wanted to get a kill on Untara, and the punishment is severe.
Now, KT does respond by finally taking that mid lane tier 1, so they do open up a lot of map control there. Whoa, Tempered Fate barely connecting with Score. Score flashing right as the Cosmic Binding coming in. Flash from Kramer, going for it. Score repels, gets over to the Rift Scuttler. Looks like he might be able to escape. That's looking pretty good. Fly just looking scary. Scary as he can with the Rise ultimate.
They played so well, CJ, to take that Baron, but double flash and not even getting the kill on Score is really awkward from the side of CJ.
They're going to get the mid lane turret.
Yeah, they got lower before. They'll finally pick it up. They do pick up that gold, though, from the turret, so they're growing a small gold lead. Mostly the Baron buffs separate the two teams.
Oh, looks like they're going to get 2 turrets, actually, as Arrow farms down the bot lane. KT just doesn't have the power of the wave clear right now to stop that.
KT really need to change from their early game where they were freezing lanes. Sunday was top lane with no teleport and no mana, just trying to freeze, and this is CJ punishing them. They tried it earlier, but with the Baron buff, so much easier to power through, and look at how many turrets they're picking up in one play. We don't have a Baron buff power play indicator, but with 3 turrets taken down, CJ's really turning it on.
Yeah, I mean, they've just gained themselves about 3,000 or 4,000 gold, and now going for another Ocean Drake. And Achani, the only one there, so that's just going to be simply the 3rd Drake in a row for CJ, and wow, somehow, some way, they are really kind of running away with this game now.
KT invested so much in freezes where CJ took permanent objectives. Mostly it was the Drakes in the early game, but the Baron buff and now the turrets mean they have the gold and the dragon stacking advantage, and all KT have to show for it is that the item timings from Fiora and Rise are appropriate. So unless they can find a way to actually allow Fiora to split push and kill the Trundle, force there to be a summoner spell discrepancy, take advantage of their double teleport, CJ in every other way this game has come out ahead.
Yeah. Quite the change from game number 1. And that Cassiopeia pick for Sky certainly seeming to be a big part of that. And Haru has been okay on the Nidalee. Maybe a pick on the Kramer here, though. Aaron Score. Oh, the Cocoon misses. Kramer's still in a lot of trouble, though. No flash.
Wow.
Summoner Healy actually gets the kill onto Arrow, though, somehow. Wow. Fly flashing, turning it around onto Mad Life. He's in a lot of trouble. Definitely going to go down here. Haru comes back in. Nothing this Rise could do. KT, a lot of trouble.
It looked like both Elise and Sivir grouped up and they took Hurricane Bolts the whole time. We're going to watch the replay. They're both at full health. Watch how much damage Kramer can do because all Hurricane Bolts are hitting. He gets Score down to 30% health and kills Sivir as Ashe 1v2. And then everyone's out of position. Mad Life's on the bar. They can make the picks around the map. Nowhere for Fly to go. They just disrespected the Ashe damage and she just exploded both of them.
Man, you know, before this game, it did not look like we were going to see game 3, and now it's starting to look not inevitable, but pretty likely.
KT just made such a big bet on setting up Someday, and that's always been big for them, but they just haven't taken the next step. And when you're freezing, there's so much time for the enemy team to make decisive shot calls. Not something that CJ Entus, it's worth noting, has been known for at any point in 2016. The early game to the mid game has always been their weakest point. But on this game, they've been on point. They tried the early rotations, didn't get turrets, got turrets weak. Then they take the decisive Baron from KT over pursuing a kill on Untara. They return to those turrets they weakened, pick up a lot of turret gold. KT make another mistake, and suddenly, CJ have a firm control in the game.
Yeah, they really do, and Kramer with that Infinity Edge is going to be doing even more damage on that Ashe now. Red buff? Who got that one? Okay, Zero did pick that up.
Someday is the only person who can be happy with how the game is going. Still continues to split push, still doesn't have the ward coverage to do it though. And that's why he's not able to split push turrets like he wants to. If he sees Untara, he might try to all in, but it's so risky when he doesn't know the movements of anyone else on the side of CJ.
Yep, so if we go to the super late game, I mean, KT does have Rise, they do have Sivir, that's a lot of damage, and this Fiora, again, always a split pushing threat, but do you think it's starting to be a little bit too late?
I mean, the thing is that the map pressure and specifically the Drakes and Barons won't be equal between the two teams. If
Yeah.
everything was equal, I think KT would have a chance. It's still difficult because they don't have a true tank. They only have Elise and Braum to do some tanking in the front line, but absolutely there's a world where KT can win those team fights in the late game. It's just, it's going to be a world where there's probably going to be 4 Drakes and potentially an Elder Drake buffing up those Drakes. So plenty of true damage on the side of CJ. And also, they haven't had the ward coverage for Someday to split push, so they certainly haven't had the ward coverage to really look around
man.
Baron as Someday.
Now they caught Someday again, and just not going to get out of this one. Pops the grand challenge. Oh, I guess he does. Huh, all right. Just a little bit scary. I don't know. Do you feel like CJ could have finished that one off? I feel like they could have probably gotten that.
I mean, there is an element of risk. There's definitely some instant CC on the side of KT they wanted to respect, but again, that's the symptom of the larger problem, is if Someday isn't safe to split push, they probably don't have Baron vision either. They probably don't have pressure anywhere on the map. And if you're forcing Someday to group, you take away a lot of the power of the Fiora pick. So I think CJ just, with how assertive they played the mid game while KT set up these freezes, have won themselves a game that if they played more passively, I think they would have played into the hand that KT tried to deal.
Yeah. Seems like KT too maybe getting a little bit lazy here in game number 2. Not taking CJ as seriously as they apparently should be taken.
Significant item advantages, 3-item Ashe, 3-item Cassiopeia. Only the Trundle, you would say, is beyond his lane opponent, and he's a tank, so he's still a good frontliner. So I don't think CJ can lose a team fight. I think they have the map control. Baron spawning in 15 seconds, and that would ice out the game for CJ Entus.
Yeah, we'll see if CJ can grab that second Baron. Another Dragon in about 45 seconds as well. All right, Tempered Fate. Ooh, 2 skill shots missing, 2 ultimates missing as CJ goes for the pick onto Chanian's score.
It actually showed a lot of synergy between the two. They were actually in the same area, so it seemed like the CC would have stacked even if they hit the first target. So back to the drawing board on that one for Kramer and Mad Life.
Elise finds it hilarious. Baron's up. KT, though, with that play not working out for CJ, has a chance to be a little bit more assertive on the map for the moment.
I don't think Baron buffs the objective, though, Doe. They have no armor. They have very low health. Someday goes back. It doesn't buy a Giant's Bow. He buys another BF sword. He has a pure split-pushing build. If they funnel up for Baron, they will explode to any semblance of AoE damage. Not even the magic resist debuff Cassiopeia that I always talk about.
Yeah.
Even Kramer with the Hurricane. We saw what he can do in a 1v2. No one has the armor for them to go for a Baron, even though score, as you can see, is starting to build towards a Frozen Heart.
Sure. All right, another Cloud Drake. Gonna go over to CJ, it looks like.
There's no way for KT to contest this. Yep. Reminds me of some of the games that SKT played during group stages of MSI, where they would draft a late game scaling comp or a split push comp, and in the early game play so passively, the enemy team always seemed to have multiple Drakes, Baron, certainly map control. And some teams won't use that map control to their fullest advantage. And again, CJ's a team, you would say, has done that on many an occasion, but this game they have been much more assertive.
Yeah, where's the game 1 KT roster here? Where's the game 1 score? I mean, I know he didn't get in Italy, but he still certainly make picks with that Elise.
The lane swap seemed to thwart them in a lot of ways when it came to that sort of pressure. Because obviously jungle pathing is so much more predictable when you're just following your top laner or just grouping with your team. There's less room for innovation and creative jungle pathing. And post that phase, it's been about KT valuing the freeze over making map plays, and CJ looking at the freeze and taking the map around KT Rolston.
Yeah. Someday doing what he can, and he's actually got a pretty good split push going here. They're going to send Utara down to stop it.
Unless he's actually strong enough to turret dive the Tron, I don't know how much it'll contribute.
Oh, wow, score. Tempered Fate actually prevents the Ashe Arrow from hitting him. A little bit of a unfortunate layering of the CC from CJ.
It's twice in a row from CJ. They really need to be more careful.
Yeah, I think so too. That Elise laugh just comes through so loud and clear all the time now, man.
Resonates with you.
I don't know. I just feel like I hear it more now than I did before. It's not like Elise is a new champion. All right, CJ going for another Baron here.
Baron damage is immense.
Yeah, score. Finding Untara, or maybe the other way around, has to flash over the wall. And CJ having to back away from that Baron for the moment anyway.
They had to teleport, so that means the split push is down for a while.
Yeah. That is big for CJ, because now they can start to maybe put on a little bit of split pushing pressure with Untara.
CJ are happy to peel away. They have the double Ocean Drake, so they're going to have plenty of sustain as they clear these waves.
Yep.
Someday actually does invest in some tank stats. Only a Spectre's Cowl, so certainly not overpurchasing. It's probably going to be a Spirit Visage, so that when he does finish the Bloodthirster, he'll have Bloodthirster, Ravenous Hydra, and the boosted lifesteal from the Spirit Visage. So be very sustained when fighting against the Cassiopeia and Nidalee especially.
Now, although CJ is very strong right now, have we really seen them be the most decisive in closing games out?
It was the one area they were strong at in the spring season, but they just really haven't gotten to many late games this season. There's a reason they're last placed.
Yeah.
Their early game is what has let them down. So the fact that they've had a good early game in this particular match is surprising in itself. We'll get another data point. It is Sky and not BDD, so we'll see if there's any mistakes in team fights that BDD may not have made, but CJ find themselves in pretty unfamiliar territory for summer 2016.
Yeah. Yeah, they are certainly not doing it quickly, that's for sure. And it is only a 6,000 gold lead, and at this point in the game, that gold lead doesn't count for a whole lot.
CJ basically, from the way they're playing, wants to take Baron, negate Sivir's wave clear, and walk up and take turrets. Baron seems to be their only objective they're truly considering.
Sure.
So KT able to send their other teleport user and fly down to bottom lane. He's going to walk up though.
All right, Tempered Fate does hit score, but Chani and Someday are there to protect. Teleport coming in for KT. Lion's going to join the group there. No, cancels it. Decides to stay in the mid lane. CJ going to try to bait that Baron for the moment.
This time they didn't layer the CC, so Ash Arrow is still available.
All right. CJ trying to be sneaky there, but KT scouts it out right away. They could, yeah, Fly needs to be careful because CJ could try to collapse on him, it seems like. You don't want that if you're KT.
CJ are surprised that they don't have exclusive vision there.
Whoa, goodbye, Ash Arrow.
That one ward from KT Ross doing so much work. You can see it just at the top of the entrance to blue buff.
You know, Kramer's doing a lot of damage on this Ashe, but his ultimates have not been great this game. It's been either, you know, layered kind of poorly with Mad Life's Bard ultimate, or it just straight up missed like we just saw.
Finally, CJ clear out the vision, so they now are in a scenario where they can turn on to this Baron.
Yeah.
They have a second pink ward.
All right, Baron time. CJ starts it.
Baron damage is massive from CJ.
Yep, that's right. Should be able to take it very, very quickly. KT can't stop the Baron. Achani trapped by that pillar. He's going to get taken out almost immediately. The rest of KT on the run. They cannot fight this 4v5. Score will be lucky if he makes it out alive. Doesn't look like it will as Sky flashes ahead with all of that damage on the Cassiopeia. Trundle pillar locks it up. And it looks like we're going to be going to game 3.
Does look like that, Doa. They're going to push in. They want to break the base here on the top side. Nothing Someday can do, so he's only now channeling his recall. Inhibitor minimum for CJ enters.
Oh, yeah. Long death timer for Score. Chani will be back fairly soon. They could push another lane here. Oh, it's back out. Playing it safe. Okay. It's fine, too.
They're just so far ahead. This was good from CJ Entus. They wondered how they didn't have exclusive vision before. They got the sweeper back up. They took out the 2 wards. Baron was taken almost instantly. No Mountain Drakes necessary when you have an Ashe this far ahead, and of course that Cassiopeia. And I like the aggression from Sky, you know, a guy who we criticized so heavily when he saw him in spring last season, has stepped up, and the Cassiopeia definitely seems to be one champion in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, his Cassiopeias looked very good, and you know, we were surprised that they kept him in when they changed out Bubbling for Haru, but you know, then they left that Rise open. KT went for it, and they had that Cassiopeia ready to go. So clever draft from CJ. It's certainly paying off as they go for this Elder Drake.
I want to commit to Elder Drake's just so damn tanky. 13,000, 14,000 hit points at maximum. Someday Channels is back.
Elder Drake is big.
13,000 odd hit points, as you can see.
All right. Chani locked up a little bit by Mad Life here as he took the magical journey. There's the Tempered Fate. Arrow trying to zone. Mad Life a little bit low health. But there's the Ash Arrow onto Chani now. Turning around for the Braum ultimate. Might still die to the Ignite. Getting so low. Looks like he'll survive for the moment, though.
Rise.
And now, yeah, KT turning it around onto CJ. Fly able to do a lot of damage on that Rise, but CJ just backs up pretty calmly. And Someday just has not really found an angle to do anything on this Fiora yet.
KT fought that team fight very smartly, though, Doa. They took the damage onto the front line. They didn't want to funnel into Cassiopeia. Remember, her ult is still up. They still have the Petrifying Gaze.
Okay, Arrow just blown up, and that's going to be it. Goodbye, Fly. And CJ has this game in the bag. There's a double kill for Haru, and it's nearly an ace. Only scoring a Chani left, and I think that should be about it.
When Cassiopeia is this far ahead and they have Ashe and Bard, so much turnaround pick CC.
Yeah, another great ultimate from Sky.
They're forced to fight, and that's what happens around a Baron. That's what happens around an Eldrake when you're forced to fight and opt into a fight against this Cassiopeia. The result is clear, and it's going to be CJ equaling up the series.
Yeah, they will, surprisingly enough. It really didn't look like they had what it takes in game number 1, but good draft in game 2. Really making that Cassiopeia pick work, and we're going to game 3.
And the loyal CJ fans here in Seoul East Stadium going to be pretty stoked. We've got a full crowd here. People keep filtering in on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, and CJ Entus has given them something to cheer about, which hasn't been the story pretty consistently in summer. So this is a really big win for them, and KT are going to have to scratch their heads because they tried for the Rise Fiora, and it felt like they invested so much in this 1-3-1 that they watched CJ win the game.
Well, it's funny to see this Fiora not work for Someday, because even though we said previously he was the one making Fiora work in LCK, it's still a pick that overall has not seemed that great this season. And finally, maybe that coming back to haunt KT a bit.
I mean, Fiora Victor has so much synergy. Victor, early power spike, can wave clear, can apply pressure. Fiora Rise, both of them kind of do the same thing. They're both ticking time bombs. And it seems like they invested so much in getting them going that the game was kind of played around them. It was almost like they had double Nasus, and both Nasus never got their stacks, and the game ended before they could get going. So credit to CJ, making proactive plays. We have not said that sentence very much at any point in 2016.
It's true.
But CJ were proactive, CJ took the Drakes, CJ took the advantages, and the game just never got to that late game ultra phase for Rise and Fiora.
And Kramer might have been missing a lot of those ultimates on Ashe, but he certainly did deliver the damage.
That turnaround 1v2 was insane
Oh yeah.
in top lane.
Yeah, pretty good. And so we will see if KT can come back and win this series now. Suddenly it's pretty close. I was not expecting this, but I feel like with a different draft from KT, we could see a very different game 3 again. They got a bit surprised by that Cassiopeia pick, but CJ's going to need something else now if they want to win the series.
They were surprised by the Rise being available and kind of baited themselves into that scenario, Doa, so I agree. Different draft, different result, I think.
That's right. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, the final game between CJ Entus and KT.
With a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the lives till you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer. Haru getting the MVP for CJ here in game number 2. Yeah, CJ Entus winning a game. Wow.
There's already a surprise in your voice about
Well-
having to say that, and I have to agree. We just saw KT basically roll over them in game 1, and we thought, okay, quick 2-0 to get ready for Series 2, but this was a really good victory from CJ, and it made a lot of sense. They played smart as KT tried to get greedy, setting up the Fiora, setting up the Rise. During that setup time, CJ took all the Drakes, took a lot of turrets. The assertive Baron at 20 minutes is probably the most assertive call they've made all season.
Very true. And you know, CJ's a weird team because they've taken games off of the Tigers. They've taken games off of Samsung. So they have this thing where they can beat good teams. I don't know if they're being underestimated or they just have clever plans that only work in one game, but they do this from time to time this season.
And this veteran squad that's changed a lot since it was really one of the top contenders, played very well in game 2. I think KT's draft really is something they'll look to correct, but yeah, look, it was a great win for CJ. Is it going to be a one-off? Is it going to change? Haru's got a lot to be happy about. And wait, who's that in the back?
Who's that in the background? Why, I recognize his face. He's been around for a long, long time, but he hasn't played yet this year.
Yes,
We're gonna
with
check out
that
this,
noise, Doa.
Yeah. Bit of a roster swap, but again, not the one you'd expect.
No BDD this game.
That's right, the top lane legend returns. Shy is back. You can hear that crowd. They are pretty excited. Now, Shy, of course, taking a back seat on the CJ organization this year, saying that he wanted to kind of be more of a coach, sort of more of a helping role, but still on the roster.
Doa, the roar this guy got as he set up in the booth during the bake was insane. I didn't know what it was. I looked over and I'm like, wait, is that Shy?
I was like,
This
did
guy.
Mad Life take off his shirt? What's going on here? But no, it's Shy sitting in the booth.
One of the true legends of Korean League of Legends, been around since Season 2. Right after Maknoon, he was this guy who came onto the scene and turned heads. We remember his Jax, we remember his Rise, his Shen also, even last season, or last year I should say, as he has not played in 2016, was very impressive. And CJ, I think they're surprised with the win, but this swap after that last win is super interesting.
Yeah. And yeah, it is surprising, and it is kind of CJ kind of saying, I think, too, okay, we got one over you on your picks and bans in game 2. We have Shy for game 3. There's our big surprise now. And so there we go. Picks and bans for game 3 between CJ Entus and KT Rolster. And we'll see if Shy has got what it takes to give CJ the win over KT. They're going to ban out the Vlad first.
This is Shy's first competitive game since the Kesper Cup final, which was 225 days ago in November 2015. Was not seen at all during spring season. It's the first competitive game in over 200 days. Really intriguing to see what Shy has to bring us.
Yeah, well, they're going to ban the Shen away.
This was a pick where in 2015 when Shy was definitely, felt like on his last legs as a competitive player where a lot of other laners were bossing him around. He still had some really impressive Shen games. So,
Yeah.
and that's a nice respect ban against him.
Very true. But, you know, you and I talked earlier on this show about, well, before the show, I should say, about where the Jax was at. You know, obviously he's got his issues, but people have been talking, you know, maybe we're going to see the Jax come back, and if anybody's going to bring it in, it's going to be Shy.
I mean, Aurelia too. Shy was known for these Trinity Force top laners.
Yeah.
Funny how the meta rolls around and like, wait, we've got a guy. Expression on Longzhu was another player who was around in the same time, but at the same time was talked in the same breath as someone like Shy and Flame. and it's now on Shy in a meta that may suit him to make his big return.
Maybe. We will see. You gotta wonder if Cloud Templar is feeling like he wants to go down and jump in the booth too, man. Mad Life and Shy are there, Scores on the other side.
I mean, he was in the booth on April Fool's Day, but that was only his joke.
That's true, yeah.
This one's serious.
Yep. This time, it's serious.
Are you ready for Shy and Sky vs. Fly?
I'm ready. I don't think I'll die. There is Rise. Final ban after CJ takes Jin away from KT. Probably a good idea. So what's the first pick going to be here? They could take the Irelia.
Karma also available. Irelia will be taken. If you follow KT's pick ban trends, they first pick or first rotation Irelia whenever it's available. So if they don't take Irelia, they're going to look for the skill matchup. And if they don't take Irelia with Shen gone, I think it might be Jack's time for Shy.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think the Irelia is probably the best way to go for this first pick. I mean, you've got Shy in there. Pick something that he's going to be comfortable with. It's been a while for this guy.
How awesome would it be in 2016 to see Renekton versus Irelia? But this is definitely a scenario where we could see it. If we see a first pick Irelia, someday second most played of all time next to Maokai is that Renekton. So a lot of interesting things that could come through. Trundle blind pick would be, of course, support or top lane. He'll take the Trundle first with a lot of power on the board. No!
Whoa!
Actually,
All right.
First pick Ashe.
Well, the Ashe worked very well in game number 2 for Kramer.
Oh, someday. Hovering
Yeah.
the Renekton.
He knows what's up. Because that's the thing too, Shy could grab the Renekton as well if someday decides to take the Irelia.
Well, and Soul's a champion that's been banned. The mid lane champion ball only Rise. And I guess Vladimir also have been taken off the board. Just so much that's not clear. We didn't expect CJ to win game 2. We couldn't have seen this roster change either. Irelia has been the staple first rotation from KT, but now with Shy in the lineup, do they digress and leave last pick for someday?
What about Irelia Karma here?
Be a very powerful draft, Score on the Elise, and they will go for the Irelia.
All right, well, I like the Irelia, but I gotta say, Score, despite Elise, having a pretty mammoth win rate for him, he just didn't seem to do a whole lot with it last game.
Most important thing for KT is to get Fly on Victor. Victor's not banned this game. They need to get wave clear to complement Irelia's scaling. They got in a really tricky spot with the Rise being out-pressured by Cassiopeia in the mid lane. And honestly, Victor here would be a really nice takeaway pick because it would force Fly on another wave clear champion.
Well, do you maybe just take the Aurelion Soul then at that point?
I think that would probably be his response, but it's not Victor, right? Victor's so simple. Get to level 7, get 1,000 gold on a Hex core, clear the wave, be safe. So anything else has much more of a semblance of risk. Victor was a champion that Sky played quite a lot, again, when he was playing in Spring. And I think this is definitely the time to take it away.
Yeah, the Graves a little bit of a surprise. Not a champion we see a whole lot in the jungle anymore, but, with the Rek'Sai and the Nidalee out of the way and the Elise, I suppose you kind of go down to that. And the Trundle locked in too, so we'll see who gets that.
Seeming like it'll be Shy. Trundle can definitely win that lane matchup against Irelia, so it will be a flex pick for now. I'm very surprised to see them not take the Victor. They hovered it for so long that maybe they have an answer to Victor. Maybe they're willing to go for something risky like a Kassadin in the last rotation.
I mean, by hovering it so long, it kind of does make you wonder if they're kind of saying, all right, we know you picked this. We've got something ready.
KT's intrigued enough to perhaps not pick their mid lane now. Of course, there's a chance that Fly could be playing the Karma in the mid lane, but Sivir Karma is a very powerful duo. One of the few laning matchups where Sivir can actually win lane pretty comfortably if the Karma gets a lot of poke off early in the lane.
I think the Karma Sivir is a pretty safe way to go here because, like you said, you could rotate down that down to support if you wanted to, and they will do it. So, Karma Sivir, a lot of speed boost on that team.
So maybe we won't see one of those legacy champions from Shy. We all dream of the Renekton. We especially dream of the Jax, but it doesn't look like they're going to go that way. I think it's still smart to take away the Victor, get Fly away from comfort as much as possible.
On CJ, if they lock in this Alistar for Mad Life, it's going to be really a CJ classic. Mad Life, of course, made a name for himself on that champion way back when, that and the Blitzcrank. It's going to be Twisted Fate and Bard. Whoa, okay. TF, and TF was banned by KT against Sky in game number 1.
Exactly, so They're going to move on to this Twisted Fate. It's clearly a comfort pick for Sky, especially in solo queue, but his results in competitive haven't been that outstanding. And now we're on to Fly, who always has these intriguing edge of meta picks.
Huh. The Zed might not be too bad.
Too much physical damage.
Varus, though, I mean, again, that's a lot of physical damage, but Varus does so much damage in general that you can get away with it.
It is a lane where Twisted Fate, if he's not ganked heavily, can kind of just weather the storm and look for those roams. Lissandra certainly would be a lot safer of a choice. It would also probably force out the cleanse, but Aurelion Sol has been banned against Fly this series.
Well, I think it's like you said. I mean, they do need wave clear. I feel like the Aurelion Sol gives them that. It's a pick he's been successful with, but they are going to go with the Lissandra after all.
I mean, Aurelion Sol's wave clear is a lot more melee ranged or just in a small AoE. Lissandra is the quintessential wave clear champion. It also forces Sky to take cleanse. Most likely, taking Ghost Flash against a Lissandra
That'd be brave.
is super, super risky. We've seen people do it, but it can certainly be abused. And Lissandra, at least, one CC hits, the next 3 do, and you're dead. So we'll be forced into taking the cleanse. And Shy, on his competitive return 225 days later, will be playing the Trundle.
Yeah.
We've already seen this matchup once today. It's one that Aurelia can run away with. Aurelia Trundle, Fiora Trundle. These have been the matchups we've seen with these top lane carries. A lot of snowball about it. Some very powerful ganks from Score, but Haru's on the Graves, not a champion that has quite that same pressure. Now he's on Nidalee, a champion that needs to hit a damage jungler, and they got a lot of purchase out of it. But KT have remedied their mistakes. Safe wave clear in mid to allow Someday to go off on the Aurelia.
Yeah. And the big question is, like we said, does CJ have a plan now that they couldn't kind of be tricky in picks and bans and grab that Cassiopeia?
Can they also be assertive in the early game? Because that was the big difference, and that was what got them the victory against KT Rolster.
All right, well, it comes down to this. A third game, an unexpected, but not unlike third game between CJ and KT Rolster. KT still coming into this one with the edge, but maybe the long-awaited return of the top lane legend Shy will be what CJ needs to put them on top. Let's find out. Time to get into Game 3. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift, where Cloud Drake of course is first. Yeah, CJ fans going nuts. KT as well. Wow, I love it. Got a great crowd here today for Game 3 between CJ Entus and KT Rolster, and it is exciting. You know, I've casted Shy's games for 4 years now, through most of his competitive career, except for the very early days. And this guy really did used to be a legend. If you're new to League of Legends, you're new to the Korean scene, you don't know Shy, do yourself a favor and try to hunt down some of those old VODs, because things like his Jax play, his Shen, so good.
With university and school ending for the break, there's a really big crowd out here, and it's a finals-like atmosphere. The CJ fans have always been loyal. They love their favorite sons. One of the reasons why Mad Life has always been so popular, and Shy is right up there next to him. We didn't even think he would play. But it really does feel like a final, even though it's just one of these best of threes in the first round robin.
Well, he didn't play in spring, and he didn't play in summer until today, like you mentioned. 200 odd days since he's had a competitive game. Gonna start out with a jungle follow. Looks like we will get standard lanes though.
225 days. It was the final of the Kesper Cup. They lost to ESC Ever. Famously, that was the start of ESC Ever's rise. Feels like a long time ago.
Sure does. I love it. Standard lanes.
Space isn't on the roster. He also played his last game 225 days ago.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Ambition went to another team, of course, on Samsung. You have to wonder if CJ even saw this coming, because, of course, this is the third game of the series. So I don't know if there was a plan where if they went to a third game in this series, he'd come in. But for whatever reason, they chose now, finally, to bring back Shy.
Wow, Chani taking some serious punishment from Mad Life and Kramer early on.
always talk about Karma's level 1. Sometimes we gloss over the fact that Bard is very damn aggressive at level 1 as well.
here comes
Cards are
Score.
down for Sky.
Yeah, Score coming in for the gank. Lands the cocoon onto Sky. Gonna have to burn that cleanse to get out of it. That's one summoner down. Score might be able to come in a little bit later for another gank.
Really nice timing. He waited till the card was locked in, so there could be no gold card. Blew the cleanse. Very nicely done by Score.
Yep.
And now you just wrap around gank, and one CC lands, and Score is definitely going to pick up a kill on Sky.
Oh, Hachani, he's doing Hachani things, gets exhausted. Can they finish him off? Mad Life flashing for the Cosmic Binding onto the minions, but it's not quite enough damage to get the kill. Summoner heal did have to be used. Both summoners from Hachani as well. He walked into a bush, didn't he?
I mean, it did feel like on his part probably it'll be a very safe bush.
I mean, you
Haru's
saw
pushed
Mad
out.
Life and Kramer leave lane, though. I don't know. I'm no pro, but I do know Hachani.
Want this buff
blue
to
buff.
release? It doesn't, and Haru does. Actually, no, it's Mad Life takes it away.
Yeah. Gets himself the blue buff. Gonna pick up, not a chime, but like a little ice block thing, I guess, with the skin.
CJ seemed buoyed. The crowd certainly roaring in appreciation of Shy coming in, and the team in general after that hard-fought victory in Game 2.
Well, Shy having a bit of a tough time in lane early on against Someday.
Hey, Shy, would you like to come back? It's against KT. It's just someday. Don't worry about it.
Only Someday. No biggie.
A big ask for Shy
Shy and Sky.
against
Fly.
Fly.
I know.
Don't even try, Della.
I won't. Oh my. Just rhymed. I'm having an effect. One of us. One of us. And now nothing to say.
I got nothing, Della. Just
right.
taking it all in. This is a really intriguing game. One that I think is set up for KT to ice out the series. I like their drafts so much more than what they did in Game 1. You're not going for Ryze, Fiora, solo lanes, having the safer wave clear of the Sandra. Score blowing the flash early should set up a really torrid laning phase for the Twisted Fate. But I thought I had this series, you know, sussed out in Game 1, and they already surprised me in Game 2. So really waiting to see how the early game goes, because the early game went one way or the other. The crowd appreciates the last hitting from Shy.
He really last hit those minions under turret.
He didn't miss any.
No, I mean, it is hard to do that. At least for me, but I'm a noob, so. But at least Shy having the mechanics anyway. Is he going to get this one? Oh,
He
got it.
got it. Nice.
Yeah. Nice, dude. Pretty quiet game overall, though, and Someday going for that Stinger build, which we do see along with the WMAX on the Aurelia.
Expected to roar into life soon. Twisted Fate is close to 6. Graves got through his safe farming phase, so he's pretty happy. He's going to help Twisted Fate push up the mid lane.
Man, you know once Sky hits 6, the first thing he's going to do is go up the top lane. Try to kill off Someday with Shy.
Sandra has teleport. They have a jungle at least. They could be 3v3 fireworks top lane pretty easily.
Yeah, I think we may be heading that direction. Shy pushing up pretty far in lane right now.
This is a cool stat. So lifetime Shy is 8-3 against Someday.
Wow, that's a surprising stat, actually. You know, but I suppose it was a different era. But still, I mean, just thinking back to last year, you would have probably said Someday is the better top laner. Certainly said Someday is the better top laner then, too, so.
Worth knowing that CJ were a playoff team in spring season of last year.
That's true, they were.
They narrowly missed playoffs in summer, so it's only 2016 when their struggles really fermented fully.
Yeah, I mean, their playoff series against SK Telecom in spring season of 2015 was extremely close.
I mean, that Bang Lucian game.
Yeah, and some pretty intense heroics by Marin, too, up in the top lane for SKT. Was all that got SKT through that one. It was a great match.
Here we
Here
go.
comes Sky. Yep, he's coming in. Someday could be in a little bit of trouble. Gold card loaded up. Going to use it on Fly, though, after he uses that teleport. This is a 2v2. That's a lot of damage. Uh-oh, goodbye, Haru. KT turning this one around already. And Shy, welcome back, man. Someday picking up the kill there.
Carved down by the sharp knives of Aurelia. It seemed like Shy, honestly, didn't know what to do in that scenario. Graves put out some burst. Shy didn't know if he should go forward or back. Actually cheated back towards the fight. Lissandra got the first kill. Trundle couldn't open up any more distance, died as well, and Snowball has well and truly started in top lane.
I mean, Sky came in really awkwardly on that Twisted Fate too. We'll see that. He had to use a gold card onto Fly, and then that just left a really good 2v2 for KT.
And you were talking about Twisted Fate visiting top. Lissandra with teleport is just as deadly as the TF, so they go super aggressive, but the teleport from Fly is much closer to Someday, and Twisted Fate gets zoned just by the Lissandra, but watch Shy here. He actually moves forward, and that's what really confirms the second kill. Would have had to at least invest a couple of flashes on KT's side to pick up Trundle if he had continued to walk towards turret, but you do worry a little bit with the snowball advantage already towards Someday, and Score's not going to let him go.
Yep. Well, Shy with his first death. Oh, maybe the second death pretty soon here. They're just going to start to pick on him now.
Picking on rookies is something that KT have always done very well, and although he's not a rookie, it's a long time out of the top level for Shy.
He's definitely a bit rusty, we'll say.
CS-wise, doing very well.
Now Score coming in. Shy still, or Sky rather, still has both of his summoners. Shy going for the 1v1. Someday a bit low, taking a lot of minion damage actually.
Oh, if he solo kills him here, or if he had flash, it would have been.
I know, man, he was so close. He could still go for it.
Ninja Tabi first means that, you know, when the hit 10 style is down, he actually is very competitive in trades. So if he can kite out the W, can do very well.
True. Both of these top laners have pretty good regen in lane.
We're looking for a turret dive. All the way back, doesn't have teleport to get back into lane, so we'll lose a couple of waves of CS to the turret.
Yeah, actually, here we go. Sivir ultimate used. Arrow trying to escape. Has to flash. Haru gonna help Kramer pick up that one, though.
Actually got the kill with the arrow.
Yeah, he did.
They baited out the spell shield. There was only enough mana to use it right the last time. It was the only skill he could use. Of course, had no mana.
While Haru and Kramer both used their ults at the same time, and the collateral damage from Graves set up a kill for Kramer with that enchanted crystalline arrow.
Don't often see it register a kill. They get it. Karma has some decent wave kills, so at least buy another wave or force CJ into a bad recall time. For now, it looks like CJ aren't concerned with ending lane phase in bot. They're happy to keep that turret up. Just back off.
If you want to see Ashe Arrow get some kills, man, just play full AP Ashe nerf mode.
That's true.
That's what you do.
It does have a 1 AP ratio, so
Yep.
if you somehow find yourself with loads of AP items, I guess you can do some damage.
Play AP Ashe and ARAM. It's hard for them to dodge the arrows in ARAM. It's
fair.
pretty fun.
Shame about the volley doing no damage.
Yeah, but you're just using the arrows, though. Who cares? It's a low cooldown anyway.
Fair. Twisted Fate builds have definitely been differing. Looks like Rod of Ages won't be the pickup. When we see Twisted Fate this season, it's been almost exclusively Rod of Ages. It's also a great answer to Lissandra because you have that extra health pull to not be burst by the Lissandra combo, but so far it's the Fiendish Codex and a bit of magic resist, so I guess Abyssal Scepter first from Sky.
Oh, not as good at CSing as Shy. Speaking of Shy, a little bit behind Someday right now, but keeping up. The big problem is that KT's got really good vision throughout the river there.
Shy knows, though, he can't just enter lane, even though Twisted Fate has Destiny back up, so is the teleport from Fly. They will lose that 2v2 against the Aurelia Lissandra, so for now, just have to hold back. We'll end up losing some CS.
And so if Sky can't do this, what does he do, you know? No teleport.
That's a good question. The moment you have to take Cleanse on TF, you're in kind of a really awkward scenario, as you usually want Ignite if you're Dopa or Apto and want to go for those aggressive ganks, or the teleport for some GBM-esque hijinks. Ghost also a decent choice, but Cleanse, a defensive summoner that doesn't let you get another gold card or get in a bit more damage, really takes down the effectiveness of those early Twisted Fate plays. And then the build, it's not Rod of Ages, so even to safe farming, he's losing out on stats to Fly because Fly is just getting those Rod of Ages stacks every minute.
Yeah. Yeah, one wonders what the Twisted Fate is going to do later on in the game. Oh, Cosmic Binding misses Score.
Interesting.
Mad Life seemed like he had an easy one set up there and didn't connect.
No Drake's taken this game. The Drakes were the big objective that CJ looked to in game 2.
Oh, going in on the W with Sky. Score is right there, but he comes in a little bit late. Lissandra uses the ultimate, forces another cleanse out of Sky. And so that's just more setup later.
Ssumday maxing hit turn style, so we saw against Shen he will max Q, but in every other matchup he's been following other players and maxing hit turn style.
CJ does get the first turret of the game. They're going to jump out to a tiny gold lead.
They had that turret low from before. We're happy to just re-enter laning phase, get safe farm for the Ashe, who working towards the first item.
Well, CJ finds an opportunity to go for the dragon too. It's only a Cloud Drake, but you know, I'm torn because it's a Cloud Drake, but at the same time, it's got the best buff in the game. So I don't know how she feels.
Well, there's an Ocean coming for you next, the Drake of the day.
See, Mad Life needed that Cloud Drake. He would have hit that skill shot. Just needed to be a little bit more accurate. Oh well.
Back to Shy, last hitting under turret is Trundle.
Yep. Oh,
He didn't get TM out, so he couldn't ruin his last hits.
that's true.
Obviously, just invest in the Ninja Tabi to get through the early laning phase.
Yeah, this must be confusing for Shy. He gets in this game, he's like, what are these different dragons? What's going on here?
He needs to be so careful. Look at the first item purchase from Ssumday. Right now, it's
Whoa.
Trinity Force against Ninja Tabi, so
Wow.
he needs to get the hell out of there.
Triple swords.
Aurelia sees this recoil. She just killed it. Oh,
That was very close.
that would have been a dead Trundle.
I think so. Looks like Shy might be thinking about going to bot lane. He's kind of milling around in the base for the moment. Ah, Lissandra, she's back.
We saw in game 1 when it was Untara on the Hecarim versus Trinity Force Aurelia that even with Sunfire completed, no way to stand up to the Aurelia, and I don't think much will change for Trundle. No Sunfire cape, and in general, Aurelia hits Trinity Force, and laning against her is just damn tough. Now will do his best.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, Shy's going to get pretty low here. Uses that ultimate. As soon as he does, Ssumday just backs off. Back in, though. As it fades. And Ssumday low. Shy dropping the pillar. Quite the duel here in the top lane. Ssumday sustains up a little bit more. Gets the stun onto Shy. Now Shy on the run once again. He's got to get out. Yeah, you just can't win that 1v1 against the Aurelia. Here comes Achani. Haru is there, too. Maybe Shy can bait this one in, but Ssumday just regenerating so much. Here we go, yep. Sky trying to make a play. There's a gold card onto Ssumday. Ssumday returns with the stun as well. Flashes just on the other side of that pillar. Gold card onto Hachani, though, but Arrow there to support. Oh, it's a lot of damage from the Graves. Oh, wow. Arrow could be in a little bit of trouble. Nope. He'll be able to use that spell shield to stay alive. Shy gets killed off by Ssumday yet again. Ash Arrow does not hit anybody. Bye.
Really cool skirmishes to track those so close between the two. They were surprised by Arrow rotating to top. Once again, Shy kind of sticks around too long, wants to see what's happening, gets taken out on the backside. So no conclusive victory, but once again advantage KT, and they take the turret as well. Probably does develop into a conclusive victory. So the gold card does come through. Ssumday thought he might have been able to cancel it with the very close range E, and then we see the fight come through. Hachani's so low, but the summoner heal actually negates the damage from the collateral damage, which would have killed Hachani.
How did he live through that, man?
Spell shield on the picker card means the Arrow also lives, and yeah, Shy overstays his welcome. Would have got taken down by Lissandra but regardless, but again, small advantage KT in that skirmish.
So, yeah, slowly but surely, KT's starting to pull ahead in this one already.
Ssumday really started to take over the game. 30 CS advantage, working on his second item. Shy still struggling for his first.
Yep, seems like when it comes to toe-to-toe contest between these two teams, with all compositions being equal more or less, KT seems to still have the edge, which you'd kind of expect.
These two fought on the Rift many times in 2012, back when Ssumday was 14, 15. He was playing very, very young. I think he made his debut at 15, so to have tussled for a long time despite Ssumday's tender age.
Absolutely. Oh. right. Some parting damage from Kramer. CJ tries to regroup a little bit here. Next Dragon's up in a minute 45 or so.
Sunday's walking up through the enemy jungle. He hasn't been spotted by any wards yet. Just gonna back away.
Yeah, Shy just farming down by himself in the bottom lane, just trying to catch up on CS, but he's pretty far behind Someday already. 2-0-1 on that Aurelia versus 0-2-0 on Shy's Trundle.
And the effect of this Sunfire build is that if you think about Sunfire, obviously Sunfire and Tiamat are both useful for pushing minions. Tiamat, the more staple choice. The one thing this does mean for Shy is it makes him a team fighting Trundle. He's probably going to go Sunfire into Spirit Visage, basically have magic resist and armor. He will be able to stand in the front line and do his best at fighting. It's just, he won't be the same Trundle that warps games. You know, we think of Trundles with Ravenous Hydra split pushing inhibitors. That's not what Shy is doing, but that kind of tells the enemy team what Shy wants to do. He desperately wants to team fight, whereas Aurelia, with her lead, has Trinity Force, will build a second damage item, will build some tankiness, and will be able to do both. So it does feel like there's going to be a mismatch there in terms of team fighting only Trundle and Aurelia, who, if she keeps piling on these items, will be able to be flexible between the two.
Yeah. Now, CJ traditionally, especially CJ Frost, was always a great team fighting team. Shy was a big part of that, so I suppose not a big surprise to see him still kind of angling towards the team fighting side of things. But the glory days are done, you know?
The Frost reunion's cool to see, though, between Mad Life and Shy.
Got a feeling, though, this is going to be a pretty slow, methodical game.
Feels like KT have more options than CJ. The teleport Lissandra is feeling like a superior Twisted Fate compared to the actual Twisted Fate. The build from TF really pigeonholes him.
That's the second time this game now that Mad Life has missed basically a point-blank skill shot. And that would have been, you know, almost another guaranteed kill for CJ. That's rough. Ocean Drake is up. KT putting a little bit more pressure onto this mid lane turret.
Pushing in aggressively in top. Once again, forcing the enemy laner to choose between a wave of CS and potentially the Dragon take. Usually these are at the same time, although for now, KT haven't started the Drake. Always worrying when you go for this Twisted Fate, and 20 minutes in, there's been a couple of Destinies, but no kill involvement for the TF.
Yeah, I mean, usually say the first couple Twisted Fate ultimates are the most important ones, because those are the ones that kind of start you off on the right foot, and Sky has not gotten anything done on the TF yet. So, again, you know, we talked about it earlier, what is this TF really going to do in the late game? And the answer looks like probably not a lot.
Especially because going for Sheen second item. Lichbane, of course, one of the true cores of Twisted Fate through metas, but it's not going to be Zhonya's. So what the builds tell me, what the builds basically... Oh, here we go. We're going to see one Destiny.
Now Sky coming in now, gets a gold card on to score. Kramer coming around the side. Looks like they might be able to get this kill on the Elise.
Oh!
Twist, Tempered Fate. Can they finish it off? Looks like they can. There's a kill for Kramer. Fly ults himself as KT tries to turn it around, but Shy teleports down, and KT Rolls is going to have to back away. They get the flash out of Fly with the pillar. Nice pillar from Shy.
Someday cancels his teleport, so will stay in lane. The moment the kills came through, he realized he couldn't make an impact. Wants to split push down this inner turret. CJ need to be decisive, need to get objectives, otherwise they're going to lose an inner turret for free.
I'm surprised they didn't turn around onto that dragon a little bit quicker, even though it is just an Ocean Drake. It's something, you know?
They want to answer turret for turret or get a turret advantage. And it looks like they will still get the Drake, so it is a Drake and a kill for no true gain from KT. They only managed to chunk out the inner turret top lane.
Yep.
It was a really nice Bard ultimate from Mad Life. Doesn't necessarily make up for missing the Cosmic Bindings. We're going to see the replay. To CJ, they look for another of these Destiny picks. The reason why the Bard ultimate is genius is by the time Score gets out, there's only one place for him to flash to, and he gets both Score and Fly. They can't pick up 2 kills on the outside. Actually, it is an early ultimate from the Graves, so it doesn't register the damage of the collateral damage, but
sure.
They get the kill. They don't give up a turret. Could have been better, could have been cleaner, but it's not bad for CJ.
Wow, Someday doing a lot of damage to Sky. He's going to go in on this one. Has to back off, though. Transcendent Blades, not quite enough to finish him off. Maybe if he would have gotten a shield from the Karma, but better to just take the turret if you can.
You want to see KT really want to finish this outer turret.
Yep. That'll give them the lead in turrets if KT's able to do it.
And more importantly than that, the deeper you can get vision against a Twisted Fate, the safer you are against Destiny. So taking Twisted Fate's outer mid lane turret has always been one of the most important breaking points for the TF's relevance in terms of that Destiny.
It's very true.
It's interesting to see TF go for Lichbane when his Trundle goes for a purely a laning build or a teamfight build. So maybe TF will split push, but you have to think that TF can't enter lane against either Lissandra or Aurelia. So it's Lichbane is very important, but it feels like almost Zhonya's to go along with Trundle building full tank might have been behooved for Sky.
Yeah. Someday with the Wit's End, that's an item we don't see a whole lot anymore these days, but it makes sense, you know, against the Twisted Fate.
Saw a big buff this patch, 2,500 gold instead of 2,800, so 300 gold cheaper. Also has a lot of synergy with Lissandra because you're burning the enemy's magic resist, and then Lissandra, we're doing close to true damage to anyone that doesn't have a nice stack of magic resist, and will shred some of the magic resist that's been heavily purchased by CJ.
Lissandra, jeez. Oh, Mad Life. No magical journey for you. Or maybe not. Spoke too soon.
Exhaust gave him back his life.
Yes, so.
Now no exhaust for Aurelia in a team fight, though, is awkward.
Yeah, it makes it tough. Mad Life getting caught there is not exactly what CJ wanted to have happen.
Saw Cuvée, I believe it was, build this Wit's End, then sell it late game for a Blade the Ruined King, which is always an option. It's going to be 2 damage items for most Aurelias into full tank. Yeah, the synergy when they have Elise, when they have Karma that does a lot of AP damage, even from the support role, is pretty good with that Wit's End.
True.
I feel like CJ's kind of in a bind. Trundle can't split push against the Aurelia. It's going for this tank build. Twisted Fate can never enter lane against an Aurelia. She'll just look at him and kill him. And the Lissandra's so far ahead that it doesn't work there either. So how CJ set up to make a proactive play, I don't really know. And it was their proactive plays in Game 2 that actually got them a foothold in this series.
Well, the other thing, too, is you've got so much engaged from KT. You know, how in the world do you keep Kramer alive in a team fight?
You probably don't.
Yep. Probably not. Same with Sky as well. I mean, Twisted Fate does his burst of damage, and then you kind of have to run away.
They have a Graves for some team fight damage in the late game, but I take your point. Twisted Fate especially isn't known for his late game team fight unless he's very ahead. However, weird that the Seeker's Arm Guard is working towards some playmaking with the Zhonyas. CJ's comp kind of hits its power spike when that Zhonyas comes in, and then will get outscaled by KT maybe 5-10 minutes later. So there's a very narrow window to see CJ.
Whoa, going in onto Sky, just bypassing the turret altogether. The slow with the Cosmic Binding is not enough. Tempered Fate comes in from Mad Life to try to slow down KT. They'll just take that mid lane turret and casually walk away.
They only have to blow the Sivir ultimate on a low cooldown. They use the teleport from Fly, but no more. CJ's pushing up mid.
Yeah, that may be a bit dangerous. Fly thinking about going in, and that threat is enough just to push CJ away. Someday has teleport, so he can come up whenever he wants to. Shy actually just used his. So now a big TP advantage for KT Rolster.
And Twisted Fate isn't in range of the Destiny, of course has Cleanse, doesn't have teleport himself, so they will lose this bot lane outer turret for free.
Yeah. Looks like Sky is finally going for that Seeker's Arm Guard, so he'll be able to build into the Zhonyas.
When that item is complete, if CJ can't win a team fight with that item completion, I think their chances in this game are basically null and void.
Yeah. Almost certainly. Alright, look out Shy. A lot of trouble. Good pillar though. And just run his way out of that one. But meanwhile, Score and Fly find the kill onto Haru. Sky once again just pushed right out of lane.
And Kramer was top, just pushing his Ashe, hoping that there was going to be no pressure from KT and allow them to finally get this outer top lane turret, but KT continue their proactive ways. It's back to game 1 KT. The role swap has come back for a 3rd time, and it's KT in full control.
Yep, looking pretty easy. Sky might come in on the score. Nice cocoon, man.
Oh.
That good Ash Arrow, though. Flying score, turning it around now as the teleport comes in for Someday. He's going to take the magical journey, follow after Sky and Madlife. Madlife there with the Cosmic Binding. That's going to force Someday to flash out. And KT on the run. Tempered Fate does catch Someday. A lot of low health members of KT. Sky coming in. There's a kill for Madlife, actually. They managed to take out the Aurelia. And that was a bit awkward. KT comes out on the losing end.
Haru's still in base, but Baron will be a massive objective. Because Shy has gone for this build, he can tank the Baron forever. So there is Baron threat, but doing it against this Sivir can be very risky. Worth knowing that Lissandra has ult, but has no health, so can't really contest. But CJ have to back away from the Baron.
Deciding to play it safe. They could go and pick up another Ocean Drake if they wanted to. They have both of the Drakes already this game.
Couple of Infernals would have been so different from the side of CJ, would have given them the damage boost, a little bit of extra oomph that they need to take it to the next level. If you're not going to snowball, you kind of need something like an Infernal Drake for CJ's comp to be able to be competitive in late game team fighting.
Yeah, I suppose a fight like that, though, kind of shows you that CJ is still in this one. As tough as it's looking right now, they've still got a chance.
Will just be a Drake, so Elder Drake's certainly going to be powered up when we do eventually see it. 3 stacks already. Last Drake will be a 3rd Ocean.
All right.
Going full Ocean today. It's Ocean Week, Doa.
Ocean Clouds. Whoa. Flash from Madlife tried to land that Cosmic Binding, but Score was able to get the repel off just in time.
Respect flash from Kramer. He saw the claw coming through from Lissandra, didn't know if it would complete, so had to flash away.
Yep.
Summoner spells on Kramer and Sky are so important, so flash being down on the Ash.
Oh, hi. Look out. Here comes KT.
Ash arrow.
Yeah. But no follow-up. And that's a big problem for CJ. They're going to lose this turret. Maybe a bit more. Tempered Fate slows him down a little bit, though. Score kind of low. Haru throws in the collateral damage. That's a lot of damage on the KT. And Shy walking up. Someday going to try to go in. Gets killed off. And CJ might be able to actually turn this one around. Here comes Sky now on that Twisted Fate. Going to help Madlife pick up another one. And CJ finding wins in this team fight. Score so low, but it looks like they're not going to be able to chase him down.
And it must be Baron time. Score is still alive. Same level as Graves.
Oh boy.
Trying to stain up as much as possible. They have vision of this.
Wow, Fly comes in onto Haru trying to get the damage done, but he can't get the kill. Baron doing a lot. CJ sticking with it. Score still there.
Score needs to make the hero play.
He doesn't have Flash, though, so it's going to be tough for him to come in and steal this. There's Repel forced out, though, and that Baron will go over to CJ. They don't lose anyone. They get Baron buff on the entire team, and KT loses 3 people.
KT overstayed poking around this inner turret. They thought they were safe, but they take so much free damage. Score is already out of this fight. They're backing away. They don't have Ocean Drakes. They don't have regen. Someday caught by an excellent pillar from the Trundle means that he dies, and when that frontline Aurelia that's both tanky and a threat is gone, CJ have to just go in every direction. So nice cleanup from CJ. KT, nothing they could do. The Baron buff is massive, and wow, CJ Entus in control of this game out of nowhere.
Yeah, they've really turned it around and been able to find a few good team fights. And they're going to be rewarded by the Baron, by the mid lane tier 1 turret, and maybe a bit more. So surprising to see them come back with the rough start that Sky had. Someday in trouble again. There's the Tempered Fate. Ash Arrow beautifully chained in by Kramer. That's going to be yet another kill for CJ. Maybe. Someday. How did he live? And this is a little bit scary
CJ's
now.
in bad territory now.
Well, Madlife gets a kill anyway. Kramer, though, not going to survive this one. Score turning it around onto Sky. Throws out the gold card. He's not going to live, and suddenly CJ getting this fight turned around on top of him. Fly, though, after the Zonias will run out. His life will run out, too. Haru very low.
Shy's
what
fighting!
A brawl, and Shy picks up the double kill. CJ turns that fight around again. This has just been a huge mess, but CJ is managing to come out on top.
It's a huge mess, but it's
Crazy.
a hot mess, Doa. CJ over-pursued like crazy. They thought they had the kill on Someday. He lived. They went
I
for
thought
an
they did
ill-advised turret dive, but with the death time is this long, this should be an inhibitor for CJ Entus.
Yeah, it really will. Absolutely insane. CJ jumping out to what will be about an 8,000 gold lead. Or about 6,000 or so.
This would be a famous victory. Not that it's going to be a hugely consequential one. CJ will still be right down the bottom of the places. KT will still be in the midst of playoffs. But what does it mean for the CJ organization to win a series like this that was so one-sided in game one? We're going to watch the replay as Someday basically condemned to death. As you mentioned,
so
Kramer
good.
was so good at working out. He knew exactly the 2.5 seconds, but Someday lives. And this is where CJ is getting super crazy. They're walking under 2 turrets. They don't have any damage on this inner turret at all. And even though they take out Someday, they take a lot of free damage. Kramer dies because he doesn't have flash available. Sky can buy a bit of time. But even though Shy's a low damage Trundle, he only has Tiamat at this point. The health bars get long enough. The rest of his team keeps fighting. You mentioned it. CJ were famous for mid to late game team fighting. And we've got to the mid to late game team fighting phase.
I gotta say, Shy has played these fights really well on this Trundle too, man. I mean, his pillars have been spectacular. Mad Life not quite hitting. Oh, there we go. He hits Ajani at least anyway. With the arrow, Kramer gets that one. Oh, KT turning it right around though. There goes Mad Life. Someday picking up a kill, and KT really needed that one. Oh, the brawls. Shy going deep now. Kramer coming from the side. KT's gonna try to turn on him, but this Ashe is doing so much damage, and CJ gonna pick up another team fight win, a double kill for Kramer. Here comes Sky now with that Twisted Fate gold card on the fly. Gonna get one by himself, maybe. The shield from Karma keeps him alive for the moment. Meanwhile, Kramer picks up a kill on to score. Uh-oh, Shy gotta be careful with that turret damage. But CJ, again, like, this is such a brawl of a match. But somehow, what else can you say? Shy's legendary presence is enough for these team fights to just go ever so slightly into CJ's favor.
And how Kramer lived and didn't have to use his flash or his heal. He kept putting out damage. Shy was a meat shield in front of him.
Yeah.
And Kramer's positioning really carried them through that fight as they now break the base in a second spot, take a second inhibitor, and move closer to an unlikely series victory.
I'm stunned a bit because KT really came into this game with kind of everything going for them. And then it felt like they just got a little bit overeager with some of the turret pressure, and CJ just so good this game at making them pay for that.
We expected KT's eventual loss to be because of a weird drafting phase. You can say that that game 2 wasn't clean. Game 3, I think the draft here is very strong from KT Rolster. But it wasn't, there's no Protect the Draven going on here. There's no real curveball from the side of KT. It's just CJ that honestly have been the ones to really impress.
Yeah. It's like a never give up attitude is got CJ back in this game and might give them a series win, and that's the 3rd Ocean Drake now for them too. So that's going to be a lot of out of combat pressure, we'll say, as they can fight a bit and then back away.
I wonder who the MVP will be if CJ wins.
Yeah, no kidding, yeah. Who might they give it to? Shy had a really rough start to this game too. Getting ganked, getting kind of dominated in lane by Someday.
Don't forget how to late game team fight, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, he's always been great at it. This organization is, like we talked about a lot, he's kind of made a name for himself over the years on that.
Now, the minion waves aren't in great spots. Twisted Fate's pushing up mid, but the slow push from top lane is going to take time. A couple more minion waves time before we do actually see the macro pressure really start to hurt KT Rolster.
Yeah. Baron buff gone now. Let's run out. But with 2 inhibitors down, KT's still kind of fighting for their lives here.
Trundle just putting down the pillars to try to zone for auto attacks or even just a Lich Bane proc from the Twisted Fate, but for now, full health outer turret, or inhibitor turret for KT Rolster.
That's right. Can CJ grab this last inhibitor?
Still not willing to walk up. The wave is so strong from KT
Ashe
Rolster.
arrow onto Hachani. They're going to engage here. Hachani getting blown up. Barely lives, though. Sky tries to flash for the kill, but the shield just a bit too much. That was the attempt right there. And will they have to back off now with the Ashe ultimate down? 3 ultimates used.
You can see how much CJ wanted. Shy flashed as Tiamat Trundle to get the last hit, just because with 2 super minion waves coming in and only 4 members, that might have been enough pressure for CJ to actually take the 3rd inhibitor, maybe even take a Nexus turret and really get close to ending the game. Instead, though, flashes down from Trundle, not the biggest deal.
This is a big opportunity for KT, though, to get some vision back on their side of the map, to get themselves set up for maybe contesting this Baron. So that was a big moment. CJ committing basically everything and not being able to finish off the support really puts him in kind of an awkward spot here.
Shopping times can be so much delayed with triple Ocean Drake, means that every time they kite away, they're regenning up very comfortably, our CJ Entus.
Yeah. Very true.
Someday and Fly both have teleports. There are answers for Trundle in the bot lane.
You know, power-wise, KT is not really too far behind CJ, or really not very far behind at all. It's really that macro pressure like you talked about, having those 2 inhibitors down, or just 1 down now, actually, for KT.
See, Someday will still do very well in trades with Shy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem for KT.
CJ played around the Baron so well in game 2. They're going for 1 here. It's a nice assertive call.
Yep, Score knows what's up. He gets the ward down anyway, just to confirm. KT coming in. Tempered Fate used. Score looking for that steal. CJ backing away. Baron so low. And actually the Baron stolen by KT Rolster. Now they're going for the fight. Sky low right off the bat. Got that gold card loaded up, but nowhere to throw it. Score's going to take a magical journey. Gets exhausted immediately on the other side, though. KT should be happy with just that Baron. They might be able to find the kill on the Shy. He's got no flash. That Trundle is tanky. Uses the ult onto Aurelia, but in a 1v5, even the Trundle not going to survive that one. And now KT can just back away. Sky threatening with the ult, but he's just a bit too far to make it work with that Twisted Fate. Far away.
Madlife didn't wait for the repel cooldown, so you'll see here, he was the one that needed to stop the Elise, but it got repelled, had a target to go into, and CJ couldn't kill Score because any damage would be AoE would go onto the Baron, so the Baron buff got into contest range, even though he was a level behind his opponent. Harun misses the smite. Well confirmed from Score, though. Get the exit kill onto the Trundle as well. That was risky from CJ Entus. They made game 2 on a Baron take, and unfortunately they may have condemned themselves in game 3 with another Baron take.
CJ's going to need another couple miracle fights here. I think they want to win this one now. Both inhibitors back up for KT Rolster. And that Elder Drake coming up in about a minute. That will be probably the final battleground here.
There's a lot of things that right now, this second, are working against CJ. The Baron buff is obvious, but both inhibitors have respawned, so they can't set up super minion wave pushes in top or mid to allow them time to get the Elder Drake, and opting into a Baron fight against this KT Rolster lineup, sorry, an Elder Drake fight against the Baron up KT Rolster lineup. I don't know if CJ really have the tools to do it. They've surprised me in a few fights in a row, so maybe they'll feel frisky about it, but it's certainly risky.
Yeah. All right, Someday caught by the Tempered Fate. Score's going to use that ultimate on the Sivir right away, or their arrow will.
2 big ults down, 1 on each side.
Someday thinking about going in, decides not to. But talk about Score and his objective stealing this series. He took the Infernal Drake away in game number 1, and now getting the Baron in game number 3. Really making some clutch plays today.
CJ thought they had thought that fully through. They thought the Bard will be the answer, but the repel excellently timed by Score. So much credit to him there.
KT just keeping that Baron pressure on the mid lane, trying to set up for a Elder Dragon maybe. They're moving over there now. That Elder Dragon is so much harder to take down than the other ones, though.
And it's a really intriguing objective because it doesn't give KT much, but it denies so much away from CJ.
Yeah, that's the value.
Minion Wave's really an excellent spot for KT, so the percentage play here is to answer them. You can see Sky without teleport is going to walk top, won't be able to ult down, so will be free Elder Drake if KT value it.
Yep. Well, I'm glad this series has turned out to be a bit more exciting as you see KT going for the Elder Drake. Looked like it was going to be a pretty fast 2-0, but this is a tense game 3 now. Here comes CJ. They drop the Tempered Fate onto the Elder Drake and a couple members of KT. Sky setting things up. Now with that Twisted Fate ultimate. Looking for an angle to come in. Can't quite find it. Elder Drake pretty low, but he's going to start regenning health now. KT going to re-engage.
Shai's considering coming back with the teleport.
Yep.
Now he has to answer the minion wave. Look at that massive minion wave in bot lane.
I guess so, and they may have to give this Elder Drake over then to KT. I think they probably will. Oh, collateral damage attempt, but no, the Elder Drake goes to KT Rolster. Madlife, oh, gets caught mid-magical journey, and everybody chasing. Goodbye, Bard. Oh dear.
Elder Drake is not a massive buff to KT. It gives true damage, but they have no Drake stacks. So in general, it was something that CJ could surrender. I thought they had done that when they pulled Shai back to clear waves, but Madlife got too cute, was too far up, dies to fly, and that's going to be so much more. Buff stolen away, wards pushed up, double teleport's going to have plenty of great spots to come in from a KT Rolster perspective, and it's still over 20 seconds on Bard.
Yeah. Juju turret under threat. They're going to be able to take that out. So KT fighting back. And this game is, practically even at this point, strength-wise between these two teams. I mean, obviously CJ has the little bit of an edge with the vulnerable inhibitors in the KT base, but when these two teams collide, I kind of feel like I should give the edge to KT still at this point.
I think that's fair. I think I'd take them in a late game team fight. You kind of have to sit back and wonder at this point how it got there, because CJ had 2 inhibitors down. They should have been in a position with that much map pressure to force a free Baron. Instead, they didn't set up Baron as cleanly as they did at 20 minutes in game 2 that really got them back into the series.
Yeah.
They opted into what could have been a 50-50 steal. It was still weighted towards Haru. He was a higher level. There was a lot of skill shots for Score to navigate, but Score stealing that Baron has undone a lot of the great work by CJ Entus in the mid game.
Well, it is kind of crazy to see, but at the same time, I feel like what we were talking about quite a bit earlier is kind of coming through now, where this Twisted Fate is just not able to really do a whole lot in team fights. And it's past the point in the game where ganking opportunities really are a big thing, and KT probably smart enough not to open up Arrow or Hachani to any pick attempts.
It's full build from Twisted Fate, just finished the death cap. Close to full build across the board.
Yeah.
In this game. Double Thornmail on the side of KT Rolster, super intriguing.
Oh, probably pretty good versus the Ashe, huh?
Well, you run at Ashe, she can't kill you because you're so tanky, and although Trundle will profit and steal a lot of stacks and be unkillable himself, the difference is that Titanic Hydra Trundle can't run at Sivir and kill her, whereas Thornmail Irelia can.
Oh yeah.
There's kill pressure from Someday, and just not that same kill pressure from Shai.
So both teams kind of regrouping now. Baron up in about 20 seconds, and that's where we're going to see our next fight.
Sky shadowing Kramer, looking to see if they can pick off Irelia if she looks to kill a straggler. Shai has his own Guardian Angel. Extra don't want to kill this Trundle.
Yeah. Settle down, Trundle, jeez.
He's excited.
I guess.
He's been on the sidelines a while.
It's not an angry, though. I mean, I would be too, getting the game that close. 2 inhibitors down and not able to close.
Opposite of what CJ Entus is famous for, coming back from inhibitors being down.
Yeah.
It's a really tense affair here. Item builds, I think, from KT, though, should carry them in a team fight outside of some of the picks that CJ, honestly, have been really good at putting together. They got back in the mid game from good layering of CC from Kramer and Madlife especially, correcting some of their mistakes in the early game.
This reminds me a bit of MVP's game against KT, where they came so close, couldn't quite finish it off. Score getting a little bit caught, though. The threat from Fly to come in is a bit too much for CJ.
Sivir down, but obviously not a long cooldown.
Yep. KT, though, certainly under some pressure. The Baron is up. Now the dance begins.
Shai will just trundle his way to bot lane. The thing you have to remember with this Trundle is, especially with no home guard buff, certainly no real threat of a flanking Trundle play. He wants to be there early, so he needs to teleport with his team and group faster than the enemy. If you're just down bot lane, if you try to reactionarily teleport as Trundle, that 3.5 second channel timer in the late game where one kill could decide the game is super long, and then he just kind of wants to kite back, put down a pillar. So even though he's threatening the map for now, it's not the biggest threat towards KT Rolster.
Now KT, right after the check from Kramer goes through, they're going to start that Baron. CJ engaging. Here's the teleport coming in from behind. Shy trying to flank here.
5,000 health on the Baron.
Yep, it's getting lower. And Haru looking for that steal, gets Cocoon for the moment. Tempered Fate slows it down. Ash Arrow onto Hachani. Baron's so low, but KT has to back away. And this is the moment CJ was waiting for. They're going to engage. Someday a little bit low. Good Cosmic Binding from Madlife. Fly Force to use that zone use early. The re-engage comes in though, and Shy has to flash away. KT still dancing. The Baron back to full health now.
Armor values are super low on CJ. Every ricochet that crits wrecks their backline.
Yep. All right, they're going to go after Haru. Maybe not, though.
Look at that
Score's
pillar.
very low. Yeah, great pillar from Shy. And that nearly sets up a kill. Here comes the teleport for KT, though. Somebody coming back in again. And he's going to be hard to kill with that GA.
Things are so tense. Flash is available. No flash on Kramer. No flash on Someday. Are the only important flash down. Madlife also.
Ooh, arrow. That was a little bit scary for KT. Comes so close. Shy gonna walk into the brush. He had a ward there. He's tanky. Gonna turn around. Uses the ult. With that ult down, that Trundle won't be quite as hard to kill anymore.
Look at the mini map. There's a massive minion wave from KT that will take down this inhibitor turret if no one answers it. But
yeah.
CJ also have a mini wave of their own in the bot lane.
Yeah, and they also have a big minion wave coming with them in mid lane to go after this vulnerable inhibitor.
I don't think they're confident enough to walk up and try to kill this inhibitor though, so
Doesn't look like it.
much shorter path for Lissandra to clear out that wave than they have to clear out their own wave. Long way for Shy to go back. He doesn't have teleport now. Only teleport available of any player is of course the Destiny from Twisted Fate and the Summoner Spell teleport from Fly.
Wow, what a game.
What a series.
No kidding. It's been a good one. It's really delivered a lot more than I think we expected.
I mean, bringing back Shy brings back a lot of these old emotions. These are two of the oldest orgs in Korean League of Legends. They've been around since the start, and it's good to see still a competitive series after so much change in 2016.
KT setting up now for their attempt on the Baron. Fly has his teleport, so it's okay for him to be in the bot lane at the moment.
Minion waves have now been answered, so
They saw CJ go into that rush. They had a ward right underneath it, so maybe they can do something with this. Both teams, yeah, pretty aware of where each other are at right now.
Madlife tries to clear out the ward in the back of the pit, but too risky for him to do so.
Yep.
Game is so tense. Reminds me of the Longzhu Samsung series that we saw a Baron dance for ages and ages at the end.
Shy just hanging out.
He's pretty tanky.
Oh yeah. Here comes Someday. It's so hard to decide to engage here. I mean, the next fight's gonna probably decide the game.
It's so hard for CJ to engage with double summoners down on both their bot laners. Specifically, Ash is so killable.
We go Gold Card onto Shy. He's gonna have to, or Sky rather, he's gonna have to zone use to stay alive. Fly ults himself. Big Tempered Fate comes through from CJ. They can't quite get a kill out of it. Score very low, but he does have the GA. Fly goes in for some more damage. Gets blown up. Gets very low, but there's the kill for Someday. Shy coming back with that GA. Score goes in. They're going to try to finish off Madlife, and they will get him. KT picking up the kills here. They've got 3, and it looks like this is going to be probably the end of the game as Kramer backs away, trying to live. Score low. He really can't 1v1 this Ash. I guess he's got the GA, but KT a little bit too low to go after the Baron, at least for now.
Kramer's just trying to buy time. He's going to be spotted out. We'll call it here.
Yeah, it's pretty bad for Kramer. He's not going to survive this one. And now KT in position to end this game. Yep, everybody just walking down the mid lane, and it looks like that will be about it. They don't need the Baron. They can just finish it off right here. So a great effort from CJ. But in the end, KT just a bit too strong in that team fight. I mean, again, you go back to that Twisted Fate pick, and in that last fight, Sky just really did pretty much nothing.
They made it work, though, Joe. They made it work at 3 items.
They tried.
They just kind of let it all go after they had 2 inhibitors down with the play around Baron. That's what really cost them. They didn't play around Baron appropriately. Score stole it away and stole away a victory from CJ Ensis.
Absolutely. A close series in the end. Mad Life going to be annoying with that Tempered Fate. Here comes Sky, but they cannot save the Nexus as much as they try. And KT will take this series in a close 2-1 victory. GG.
What a great series. It didn't look like it was going to be one. We thought KT would take it confidently, but Game 2, CJ outthought them. And in Game 3, for large swaths of the game, they outthought them as well. But they made that crucial mistake around Baron. Hero steal by Score that honestly, that one play should win him the MVP. And from there, they had no armor. They weren't able to itemize it. I touched on the double Thorn Mails on the side of KT. CJ couldn't find item slots for armor. And those ricochets in the final fights, whenever they were good, were completely wrecking CJ Entus.
Yeah. And Shy, I mean, he had a pretty rough early game, but I gotta say, in the team fights later on, he looked really good on that Trundle. So one wonders if we might see a little bit more Shy going forward here. I don't think we will, but I guess it's a possibility.
I mean, I asked for Ingest after their last defeat. I'm like, they need something different. Bring in a new top laner, bring in Shy, and I didn't think it would happen. And CJ had this plan for the final game. We're going to look over the damage dealt. It's no surprise that Sivir was able to carve out the low armor members. Graves had no armor. Trundle obviously had armor items, but that was about the only armor on the side of CJ. A Zhonya's accepted for Twisted Fate. Sivir carried the fights, Aurelia did the damage. Kramer had no flash when that last fight was initiated. There was food even though he was able to live for a long time.
Yep. A little bit scary for KT. It rolls through there. They do regain, I should say, the second place in the standings right now, but definitely some things to think about as they move into their next match. Still though, that's four match wins in a row now for KT.
That unblemished run is over. The one game loss in the middle here means they don't have the same run, and they did have some exploitable weaknesses in this series, so we'll see if other teams can start to learn from some of those in KT's playbook, but they do pick up the important victory in the end.
Yep, that's right. So we'll see who our Game 2, or Game 3 rather, MVP is. It's Arrow on that Sivir. All right, whatever. I mean, it's hard to call an MVP, I think, for that one, but what do you think?
I would have given it to Score. I think he deserved it for the steal, but Arrow put out a lot of damage. I mean, the score line isn't impressive, but it was just the effectiveness of the Sivir pick. With such low tankiness on the side, it really carved out damage in the late game. See some of the earlier points in the game. This is around the time that CJ really tried to turn it around.
Well, Arrow showing up pretty unexpectedly here.
I've made the big roam to top. You can see it wasn't expected on the side, or mirrored on the side of CJ, as both Ashe and the Bard were in the bot lane, so no way for them to have the same numbers. Meant that KT picked up a few kills.
Yep, poor Mad Life. Not so magical journey for him. And now I believe this was the last fight of the game.
Kramer doesn't have flash in this fight. It's about half off cooldown. Just watch Sivir and the ricochets in particular. For now, just hitting the front line, but the moment the ricochets come through as they walk down the choke, that's when this teamfight goes bad. You're going to see the damage bouncing in the back line, no mitigation for it. Twisted Fate dies just to a ricochet. Haru and Kramer chunked out. Kramer was able to walk away and buy time, but too little, too late. CJ came so close, but no victory for them.
That's right, so it's time for our MVP interview. Get down there, Cloud Templar. Joel will be doing some translating for us.
Hey, thank you very much, guys. We're here for the interview. KT gets a victory over CJ in a 2-1 victory, and we are here with the interview with Arrow and Score for the interview. Let's have an interview with them. Score, Arrow, congratulations on your win. Give us a comment on the win. First one, it felt like we just died and came back alive, and it was kind of that feeling. And it was a much tougher game than we expected, but CJ played really well, and we played better today, and we are fortunate to get the win today. Arrow, it seems like it's been a long time since you got the MVP. How do you feel? I didn't think I was a candidate for the MVP. I want to thank you for giving it to me today. One of the biggest upset, one of the biggest news of this game, of this series, was Shy coming into the game in Game 3. And he is one of those players that everybody respects and has a lot of experience. What are some of your comments on that? First of all, I think he someone with that much experience, someone who knows the game, knows the competition. It was really nice to see him again. And I don't know if CJ really pulled out the hidden card on us.
CJ가 이런 교체된 멤버로 나왔을 때 뭔가 경기력이 더 올라간 것 같다는 느낌을 받으셨나요?
When CJ made that substitution, did you think that their overall team play improved?
신경 쓰면서 하진 않아가지고 잘 모르겠어요.
We didn't really try to focus too much on that. We just try to play our game.
누가 나오든
그냥 상대팀 상관없고 저만 잘하면 된다는 생각.
Yes, I just worry about just doing my plays and just doing well all myself, and that's what I did today.
일단 스코어 선수가 니달리를 플레이하면서 MVP를 받았잖아요.
Score, you received an MVP playing the Nidalee,
선수의 니달리가 엄청난 활약을 보여줬어요.
and you saw that Haru in game 2 playing a very good Nidalee.
앨리스로 또 픽률을 많이
You make a lot of picks with usually Elise, but which do you like better, Nidalee or Elise?
다른 선수들은 모르겠고 제 생각에
I don't know about other players,
니달리가 아직도
but I think Nidalee is a little bit better than the Elise right now.
뭐 하기 나름이라고 생각해요.
And I think it's just a matter of the player that plays it. It's a skill cap champion, and it all matters on the player that plays it.
최근에 원데이 메타가 이제 대부분 좀 비슷한
The
챔피언
current ADC meta right now is something that doesn't have many surprises. What are some of the picks that you like to practice with?
원거리 딜러 챔피언을 생각보다 다양하게 연습하고
I try to have a lot of variety, picking a lot of champions, different variety of champions when I'm practicing ADC.
드레이븐이란 챔피언도
Something like Draven and some of those picks that other players usually don't pick.
Of course, Arrow.
And trying to improve on the diversity and the wide variety I can pick from.
계속 좋은 뭐 템포 활용. 네, 그게
We're expecting.
같이 보면서
Let's look at a highlight from the game and let's talk about it further.
이 장면이 또 굉장히 크죠.
The game when you got those little picks one by one, and those were really good advantages getting into the late game.
다른 생각을 잘 안 하시죠?
And do you kind of think of these plays ahead of time, or is it something that's instinctual?
다른 생각은 거의 안 하긴 하죠.
Usually, I don't think about it that much. It just happens for me.
니달리를 뽑으시는 건지 아니면
Did you have a team strategy going in picking the Nidalee,
궁금한데요.
or was it just a pick that you made right away?
역시 조합을 좀 따져야 되긴 하는데
We do have to think about team compositions, but I just tried to pick the strongest champion out there, and I think Nidalee was the one that was open.
먼저 뽑을 수 있는 픽이니까
And I was in the position to pick it, and I think it was a good decision in the end.
네. 그리고 확실히 그 KT의 어떤 알고리즘 속에
And within KT's so-called algorithm,
가끔 뭐 같이 얘기
we see a lot of unique team compositions from you. And when you picked Elise in game 2, we were expecting a really good game, as we've seen before. But it's something. What are some of your comments on the team composition you guys had?
항상 이기는 건 맞으니까 그 알고리즘
I really agree with that. As long as Score does well in his games, our team does well overall.
이 뭐지? 징크스라고 해야 되나요?
And I think he's one of those guys that really carries the entire team
봤다는 그런 느낌.
and gives us a really sure victory when he does well.
먹으면 이긴다. 만약에 많이 흘리면 좀 위험하겠다.
And oppositely, if he does bad, it's tough for us to win a game.
좀 맞는 것 같아요. 잘하잖아요.
원래 팀원들끼리 좀 디스하고 이런 거
Usually, teammates kind of joke around, making fun of each other, dissing each other, but not in this case.
그 마지막 경기가 한치 앞을 알 수 없는
The last game, it was just full of unexpected events, not really knowing which way it was going to go. And in what moment did you think that you guys really had the win?
일단 가장 치명적인
I think the most crucial moment in the game,
실수가 많았지만 아마
even though there was a lot of mistakes during the game,
콜 미스가 있어서
I think there was a miscommunication within that team at one point in the game,
같이 못 들어가서 그때 좀
and they were kind of separated, not really all together, and that was a chance for us to pick out certain champions, and I think that was a very crucial moment in the game where we got a very good advantage to actually win the game.
디테일하게 다 기억을 하고 계시네요. 그러게요. 엄청난 경기인데. 그럼 그 장면
We're surprised that you remember the details of that so much. Let's look at the highlights from that.
노리신 거 아니에요? 노리신 건가요?
뭐 그냥 아무나 만나라고 그러는데
Were you trying to aim out a certain champion when you picked it? No, I was trying to just pick, hit out any champion that was there, and unfortunately, it turned out to be a good play.
타이밍이 팀이 막 뭉쳐 있는 거예요. 그래서
And we saw that the opposition team was all collapsed together, and we thought it was a good chance for us to engage on them, and I think that turned out to be a good result.
튕기는 부메랑 그 치명타는 꿀입니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 오늘 경기를 통해서 이제 4연승을
You've
성공하셨어요.
earned a 4 consecutive victory with today's win,
진에어전.
and the next game is against Jin Air. And Jin Air has been a mixed team, but we've always seen good form from them. And what are some of your comments going into the game?
일단 오늘 경기 좀 힘들게 이겨서
We had a unexpectedly hard game to finish today, and we always want to try hard and try to build on the momentum that we have and just keep going on with this win streak and try to do our best to get a good result at the end of the season.
선수도 이제 이 경기 뒤 이어서 락스와 아프리카
When Arrow, you have a game coming up against Rocks in the near future,
승리 예상
and going up against Prey is one of the questions that we have.
당연히
What are some of the things you have?
이길 생각으로
We always go into a game thinking that we're gonna win a game,
예상해야죠. 이겨야
and I think that mindset of trying to think that we're gonna win a game, it really does help us, and I think that's what we're gonna continue to do.
Prey랑 아프리카예요.
아니요. 제가 다음 경기가 예정되어 있어서
아프리카 TV.
아예 제가 지금 말을 잘 못해서 죄송합니다. 예.
아 죄송해요.
예, 아닙니다. 예. 아시겠지만 다음 경기가 락스와 아프리카 경기예요.
Next game is Rocks versus Africa.
아 락스 팀이랑 아프리카 팀이랑 이제 싸운다고요. 네, 맞죠?
So you're saying Rocks is facing Africa, right?
세티처럼 돌아가는 느낌. 네, 다음 경기가 이제 이 다음 경기, 오늘 경기. 네.
네네. 그거는 이제 네, 락스 팀 말고 아프리카 팀이
For
좀
Rocks, I personally hope that Africa gets the win over Rocks today.
좀 나름 객관적으로 이제 강팀이라고.
And I personally rate Africa as a very strong team with a lot of potentials.
팬들은 서로
오늘 경기 굉장히 잔인하시던데요.
물론 저희도 졌으면은 그거
But if,
그거 나름
like, if we said something about, us losing,
그런 걸 좋아하거든요.
then it would have been an upset, and I would like to see an upset between Rocks and Africa and see Africa win the game.
안 좋은 얘기가 아니라 그냥
I'm not trying to diss on Rocks, but I'm just hoping to see an upset. I think that'll be fun.
아, 네. 알겠습니다. 정말 혼돈의 인터뷰였던 것 같아요.
I think that was a very confusing interview that we had with Arrow.
네, KT 두 선수와
And we just concluded the interview with Arrow and Score for the MVP interview, and back over to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Joel. And hey, Papa Smithy, I think I know why Arrow thinks it would be fun if the Rocks Tigers lose to Africa, because that would mean that the Rocks Tigers would not take second place away from them, or knock them down to third rather, as they would take first.
Because they now move to 6-2, right next to SK Telecom and Rocks Tigers, who play to potentially go into 7-2, and at least until SK Telecom play, be top of the league.
That's right. A 2-1 victory for KT Rolster ended up being a really close series, really a fun one to watch as well. If you're just tuning in now, definitely go back and watch that VOD. And as we mentioned, that's going to put KT Rolster in second place, just 2 points behind SK Telecom game score-wise, tied match score-wise. So we've got a really interesting sort of end of this first round here, where we have 3 6-2 teams, 1 6-3 with Samsung, but they have a chance to, of course, compete for maybe that number 2 spot if KT and Rocks lose another match.
That was CJ Entis' last game of the first round robin.
That's right.
1-8, -12, but they didn't play like that, Doa. They played very well today in spite of the game score. But guys, join us after just a short break, because we've got another match still tonight. Rocks Tigers looking to go number 1 against Africa Freaks.
Yeah, and they've got a good chance to do that too. On the other hand, Africa looked very good against SK Telecom, but it remains to be seen if that was more SK Telecom being bad or Africa just being really good. It's going to be an interesting best of 3.
Mickey versus Kuro will be an interesting one, because it will be Kuro starting for Africa.
That's right. So don't go anywhere, guys. That'll be back in about 15 minutes or so, right here on the same stream. LCK Summer on OGN will return with the Rocks Tigers versus the Africa Freaks right after this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, Rocks Tigers, Africa Freaks, 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Rocks Tigers. Africa Freaks. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa. That is Papa Smithy. And you know what? It's time for Rocks Tigers versus the Africa Freaks. And normally, you'd be like, all right, Rocks Tigers got this, no problem. But the Africa Freaks just 2-0'd SK Telecom earlier this week. Pretty shocking stuff. But now the real test begins, right? Can the Africa Freaks keep up the momentum?
And you just have to look at history. 2 seasons in a row in the first round robin, SKT are beaten by Africa, and Africa was struggling in the first round robin. In spring season, they went on to make playoffs very famously in a really impressive run in the second half of the season. They haven't struggled to the same degree, but they have struggled on the whole. They have a negative match and a negative game win score this season. Is it the start of something better for them? We're going to find out today.
Yep, I suppose. And the Rocks Tigers, now they are on a 4-match win streak, so really doing well this season. They've only got a couple losses, a chance to go up to 7-2 in the first round robin. And the Africa Freaks, you know, I mean, normally you'd think should be an opponent that they can beat. And the exciting thing to me is that we've seen Rocks Tigers kind of rise and fall a little bit in terms of how they've looked in games, but their last series especially, they looked like the old Rocks Tigers.
I mean, they beat Jin Air, another of the top teams, so they have a lot to be thankful about with their recent run. And honestly, our hype about 6-11 has pretty much come to bear, Doa, because the teams with the carry-minded top laners, the Rocks Tigers, KT Rolster especially, have risen. The teams like Samsung and Jin Air, with these top laners that aren't Trinity Force top laners or legacy carry tops, have struggled. So it's played into the Rocks Tigers. But Africa, they showed with 2 different lineups. That's the crazy thing about that win over SKT, with Linderong and Songwon, and of course with Ixu and Lyra, who will be starting today. They took out SKT in multiple different ways, so there should be plenty of optimism among that team.
Yeah, I think so. And you can't count out the kind of aggression, the extreme decisiveness, we'll say, from the Africa Freaks from time to time. So if they play as well as they played against SKT, I think they could give the Rocks Tigers a run for their money. We will see if they can do just that. Let's take a look at the Rocks Tigers, first of all. And this is a team that kind of scared me early on in the season, right, man? Because Peanut didn't look like Peanut anymore. He didn't look like the Battle Ward we knew and loved in 2015 that brought them so much success. But now, very lately, they're starting to look like the old Rocks Tigers again. So, you know, I want to see that continue.
I mean, they exploded off the blocks in spring season. They dominated the regular season, and of course, predictably, went down to SK Telecom in the grand final. This season, they've had their struggles. You know, they hadn't settled on Kuro versus Cry. Cry played a couple of series ago. Kuro's been playing a little bit more recently. But this is the team you know and love. Smev, Peanut, Kuro, Prey, and Gorilla. Gorilla on the Soraka last time out, which is definitely a digression for him if he was playing the defensive minus supports. It used to be the Janna. It was the Soraka, and Soraka Jin was the story in the series against Jin Air. And that Jin has looked massively strong
Oh
for
man,
Prey.
we've finally seen the Duskblade of Drakthar come
Yes.
into its own, right? I mean, it works really well on that Jhin.
Only person who can wield a Duskblade impressively is Jhin, apparently.
Oh, look at that. It's Smeb's birthday coming up on the 30th, so only a few days away. Well, about 5 days away, but happy pre-birthday, Smeb.
We do give birthday shout-outs just before, just after, usually.
Do we?
I think that's usually how they work in Champions. Same with anniversaries and stuff like that.
All right.
But their opponents, the Afrika Freeze, coming off their biggest win since probably the last time they beat SK Telecom.
Oh, yeah, probably, man. And again, the thing that's really shocking, like you mentioned, is that they did it with 2 rosters. They did it with this one, with Ixu and Lyra, and they were able to do it with Linderong and Sungwon as well in that first game.
And they did it with style. SK Telecom certainly had their struggles. They won't feel great about their performance. There was a lot SK Telecom could improve on, but Afrika beat the team that came out on the day, and they beat them impressively. We cannot forget Game 1, where they came one dragon away, one Ocean Drake away from perfect gaming SK Telecom T1 for the first time in their history.
Held Faker to 0 kills during that series. You don't see that happen very often.
1 kill in the second game.
Oh,
but
you're right.
Close as can be to no kills, and Mickey made him look very, very ordinary.
All right, well, let's take a look at a little bit more data. Of course, Rocks Tigers looking very good at 6-2 on the season. Match score, only +5 for game score. They have dropped a couple games here and there, 1 to KT, 1 to CJ, 1 to MVP, and their 2-1 victories, as you can see there.
6-game win streak since that first game, a loss against CJ Entus, the Hacker and Shen they couldn't handle, and then from there, they piled on the wins against a Longzhu team that was on the up, of course, after beating Samsung, and then against Jin Air in very impressive fashion. Afrika Freaks, the SKT win is definitely a digression. They were on their own 6-game losing streak, but played themselves into form last time out.
Yeah, it's been interesting because the Afrika Freaks had really seemed to hit rock bottom, right? 0-6 in their last 3 matches, and then suddenly they just come along in 2-0 SKT. I guess that's just what happens now.
Looking at some of the KDAs, actually pretty even between the two. Ixu, because he's perhaps played a couple less games, is a little bit ahead of Smeb. Don't know how long that will stick around. One important note about the Afrika Freaks, they've never had a 3-game series. Every series they've played in has gone 2 games.
That is interesting, isn't it? Either things go really well or really bad. Comparing Smeb to Ixu should be a good...
The top 2 top laners in Korea, maybe.
It should be a good top lane matchup, that's for sure.
I say it in jest, but Ixu certainly had his good games. His last game out on Hecarim, oh boy, he brought back top lane Hecarim and completely rolled all over Duke and his Irelia in the top lane Hecarim matchup. I think Smeb will have some answer to that. He just played his first Irelia game since the Champions Spring Final, where he infamously got outlaned significantly by Marin. So let's see how Smeb's looking, because he's liking the Irelia, and so's a lot of people in the league.
Yeah, well, it's a good meta for these guys. They can carry a bit more. Coach is coming into the boost, and that means we are almost ready to move into picks and bans for our first game and our second match of the day, our last match of the week here on LCK Summer. But because we've got a crazy schedule now, it's only 1 day until we see more games.
That's true. 1 day off a week, Noah.
Yep.
Otherwise champions.
That's right. League all the time. So let's go into picks and bans and see what the plan is here. Really curious about what Afrika Freaks are going to bring into this one. There's the LeBlanc ban against Mickey right off the bat.
And even before their picks, I'm interested to see what they realize or what they surmise are the bans against Rocks Tigers. Because there's champions like Jin that obviously Prey played exceptionally well in the recent series, and he's always been a good Jin player. Can you let Irelia up? Will Smeb take it at first pick? These are questions we don't know the answer to. We know that someday we'll take it first rotation for KT Rolster, but he just came back to Irelia after that torrid I guess you could say, separation since the spring final last year.
Yeah, well, the LeBlanc ban is probably pretty decent. Mickey absolutely tore up SK Telecom with a 7-0-9 score.
Mickey in 2 games against SK Telecom was 11-0-15.
Yeah.
This is a guy who had been struggling for a lot of 2016, while a lot of other members like Lyra and Ixu, Sangyun as well, stepped up their performance. So it's great to see Mickey playing confidently, because he's a confidence mid laner, and maybe he can take advantage of Crow in a similar fashion to how Faker has done when he's been confident many years ago.
It is, yeah. Afrika Freaks taking out the Ashe, taking away the Elise from the Tigers as well, and there's a Hecarim ban. A little bit of respect being shown to the Afrika Freaks.
The Tigers have had to ban Hecarim against CJ Entus and now Afrika. It seems like that's the one champion they don't really have the measure of. Worth knowing that Hecarim is a very good teamfight answer to Jin, which is a pick that Rox Tigers love to play. So
Yeah.
I think banning away the Hecarim's probably pretty smart. Last ban over to Freaka. Rise still available.
Yeah, and we'll see if they maybe take out the Jin too, because Prey has played either Ashe or Jin
Interesting.
in every of the last 6 games he's been in. He's had a lot of good scores. That's been 6 wins too on the Ashe and the Jin. But is it first pick worthy? Not with the Nidalee up, and Peanut will get that Nidalee. Wow.
So really interesting to see the Victor last ban. Of course, Kuro, a staple Victor player, one of the one person who innovated in the scene, but it leaves a lot open. For example, Rise is open, one of those champions that perhaps were lost with in that game too by KT Rolster, but still is massively powerful. But they take away safe wave clear. One of the things this does is that now it makes the safe wave clear pool for mid lane smaller, and it makes it a bit more risky to go for one of these carry top lanes that might need time. Victor's a great champion to stall out games, so that option's removed by Afreeca, and now we want to see what they want to invest in, because Lyra's a great jungler, but Peanut's Nidalee is, the reputation precedes it.
Well, I mean, it's been banned against him so much this season already. He's only gotten to play 1 game as Nidalee against Ever this season, and that's it.
Rek'Sai will be the answer, so looking for the control choice, looking for the extra vision, not looking to tussle with that. Now, there's been almost no Kindred this week, so pick that's really fallen away after the latest batch of nerfs.
Yeah.
Still so much power left on the board. First rotation Lucian, despite the nerfs, means that those champions we talk about, Rise, Karma, Sivir, all still available. Sivir's the highest win rate champion in LCK right now, so Prey has always played a lot of it, but Jin has been his recent pick.
Songyun just feeling comfortable on that Lucian.
Vladimir is available too.
That is true, yeah, Vlad. We haven't seen him fall so far down picks and bans in a little while. Karma, pretty likely lock-in, especially if they decide to go with Sivir along with that. Jin's still available too, which is something you need to be afraid of. But what about this Kha'Zix pick? Do you think they're actually going to lock that in?
I mean, there's certainly a real chance of it. We've seen one Kha'Zix this season that didn't do much, but Clearlove on EDG has been playing a lot of Kha'Zix, and he's been making it work, but the power still continues. And will we see a blind pick Shen from Smeb? That's very interesting. It doesn't fit as closely with his champion pool as you might expect, but the power of Shen on this patch can't be denied.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
One tank top laner after Maokai was nerfed that really fits the meta, can lane very competitively against Irelia, so it's kind of an Irelia blocker pick to begin with. Hecarim's off the board, so in general, builds full tanks, trades very well with carries, and the late game is unkillable, and Stand United allows so many plays to be made. Guess what? Peanut always loves going deep with that Nidalee. When you've got the Stand United as well, you have that extra security in making super aggressive plays.
Yeah, very true. Now, Ixu hasn't played the Irelia yet this season, but you know it's out there. You know he can play it.
But it's not really an Ixu champion.
Whoa,
it doesn't fit against the Shen, and he's going to go for a tank choice. We saw a Poppy pick recently, and it underwhelmed us. And if you have to go with the Poppy, well, it makes me wonder about your champion pool. And also, they take Trundle in the same rotation, so likely to be the support pick and the top, but no ambiguity about the two.
Yeah, Poppy has not been a great pick lately. Ixu's only got 1 game on it this season. He went 0-3-3, lost the game. Overall, Poppy is 1-2 on the season, so that's a rough one. I don't know.
All the itemization changes, all the nerfs to things like Iceborne Gauntlet and the other tank items really pulled Poppy down. She was direct nerfed as well, so she's fallen out of favor. Waiting for Rox to select their AD carry and potentially their support or mid lane, depending on where this Karma is going. Prey's flashing the Vayne. We haven't seen Vayne this season yet in LCK.
Yeah, Ezreal makes a little bit more sense. They are going to go with that. Ezreal and Braum locked in.
So the last time we saw Poppy actually serious in the meta was the Champions Final. SKT versus Rox Tigers, and Ezreal became first pick priority because he's the safest AD carry to run into the Poppy. With the ability to Arcane Shift, there's so much safety about his kit. He's also a very slippery person for Vladimir to try to get onto as well. It's crazy that Vladimir is available at last pick in a draft. But you worry about Afreeca being kited out there. Against Karma, they're against a very mobile lineup from Rox Tigers. You just can't see them grouping up for a Hemoblade, and there's no Sivir or other movement speed augments to get this Vlad into a fight.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do on it. Oh, could switch over to the Vel'Koz, I suppose, but I think Vlad's probably still a strong pick, even though it might be a bit tougher to move in on. No Anivia to worry about being zoned out by.
I noticed Ghost Flash. That almost certainly means it's going to be the Vladimir in the mid lane. It's locked in.
Yep.
I think this is a pick that's picked on power than on team comp because I just don't see how Vlad gets in on this Rox Tigers team. There's so much movement speed, so many dashes. If you set up a team comp around Vlad, he's oppressively strong. We know that. The laning phase against Karma is going to be an interesting one, but yeah, Mickey getting this pick and making it work is going to be really interesting to follow.
No kidding. See if he can do it. He's played one game, which was a win actually, won 4-0-6 against CJ with the Vlad, so he has the capacity to be good on it, but again, you know, it does seem a bit kind of shoehorned in, doesn't it, in this comp?
It seems like a pick based on the power of the champion rather than necessarily the comp. Because in an ideal world, sure, Hoppy gets into the back line, somehow pushes multiple members, but they don't just have AoE displacement to set up a Vlad Hemoplague, and they don't necessarily have another AoE to profit off the Hemoplague. So even though the laning phase will be good, even though this Vlad will probably be able to farm up, I just don't see fights that aren't kited out by Rox Tigers where the Vlad ends up doing pretty low amounts of damage.
Well, that's a concern. You know, the shocking thing for me is that this is the first game of Ezreal that Prey has played since the very first game of the season.
Crazy to think. He's probably the best Ezreal in Korea. Up there with Bang for sure. This pick was so important to both teams in the grand final of the LCK. So safe, and the safety against Poppy is very important. I can't see Poppy or Rek'Sai getting anywhere near this Ezreal.
Well, yeah. I mean, Prey's been a legend on that champion for a long time. We'll see if he can resurrect the legend today. Game 1, let's see who takes it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Oh, good. It's a Cloud Drake. Tigers versus the Afrika Freaks. And a lot riding on this one for both teams. The Rox Tigers with a chance to finish out the first round really strong, and the Afrika Freaks with a chance to keep that momentum going that they had started against SK Telecom a little bit earlier this week.
Speaking of momentum, our momentum's derailed because we have a pause.
Oh well.
What can be done about that? Haven't seen a lot of Trundle support this season. I believe it's only the third pick. It was at 1 until early this week, and I think we saw a second Trundle support pick. Not getting confirmation. I assume Peanut's having some issues because we're tracking him closest.
He looks very embarrassed, and he should. He's holding everything up. Come on, Peanut.
We're already behind schedule because that extra long series. If you didn't watch it, man, Series 1 between CJ and KT, one of those ones where you thought, CJ's going to get stomped. That certainly didn't happen. It was a really good series.
Game 3 was really good, yeah.
Shy came back out of nowhere.
He did. Yeah, and didn't play too bad either.
Look at that pixel sign.
Cool. Something 3, I don't know, I can't read that.
That's on the
but clap.
That's on the Rox Tigers side of the stadium, so I assume it's Rox related. Is that his 3-year anniversary?
Could be, yeah. As a player, I suppose if you go back 3 years, that would be around when he would have been starting on, what was it, Najin Shield, I believe it was?
Yep. Yeah. I believe that is, again, we're taking a leap here, but I believe that is Gorilla's 3rd-year anniversary as a pro.
Seems reasonable.
Player that's grown and grown over the years.
That's right. And looks like they're going to have to change out Peanut's computer. So it looks like we might be hanging out for a bit, Papa Smithy.
That's the second PC that had to be changed this week. I don't know
Really?
what's happening. Summer's coming, though. If you look around the crowd, you can tell that school's out for summer. There's a lot of fans here, so maybe it's getting a bit hot in the stadium.
Maybe. Actually, this stadium, you know, if you rate it against the one in Yongsan, this one's actually a bit more comfortable. That one got really hot during the summer, and it got really cold during the winter.
Plus, we have the vantage point high above the fans, so...
We do now, yeah. But heat rises, so that wouldn't keep us from getting, you know, hot. Huh. Even though we're already hot, right?
Look at that.
Whoa, okay. So, is that a Pokemon? No, that's Gnar, of course. No, that's Smeb. So Smeb looks like he's turning 22, unless it's just a random 22 on there. And now looking off into the distance, into the future, he's like, someday we'll beat SK Telecom in the finals. Maybe.
Do you think he can see it? Do you think he sees the light at the end of the beating SKT in a finals tunnel?
I don't know, man. It's hard to say.
If Rox Tigers win this season and then SKT comes through a gauntlet and beats them again, it's just, I don't know.
It's par for the course.
First time, second time, third time.
Yeah, well, it's been 2 finals here in Korea and then the World Finals last year, so.
That's
Maybe
true.
Fourth time's the charm for Rocks
Oh,
Tigers
boy.
in tournament finals against SK Telecom. I don't know. And you know, look at here we go again. I mean, they've got a chance to end the first round robin first place in the league. And although last summer it was SKT, you know, who really dominated, Rocks Tigers totally killing it. Spring of 2016, looking good so far in summer, and a win here would certainly cement that. But in the end, you still got to beat at the end of the day, you still got to beat SKT, right? That's apparently really hard.
If there's been one final boss in the history of competitive League of Legends, it's beat SKT in a best of 5, and EDG were able to do that. A smattering of teams have done it, but when it counts, seems like SKT always pull it out.
Yeah, they do. Never bet against SKT. You know, I've learned it. You've learned it. There we are on stage. Hey, we know you want to just check out how we look for a moment. We look good. Weren't expecting that, but hey, that's Korean esports. The only thing you can expect in Korean esports is that SK Telecom will win.
Whatever the esport.
That's right. True enough. Although StarCraft 1, man, it was much more of a rivalry between SKT and KT. But here we go. In League of Legends, welcome again to Summoner's Rift. Peanuts PC has been swapped out, and it looks like we're ready to go. They did that fast, didn't they?
They did. That was a hot swap right there.
That was impressive, man. And Mickey with this last pick, Vladimir. See if the power pays off. Again, this is his second game on Vlad this season.
And as I covered in the draft, it doesn't really feel like a draft that really lends itself to Vladimir. Now, you can always make it work if you get aggressive. We saw Coco, for example, in the Vladimir versus Anivia matchup. Really outplay Crown, play super aggressive, ult, Ghost Flash for a Q, and look for kills aggressively. So there's the outside chance. It's just, it feels like Rox has the answers to Vlad in terms of their team comp in true 5v5, unless Afrika can get a big snowball lead, and there is always that possibility. The teleport flanks from Poppy are very strong. Rek'Sai can gank lane. Snowfall is actually looking around mid, but he's level 1.
Well, he was waiting around. Blue buff to try to harass a little bit, harass Peanut and Smeb, but they went the other way. So just kind of making an appearance in the mid lane before walking back up.
We didn't mention it, but lane swap was initiated by Afrika.
Yep.
A bit curious to me, specifically because it's a Lucian lane. You'd expect him to have a pretty good laning matchup against Ezreal. Ezreal at level 1 is strong, and Ezreal pre-first buy is strong, so it's not clear when Afrika will want to trade back, but I just always worry about these scenarios where Lucian enters lane, let's say a Cullen a longsword, against tier Ezreal, and they're pretty even in combat stats, and the Ezreal basically gets a free laning phase with tier. So let's see if Afrika can dodge what can be a really easy scaling game for Ezreal if he gets the lane matchup he wants.
Well, yeah, and Prey, in my opinion, one of the best Ezreals ever. If you give this guy an inch, he's going to take a mile, so I don't think you want to give him that opportunity. But the Afrika Freaks do, and they just 2-0'd SK Telecom, so I can't argue with them, right?
I mean, no one saw that result coming, though.
Nope.
We thought that was going to be all about SKT playing themselves back into form, and then they just got completely shut out by Afrika in so many different ways. That was with Linderung and Sungwon in Game 1, then with Ixu and Lyra in Game 2.
Yep.
They're going to settle on the veterans in Ixu and Lyra, who to me are the stronger duo, but you really wonder what if now, whenever Linderung and Sungwon aren't playing, because they showed such a great performance in that Game 1 versus SKT.
Yeah, they did, and it's not the usual roster, though. That's the thing, you know? Ixu and Lyra have kind of been the go-to top laner and jungler for a long time on the Afrika Freaks, and despite the change, I don't know, the sneak attack on SKT, I guess they're going to go back to the old standard against the Rocks Tigers here.
Afrika are one of my favorite teams to track just because they are so unexpected. Their run in the second round robin, 7-2 in spring season to make it to finals, the most unlikely of finals when they were struggling. They were bottom 2 for so much of the first round robin. It was just awesome to see. They're a really bubbly team with strong personalities, and everyone knows about Mickey, and then Ixu and Lyra and Sungyun really grew during the season, and Snowflower has his moments as well. So they're a really fun team to track, and so are the Rocks Tigers. So a lot of personality on the Rift.
Yeah, 2 of the most unique teams we have here in Korea for sure. I mean, the Afrika Freaks started by essentially a few streamers who wanted to try to be pro players, and here they are now. It worked out, and the Rocks Tigers, a team made up of players that had largely been given up on by other teams or had retired for a year. Gank in the mid lane as Mickey tries to escape here, gets locked up, gets stunned. Good chaining of the CC. The spear comes through from Peanut. Can look for that one. Mickey flashes away. and will actually live through that gank. Wow, that is amazing.
Multiple members sent mid, and he manages to get away at just the last moment. The damage doesn't resonate from the Nidalee.
Yeah.
So good job by him. Has to use both summoners.
Oh boy, double flash. Peanut just barely leading Ixu on that one.
I think Ixu was looking to flash heroic charge the Nidalee back towards his support, but not able to do that.
Yep. Really getting back under turret with Prey as they farm up. But yeah, just to kind of finish that thought, a really interesting set of teams here. Rox Tigers able to kind of make this epic squad out of players that you did not think would ever really kind of make anything of themselves in League of Legends anymore. At least, you know, their time appeared to be done when you look at players like Prey.
And there was, of course, the off-season story. Formerly Rebels Anarchy looking for a sponsor. They didn't have a sponsor till the last minute, till they were sponsored by Afreeca just weeks before the Champions spring season. Mickey was rank 1 for a lot of off-season with the name Please Sponsor Anarchy. And, you know, Afreeca, the streaming platform, came forward, and the season didn't start off great, and you're like, not sure about this investment, and then went so well for Afreeca in that second round robin. Yeah. Unfortunately, what I worried about, though, has come true, as
What's that?
Rox Tigers decided not to continue the lane swap, and they're laning Ezreal with Tyr against double longsword. So,
ouch.
Even though the CS is not wonderful from the perspective of Lucian, it is not the scenario that Afreeca want to be in for multiple reasons.
Well, it's certainly better than what Prey's got so far.
But you look at this, Smeb 2 levels ahead because of when the trade of turrets happened. He got a bit more extra CS. He's 23 CS and combat items up against Boots of Swiftness. And then Sungyun has to overextend to pressure the Tyr Ezreal, and crucially, doesn't have a turret to back off against. So in multiple different ways across the map, Afreeca found themselves really outthought by the early movements from Rox Tigers. That's why you see Lucian's backing and just going to enter top lane, because they've just basically been out-rotated around the map by Rox.
Yeah. Gank in the mid lane onto Kuro here. Kuro's got that flash slowed up by the pillar, though. There's the Stand United, and as soon as they see that come in, they're going to abandon it. But now Snowflower, gets out. Peanut can't quite get the damage in. Smeb with a pretty big CS lead right now over his lane opponent, Ixu.
So much time wasted by Sung. He started walking top, the freeze was broken. Now Lucian walks all the way from top lane to bottom, so ouch. While he has a good amount of CS, and Ezreal in many ways was just answering it, experience going to certainly be lost by the Lucian.
Well, Prey's completely caught up in CS now after being like 20 down for a little while.
And he's stacking the Tyr as well.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that was close. Poppy's a small target, too.
Wouldn't have been a kill, but certainly would have allowed Shen to just taunt flash in.
All right, going in on the Peanut. They do have Snowflower coming over, but yeah, no follow-up.
Mickey ghosted, but ended up just having to back away, so no value from that ghost. Now no summoners once again.
Not too long before he has that flash up, maybe about a minute or so.
With the buffs towards Ghost, specifically it being only on a 3-minute cooldown, you can use it a bit more liberally. It's not quite the days of Dade ghosting to lane as Ziggs, but similar story nonetheless.
Ziggs ever comes back, we're all in trouble.
Slightly different world, but I take your point. I also don't want to see Ziggs back in the meta.
He's good at slowing games down. And if he comes back and Jin starts playing him, we could be here for years.
It's true.
For one game.
Worry for the LPL. EasyHoon's still lurking.
That's true, yeah. EasyHoon, the prime offender on Ziggs for sure.
I think offender is definitely the right word.
Yeah.
How was casting those games, though?
Long, very long. I think that was about probably 75% of my casting experience was casting EasyHoon Ziggs games. Sheer time-wise.
Rox were the team in spring season when they ran Ezreal, and it's worth knowing that at the start of spring season, Ezreal was fairly far out of the meta. When they did run Ezreal, they were known for always setting Prey up to either get solo farm in a frozen lane or to set him up so that the Tyr phase was never awkward. It was never BF Sword Lucian against Tyr Ezreal. They never opted into situations like that, so it's trademark Rox Tigers to get this Ezreal ahead, and it's worked out very well for them. Prey is one of those big Ezreal players.
Whoa, we got
casual
it.
steal.
Yeah, Peanut grabbing that blue buff away with the spear. And one of the many reasons why you do not give this guy Nidalee, he is so good at taking those buffs away.
It's just so damn scary. He has a Shen in the back pocket, someone who can apply extra CC.
Yeah.
He's already got his levels, he's building towards, and has the Rune Glaive. The moment that Rek'Sai or anyone on Afrika's side sees that Nidalee, they have to know that multiple members are going to be rotating instantly, because all 5 members can be there if they gank a lane that Prey and Gorilla are in.
Yeah, very true. Maybe a bit of a dive onto Smeb right now. True Shot Barrage coming through. Prey trying to add a little bit of damage in. Clips the minion wave. That might help a little bit. Teleport coming in. Poppy actually knocking people away. And First Blood comes in for Peanut. Afrika Freaks, I feel like, kind of saving some of the members of the Tigers there. Gorilla very low. Looks like Lyra's going to pick one up. Meanwhile, Mickey having a little bit of trouble here. Peanut going to have to run away, though. Rocks Tigers definitely coming out on top of that one. Peanut heals up, and they're going to keep chasing. Meanwhile, Prey pushing that top lane, and Snowflower, a troll on the run. But this isn't Reddit, man. Trolls just can't log off.
Even though he has a big health advantage, it is 3 levels between the two.
Whoa, he dodges. That's a flashy flash to dodge that spear. Peanut not going to want to let him survive, though.
Not going to hit any spears either.
Yep, that's right. Snowflower is going to finally end it underneath the turret eventually. All right, another kill for Peanut. 5-1 now for the Rocks Tigers. Looking pretty good. Let's watch that dive again. It goes so wrong for the Afrika Freaks.
And it's really awkward, though, because remember, this is a true 5v4.
Yeah.
Ezreal is not involved in this fight throughout the True Shot Barrage. Nothing else he can do. And in a 5v4, which is from this point, there's just no way for Afrika to juggle the health. The health bars are so low. Shen was able to taunt Poppy, and even though he was punted away instantly afterwards, Nidalee can just pounce in, gets ulted. 5 kills, a delayed ace in a 4v5. Oh boy, panic stations already for Afrika Freaks.
It's rough, and you're going to panic a lot more when you see that Peanut is 3-0-1 on Nidalee right now.
Yep.
Good luck, guys.
Panic at the Rift.
Yeah.
And I don't think the trades between Shen and Poppy are going to go any better for Ixu. The thing that has been increasingly the case when we see Shen matchups, is since Shen against Echo a couple of times, we're seeing Shen versus Poppy now, is that Shen has received a lot of buffs recently, and in general has a lot of native defensive steroids. Poppy has almost purely offensive steroids, so when it comes to trades, he just builds tank, he gets damage out of tankiness on his Q, and the item nerfs really affect those other top laners that were so popular in spring season, but like Poppy, are on the fringes in the summer season.
Yeah. The trap has been set. And maybe abandoned. Yep. Bye.
Very defensive first item from Mickey.
Yeah. And I mean, it's fun to watch Peanut play Nidalee because you can tell the guy's just having fun, man. Throws those spears in, hits a lot of them. Not afraid to get aggressive.
And while the fun factor doesn't sound like it should be important, it was so important for the Rocks Tigers. We saw the guys smiling during spring season. In the last interview, Smeb mentioned that, you know, that kind of laughter, that kind of fun has, to a great degree, left the team in summer season, but seeing them play with confidence, seeing them enjoy League is probably a good sign for Rocks, at least in terms of their regular season achievements.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like it's going to be the Cloud Drake for the Rocks Tigers. Peanut looking forward to getting many more spears. So
you know what, Doa?
Easier now.
This is an important Cloud Drake.
Oh, yeah?
I just said that, unironically.
Really?
Well, one of the things we talked about is how is Mickey going to get into fights? And if the enemy team's moving faster and has all these gap codes, it's even harder for Vlad to get into
so
fights.
much faster.
Running away from Vlad now even more effective than before.
I guess so. Well, it really is up to that Cloud Drake, man.
Consequential Cloud Drake. I said it, CCD.
I'm not convinced, but I want to believe.
Where's that Cloud Drake optimism
I
you're known
want to
for?
believe.
That's the X-Files, Dylan.
Well, I also want to believe that the Cloud Drake is good.
So you're the Fox Mulder for this Cloud Drake mystery?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the truth being out there, I think it's pretty obvious the truth about the Cloud Drake, but I still want to believe. No, isn't it Scully that wants to believe? I don't know. I haven't watched very much X-Files.
We're dating ourselves. A lot of our audience has not seen the X-Files.
Another Cloud Drake, all right.
Even
Spooky.
further away from Vladimir.
Yeah. Well, Stay away from the Hemomancer.
The not vampire.
That's what Vladimir is. Yeah. He's not a vampire.
I know.
He's just a dude that looks like a vampire, does things with blood, but he doesn't actually drink blood as far as I'm aware. He just kind of
Sucks
makes
it out.
fly around.
He sucks it out, I think.
He does, but he does it with magic, not with his mouth.
Fair. He doesn't get in melee range very often.
Yeah, which seems convenient. I think most vampires would rather just kind of draw it out of their victims rather than have to get that close. I haven't asked any vampires lately, so
New Age vampirism.
I guess.
It's a good band name.
It's true.
Well, Vladimir doesn't have the safest of wave clear. We'll have to walk up. This is 4 men sent by Rox Tigers. For now, Afrika are slow to send any other assistance for the Vlad.
Little bit of damage on that tier 1 turret.
Ixu's low on mana, does have teleport, but if he was to teleport as he is, he would not be able to both heroic charge and ultimate. So
Yeah.
Shen will just continue applying the pressure.
Okay. Rift Herald. Can be taken by the Rox Tigers too. Slowly extending this lead. And Smeb again is going to be really tough to tangle with once he has this buff.
Melee champions get the full value. Actually reset the Rift Herald, so
That's
take
been happening a lot lately, you know? I don't know, it's been weird. Like, the Rift Herald has had a lot of weird resets lately.
I mean, it has the patience meter, so you should have some degree of when it will reset. They just tried to be too cute with pulling it in and out, and it will eventually take it, but delayed about 8 to 10 seconds there.
I guess, yeah.
Well, Mickey has Spirit Vision. She doesn't really care about Karma's damage right now.
I don't think so.
Libra doesn't check the brush, doesn't know that he's been spotted, but was going to be conspicuous anyway.
Ray's got that Iceborne Gauntlet done now. So that Ezreal, not quite up to the damage potential that we'll see later, but certainly in a pretty good spot.
Trade's going decently for Kuro, but again, remain to be convinced. Really wasn't convinced by the draft of the Vlad. And then, while Cloud Drake may not be the tipping point, Iceborne Gauntlet being shot at Vlad means he's going to be slowed down.
Yeah.
There's a taunt, there's a leap. Karma has a speed up, Ezreal has his Arcane Shift, and Braum has the W. So, again, see how the Vlad scales into the late game, because while damage-wise he'll have potential, it's just reaching that potential seems tough.
It's very much a Vlad is strong
Yep.
kind of pick, right?
I think the best teams identify those strong picks, but also identify how to harness them into a comp. So, with all the champs available for Mickey as the last pick, I'm not convinced by the Vladimir.
What a change the Afrika Freaks have made too in the last 10 minutes or so after that pretty disastrous dive. They have not been aggressive at all this game. The Rox Tigers are perfectly fine with that.
Yep. Iceborne Gauntlet. The tier has been stacking. I think the Mana Moon's going to be... So the Mura Mana will be online probably when he gets the transformation, which is coming soon with the pickaxe in the inventory.
True.
Comfortable times for Rox Tigers. Not been an explosive game like we certainly might have been able to expect given the Afrika series.
Yeah, but it seems like the Tigers are kind of at this point where they don't need a whole lot to find an opportunity to get way ahead. It's a lot of damage already from that Ezreal.
So aggressive. They know that Stand United second level's now been leveled, so casual 500 HP plus shield.
Yep.
They'll just keep pushing in the bot lane. They're making the full corp breast. They have good defensive vision on the top side of the map for the Shen. To a lesser extent, but mostly around the Drake for the bot lane. And yeah, they're just pushing in 3 lanes at the same time and getting access to many more minions and many more resources than Afrika. So the gold lead will only continue to chip away for Rox. Actually draw out the Stand United.
Yeah, that's right. Smeb going back for the taunt onto Mickey, but he's got to be careful here. Has to flash into the Baron Pit, slowed down by the pillar. He will escape, though. Few summoners used on both sides. Smeb loses his flash, but Mickey popped both summoners. No kills.
Not a great timing for Smeb to use the Stand United just as Dragon will be spawning. Shen does still have summoners spell teleport, so can be there. So we may finally see a true 5v5. We have seen an ace already, but that was definitely whack-a-mole for Rocks Tigers.
But it is the Cloud Drake, though, so in the end, nobody really wants to fight over it.
Doing an about face, Del. You told me it was the strongest buff in the game.
I couldn't keep it up, I'm sorry. Oh. All right, blue buff goes over to Peanut. And now Rocks Tigers can take the Cloud Drake. And because they have 2, maybe now everything will be way better.
Getting into that Cloud Drake sweet spot.
That's right. Whoa, 2 Cloud Drakes. Somebody stop these guys.
Will we see a 3rd Cloud Drake? Oh, it's an
Oh,
Ocean.
Ocean. Yep.
Back to Ocean Week.
Yep. It really does feel like the Infernal Drake and the Mountain Drake just pop up every once in a while to remind you that they're actually in the game.
The cursory, just hello, and then they just go back to being anonymous.
Somebody should keep track of how many of each dragon pop up.
It comes up that actually our Reddit posts about that sort of thing. It seems surprisingly even.
I mean, you'd think it would be, but it doesn't seem that way to me. Oh, Prey gets a bit aggressive. Ooh, if that Mystic shot had hit, that would have been a dead Songyun right there. It will be a dead turret for the Rocks Tigers either way.
They can play so aggressively. Rocks also have the option of just rotating into Poppy's lane. One of the things that Poppy always struggled with was wave clear, so send 4 members, the Poppy will have to hang back. We haven't seen Ixu really make this Poppy pick do much of anything this game. Man United up again.
Ooh, Mickey gonna get blown up into the mid lane. Gotta be careful here. He's gonna go in with the Proto Belt, back out right away. Ixu throws a couple members of the Rocks Tigers back in mid lane with the ultimate. It's gonna save the turret for the moment anyway.
Prey's just getting his Q shooting gallery on.
Oh yeah.
Misses 2 just as I say that. Shen didn't react, hasn't ulted.
Oh, Lyra in a bit of trouble here. 2-shot barrage,
Oh!
barely misses. Prey looking for another kill.
Meanwhile, at Shen.
Yeah, well, on top lane, Shen continues to push.
Very peacefully, too.
Yep. All right, well, there goes the tier 1 turret in mid lane. Rocks Tigers just seem to be bulldozing their way through this game, and there does not look to be a lot that the Afrika Freaks can do about it.
Well, so far they've picked up an outer mid lane turret, a bot turret, and 5 kills in 5v4.
And here's the fight. Afrika Freaks coming in to try to punch Rocks Tigers. Stand United down onto Kuro. He's going to be pretty tanky with that Shen shield. Mickey doing what he can.
Prey has no mana. They need to back away here, Rocks.
Yep, but they can kite pretty well. Lyra, uh-oh. No kiting. They're just going to go right in onto that jungler. Meanwhile, Peanut finds a duel with Ixu in the back, and he's going to get him very, very low. Somehow he makes it out. Peanut nearly dies to that turret. Mickey comes back in, and there's a kill for Prey.
And this fight would have been really one-sided, but unfortunately Prey had no mana, so that last bit of damage to get all these low-health members down to kill them is...
Oh, Peanut, you're crazy. That's 1v3. It's going to flash away. Oh, Peanut.
That was unnecessary.
I don't know about that.
Ixu's re-engaging here.
Yeah, he is. He's full health. That's a nice knock-up onto Kuro and Gorilla. This could be a couple kills for the Afrika Freaks. Ixu does pick one up on the mid laner. Prey on the run now again. You know, no mana for this guy. Wow, Lyra super low. Uh-oh, turret goes down. There goes Prey. Songyun with another kill. And I think the Rocks Tigers could have been a bit more punctual on when they decided to disengage that fight.
Yeah, super sloppy. When I called for them to back, they turned around, but they just didn't play around their mana bar. So even though they got good chip damage on multiple people, they just weren't in a position to kill anyone. And then Peanut goes full Peanut, you'd have to say.
He
This
really does.
This is sort of play he would play on Najin and would be disconnected from his team. And honestly, he was very disconnected from his team in this situation. He didn't have mana. Ixu with a really nice flank teleport, full health, still had his ult available. And even though Lyra on a sliver of health, Snowfire on a sliver of health, Songyun is still full health. They committed really hard to this final kill. The Trundle Pillar by Snowflower in perfect position. Look at that, bouncing Prey back in. And guess what? Prey couldn't get away because he still had no mana.
Yep. So the Rocks Tigers still with a pretty decent lead here. But a bit of sloppiness does cost 3 more kills over the Afrika Freaks.
He's walking up.
Yeah, Ixu onto Smeb. Not doing what he can. Smeb's really tanky right now. Meanwhile, oh, Mickey could be in a little bit of trouble. Prey and Gorilla with the 1v2. As soon as that pull is done, the Braum ultimate connects, and Mickey, two-shot barrage. Oh, it doesn't finish him. So close. But somehow that Vladimir makes it out.
Proto belts himself to safety.
Guess so.
Kill a Vladimir with Ghost Flash and a Mini Flash.
Tough
to do. Spirit Visage as well.
No. Braum pushed back. Ixu just completely caught. There goes the Poppy. Another kill for Prey. They are the next target here. Gets slowed up by the Karma. Kuro helping Prey pick up the double. Goes in, goes past the turret. Flashes ahead. Oh, that was a bit too brave, and he's going to die to Mickey as he re-engages. And what is with the Rocks Tigers, man? Mickey jetting ahead with the Proto Belt. Trying to pick up another. But, man, Rocks Tigers really need to chill out, dude.
I mean, I think that's the best way to put it. They had no reason to over-push these advantage, overplay the hand they were dealt. They're in such a great scenario. The fact that they could consider contesting a red buff after they'd just been wiped lets you know how far ahead they were. Here comes a teleport, but once again, Peanut is out of mana, so calm down, Rocks. It's okay. You're still winning.
Yeah, they are. Still up by about 6,000 gold, so certainly doing well in this game. But let's watch that fight again. Prey really kind of was the instigator this time.
And look, the first rotation, the kill onto Ixu was fine. They just get crazy from here. Prey realizes that he's full health, he has mana this time, he has Shen ultimate, and he's like, I can go all in. But again, the Trundle Pillow is in a great spot. Forces Prey to choose between completely disengaging with a defensive flash or going all in with a defensive flash, and he decides to be a man, but gets heavily punished for doing so.
Oh, well.
And then Mickey can't get anywhere because he's Vladimir against this comp.
Yep. Still a big lead like we mentioned for the Rocks Tigers. The Ocean Drake is up, and they will go over and contest that right away.
Probably get it on spawn. They still don't have vision of it yet, Afrika.
There we go. All right, so that's the third dragon of the game now, going over to the Rocks Tigers. 2 Cloud, 1 Ocean, and now the fight. Mickey goes back in again. Ixu looking for it. Big knockup from the Rocks Tigers side of things. Gorilla with a great Braum ultimate. Prey kind of on his own, able to throw some damage in on the Ezreal, but this is looking good for the Afrika Freaks. Prey Arcane shifting away, barely avoids death by Mickey. Rocks Tigers looking for the re-engage.
Oh, here we go.
Ixu gonna go in first though. Kuro trying to do what he can on that Karma, but Rocks Tigers have to run away from this again. A kill onto Mickey though means that this is a bit closer, but the exhaust on Prey is gonna go back over the wall. Afrika still following. Smeb re-engaging, gonna go after Songyun. There's another kill. Hey look, it's a Cloud Drake next. Kuro, meanwhile, shields himself. Stand United brings in Shen again, and Ixu trying to stay alive. A little bit too late there. Rocks Tigers pick up 3.
This is the nightmare of Afrika trying to chase down kills. They don't have the tools to do it. Arcane Shift by Prey over a wall, still getting free Mystic shots over that wall, re-engaging. Shen can dive in and out. All the members of Rocks keep poking in and out, and although Afrika are so close, finalizing kills for them is a bit of a Schadenfreude experience because it's so hard to do against Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, for sure. Is it Baron time? It looks like it is.
Smeb is obscenely tanky, so they can certainly try it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no vision for the Afrika Freaks. They have no idea this is happening right now.
It's not massive Baron damage. They don't have a great Baron damage team, but once Nidalee gets there to secure it, they can certainly go for it. As Gorilla split pushing, I guess.
They've got a lot of time.
The Gorilla's split pushing, though.
He's the, yeah, I know, he's the distraction, dude. Well, easy Baron for the Rocks Tigers. They just steal that one away.
Well, I guess the distraction worked. I was surprised. They should have been too, but it was a symptom of a really nice Baron steal. But this is a really interesting fight. So Mickey has everything up. He gets the ult, but of course no more damage can go on Prey and Kuro. They disengage. It was a nice ult away, but it was only on the Karma, so they continue to fight. And as a 5-man unit, when people are coming to them, Afrika are really damn strong. That's what Vladimir is great at. It's just, at this point, when the enemy team has movement speed, they get baited by a really nice wall. It is a nice one-bar gauge. They take down Peanut, but getting any more kills from here is almost impossible. They keep kiting back. They keep kiting back. Smeb, super tanky. Prey, in the backline, still doing damage off your screen. Kuro as well. It's not support. It is AP. Karma, and the fact they can keep re-engaging, they're so damn quick. Shen ultimate comes on, they keep chasing down the kills. If Rocks want to run straight at Afrika, Afrika have a good 5v5, but in that scenario, the comp just doesn't work.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Prey looked really good in that last fight too. Maximizing the damage he could do while still staying fairly safe.
He's always been a ridiculous Ezreal player.
Yeah. Here we go. All right, Snowflower throwing down the pillar, and Ixu coming from behind. Big knockup coming in again from Gorilla's Braum ultimate. So the damage from Afreeca a little bit slow to come in. Kuro, though, kind of on his own, and they do manage to take him down, but not before they lose Songyun. Gorilla coming back in again, trying to build those stuns with the passive stacks. Hops back over to Prey, and there's another kill for Prey.
Prey's
Peanut
going back.
re-engaging, and Smeb and Peanut just creating this front line for Prey to do tons of damage with this Ezreal. They lost Kuro early on, but that's another 1 for 4 in favor of the Rocks Tigers, and with the Baron buff, you gotta think that's gonna be an inhibitor.
Another reason that we see this Ezreal is the safety in situation that's so much consistent damage from long range, poking in and out of the fight. Smeb so tanky in the front line that no one can take him down. And every time someone's hitting Smeb, they're taking an Iceborne Gauntlet Mystic shot from Prey. And this was the big pick of the Champions Final, the Ezreal between Bang and Prey, the two best Ezreal players in Korea. Prey gets his hands on it for the first time in a while. Not that it's been banned, he's just been playing the Jhin and other champions.
Yeah.
And you don't lose practice on Ezreal quickly, apparently.
Well, not if you've been really good on it for 4 years, no.
I mean, it's basically,
years.
you'd have to say Bang, Deft, and Prey are the big Ezreal players in the world, still to this day, and all of them are outstanding. There was a famous video that hit top of Reddit where Prey is playing solo queue, and the amount of damage he weaves in, animation canceling on this Ezreal was super impressive to track. So
Yeah.
no difference in that team fight. And wow, first Trinity Force Shen we've seen in a while. This guy is going to pump out some damage too.
Well, I mean, Smeb's 4-0 and 8 right now. He's so far ahead that he can kind of build whatever he wants.
This is where, I believe it was Darian who was the first in competitive player to do the Trinity Force Shen, and it's always that case with tanks of when you feel tanky enough, and we've seen Shen basically shrug off damage from multiple members of Afreeca. When you feel tanky enough as a tank, why not build damage? And the Trinity Force has always been an edge Shen item, and with the change, it's even better for Shen than it was before.
Very true. Rocks Tigers poking around. They got to be careful, like you mentioned earlier. Going into the Afreeca Freaks team is a little bit tougher. So they will have to just kind of poke. Hard to dive this comp.
But Shen has Trinity Force, so actually is a relevant split pusher. That's the first Shen we've seen actually have a way to push turrets effectively.
Yeah. Oh, Lyra walking up. Try to get a bit of wave clear in. Shot Barrage goes through. Just to soften up the remaining minions out of there. Nice spear onto Lyra. He's going to have to tunnel his way out, and that's going to cost him the inhibitor turret. And very likely the inhibitor as well. Whoa, the damage from Prey. That is a lot. Songyun has to go all the way back to Fountain to heal up. That's going to be another inhibitor then because of that.
And off the screen, Smeb actually did half Ixu's health, took no damage himself with the Trinity Force, and just the obscene damage Shen can build by just building tank and health items in particular.
Yeah, super minion wave on the way in the top lane already. Should be spawning from the mid-bottom fairly soon, but the Rocks Tigers not going to leave the base for the moment. Ray trying to get some work done onto Lyra here. And the Afreeca Freaks totally penned in right now. And he can't engage. I mean, how do you jump onto this Rocks Tigers team? They can just back off so efficient.
Without a Rylai's and Ghost and Flash Up, there is no way for the Vladimir. He's the only person who can be relevant. Ixu hasn't been able to find a teleport flank, and even then, with all the dashes, who do you exactly flank as the Poppy?
Yeah, exactly. Two-shot barrage, Ixu looking for that Poppy ultimate, not going to find it. And the first Nexus Sword very low. Smeb goes in for the taunt onto Lyra. Ixu half health already. Big Hemo Plague, but no follow-up. Mickey trying to get some damage done with the pool. The Stand United onto Gorilla just so he can try to keep him alive a little bit longer. He will live a little bit longer, and actually Kuro's shield from the Karma keeps him up for the moment. Peanut backing away. Mickey gets the kill on the Gorilla finally. Zhonya's after coming out of pool. Prey, though, untouched at the back. He's low on mana, but he's doing tons of damage. Lyra re-engaging again. Double kill already. This Shen with the Trinity Force. Scary thing. Very scary thing. Ixu finally does take out Kuro. Goes on to Smeb, who's very low. And the Rocks Tigers, they may have to back off here. The second Nexus turret in trouble.
Look at all the super minions, though, Doa.
Prey with no mana. All right.
He must teleport back in.
Yep, that's right. Steeping right back onto that super minion. There goes the second Nexus turret. And the death timer should be long enough for the Rocks Tigers to finish this one. There goes Ixu. Only Lyra up, and the Rocks Tigers looking really good in game number one. Methodical, tight. That's a That's a pretty strong win.
It definitely is, though, and I think the even more important thing than getting another win on the board is showing that Smeb Shen is something to be feared. He brought back the Aurelia. Now you have to consider the Aurelia pick from Smeb. The Shen, different from other Shens in that he built the Trinity Force, he built a bit more damage, but he was obnoxious in this game. Great with the ults, great with the taunts. Suddenly, facing Rox Tigers, you have so many picks to respect, and they're already a damn strong team beforehand.
Yeah, 6-0-10 on that Shen. He's my MVP for this one, that's for sure.
The damage dealt chart is going to be really interesting. Shen has had high damage numbers, even building full tank, and I think this is going to be another massive damage number Shen. But again, showing that the team plays Shen is a bit like when SK Telecom were like, we can play Zilean as well, guys, right at the end of the season to answer KT Zilean picks. It's very important to have control of the meta picks. And Smeb, new meta, great performance from him. Actually, the damage number's pretty low, so I was, we overplayed it a little bit, and everyone else.
Damage to structures. We should look at that one.
I mean, it's worth noting that Shen did more damage than everyone on the side of Afrika, apart from the Vladimir, and even then he was pretty close.
That's true. When you out-damage the Lucian as Shen, you know things have been going pretty well for your side.
But even though I had optimism for Shen, it was always clear a poking champion like Ezreal will be #1, but that is a massive damage dealt by Prey that time.
Yeah, well, definitely doing his job. We know what this guy can do on Ezreal, and he shows us again.
Clean win from Rox Tigers, looking like it's going to be a 2-0, but I said that about KT Rolster and their clean win in game 1 of the day.
I'm not making any predictions at this point, man. I think we're just going to have to wait and see. Afrika Freaks, though, looking a little bit rough in game number 1. We'll have to dig deep to tie up this series, because right now it looks like it's all Rox Tigers. But I'd be happy with Prey or Smeb for MVP that last game. I'd lean towards Smeb. I thought he had a lot of great engages on that Shen, used his ultimate pretty perfectly, but you can't help but be impressed by what Prey can do on this Ezreal.
No doubts whatsoever, Doa.
Yeah. And when we come back, game number 2 between the Rox Tigers and the Afrika Freaks here on LCK Summer on OGN. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
Different road when I'm driving home, but I don't want to. Reaching number from my phone instead of calling, asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to. Stay away from your side of town, but it's too late. I'm in your drive right now. I don't know why I don't put it out, baby. We kiss in the flames, just get high. Yeah, I know when I hold on to you, baby, I'm all taken up in barbed wire. I get burned out or learn, I'll be back. Give it time, give
거죠.
보니까
야 이게 엣지가 다 깨고 있어 이거.
엑스에
더
여기서
가죠.
네,
더
더 가죠.
엣지 이거 어떻게?
네,
자,
마법 수정하다 그거를
럼블
그냥
백도.
다 죽어도
럼블 백도.
백도를 끝내겠다. 서로 장로 드래곤과 바론을 먹는 장면도 나왔었단 말이에요. 바론이 저희는 훨씬 더 좋다라고 평가를 하는데
이거 우리가 하나 거기 선택해야 되거든?
바로는 더 좋을 것 같은데.
장로 바로
장로 먹으면 좋아. 우리 장로 쪽으로 돌자.
우리 상용이야.
싸움 나면 무조건 이겨.
롱주가나요? 롱주가 선택한 겁니다.
예.
바꾸기를 롱주가 선택한 건데
아 이러면 우리가 이기기. 얘네 용 있어도 우리 못 밀잖아.
몽겨야 돼.
이거는 그래서 이 장로 드래곤 타이밍 때 롱주가 하는 액션이 역사가 있습니다.
예.
그렇죠. 네.
당연히 해석하고 있습니다.
싸우려고 할 텐데 카비차로 가는 것 같죠?
네.
카비차 쪽 가서
그렇죠.
교전 유도. 빨리 근질근질 하거든요
네.
지금.
가자. 우리가 빨라. 와봐.
두번만 막으면 돼.
타이거즈는 축구에게 백패스하면서 시간 공만 돌려도 되는 거예요.
충분히 막으면 돼.
무조건 많아 무조건.
단어 하나하나 언급하는 이 시간도 1초 1초 계속
네.
가고 있는 거거든요.
이번에 오영이야. 11시야.
이번 해볼까? 우리 용 마지막이야.
마지막 웨이브
네.
여기서 뭔가 들어가는 게 마지막 시도인데
이만큼만 조심하자. 이제 금방 끝나.
저희가
아, 이제
멘트
마지막.
저지예요. 저지가
네.
됐어요. 저지 됐습니다.
타란다. 얘.
끝났어요.
야 니네 벌써 빠졌냐?
이제 끝났어.
자 그럼 서로 배짱 싸움인가요?
기지 바꾸자. 별동대를 파견하고 있죠?
얘네 러블공으로 막을 생각이야. 해시 없어.
블라디 땄어요 지금.
났어요?
확단 잘해야 될 것
네.
같아요.
이거 결국
자,
2대 2차인데.
서로 좀 봐야 됩니다.
근데 우리 웨이브 없으면 막아야 될 것 같은데.
목금이야. 이거 하고 빼.
아 미안.
봐야겠죠? 나머지
이거
와서 그냥 걸자 이거.
카메라 미니스가 우리가 막을게.
미션시다.
야 이게 엣지가 다 깨고 있어 이거.
근데 여기서
네.
더 가죠.
엣지 이거 어떻게?
네.
자 한번
마법 수정하다
한번
계속
기회로 치는 거야. 기회로 치는 거야.
자, 루시안 순간이도 끊겼어요.
자 이거 롱주 어떨 겁니까?
드르륵.
다 끊었어.
어차피 백도예요. 럼블 백도.
이거 그냥 다 죽어도
럼블 백도.
백도를 끝내겠다.
백도 성공.
바론과 장로를 나눠 갖는 순간부터 시작된 시나리오
네.
스토리입니다. 이제 롱주가 장로 드래곤 쪽으로 막 달려가는 모습이 보여서 이제 바론을 먹고 그랬는데 근데 어떤 콜들이 오갔나요 혹시?
아 이거 2분만 1분 30만 버티고 우리가 이득이라고. 우리가
예, 완전 이득이다.
이거 재미이다.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer. Smeb gets the MVP for his awesome top lane Shen play. Got the T-Force, but man, that off the record, I love those. And what a sick end to that game versus Longview from the Rocks Tigers. That arrow from Prey, pretty insane stuff.
It feels bad not to talk about the fact that Smeb now has a 300-point advantage, looking to repeat as the MVP in the regular season. But I agree, the off the record was awesome. If you guys didn't catch that, We'll try and find a link to the VOD afterwards, but love the production on stuff like that.
It is good.
Really awesome to see, and this was a really good performance by the Rox Tigers as well. The Vladimir pick, unfortunately, it feels like Afreeca, jumped into the trap. They were left open, Vladimir. We know how strong Vladimir is on the current patch, but it didn't suit their comp, and in general, Rox had picked around Vladimir with their 5 picks. Predictably, well kited out. MVP could definitely have gone over to Bray, who kited his heart out on this Ezreal, as has been known to do, and even though the fights were long, Rox just had the tools from the early advantage to really take over the game.
Yeah. And you got to wonder, what the Afreeca Freaks have in store for game number 2. How do you deal with this Rox Tigers team that you just can't seem to ban out? There are so many champions that they're so good on. It's tough.
But it's good to see them back in form, though, because the early season was really rough. They lost a couple of series, at least lost 2 out of the first 4. And we're like, is this some sort of hangover from, their crushing loss to SK Telecom in the final? They've shaken that off. They should end 7-2 in the first round robin, and at least for a couple of days, be top of the league.
Yeah, it's starting to look like that. It certainly is. And it's time to move into picks and bans for game number 2 between the Afreeca Freaks and Rox Tigers. And we'll see if the Rox Tigers can close it out cleanly. That's kind of the big question, right?
And that's a fair point. I mean, to be honest, there were definitely some issues in this particular game. They made some uncharacteristic mistakes in game 1 that in the end they weren't able to be punished for. We won't be seeing any roster changes. No sign of Linderong and Songwan. Same lineup for Afreeca, and no sign of Cry for Rox Tigers.
That is right. He leads the first ban, and if we're going by the results so far this season, this should be a 2-0 for the Rox Tigers, because so far, Afreeca have not played a game 3 yet all season.
Well, we hadn't seen Shy for a year, and he played, so maybe there's some other records that will topple today.
Who knows?
Hecarim going to be the first ban. The one champion the Rox Tigers haven't been able to contain this season has been that Hecarim, so I think it's a smart ban. See where Afreeca want to go with the draft. Giving Nidalee away to Peanut definitely is something that they don't want to do, so will they be forced to ban it on blue? Lyra is an excellent Nidalee player, so maybe they'll just look to first pick that Nidalee, but it's just something you want to change from game 1, and wow, look at the respect Rox Tigers have. They take the Shen early, and now they ban it on red side.
Yeah, Shen is really becoming a pretty massive priority for pretty much every team in the league right now. Either you want it or you don't want to play against it.
And the worrying thing about Shen is that he's something that the carry players can play. Like someday Smeb, we just saw in that last game, can play that Shen. Duke played a good Shen as well. But it's also one of the few relevant tanks for the players who can't play the Aurelias and the other carries of the top lane. So it's useful for basically everyone. Everyone in this league can play Shen to a good level. So if you're Rox Tigers, why give it up to Ixu, a player who isn't as suited to the Jaxes and Aurelias of the world? Shen would have probably been the first pick, so it's a nice ban.
Yeah. All right, the Nidalee ban comes in as the final one for the Afreeca Freaks, and no surprise there, man. Peanut destroying people on Nidalee. It was only his 2nd game of the season on that champion, but man, I'm sorry, 3rd game of the season. No, wait, it was 2nd, right? Stats. It's 2nd. Okay, it was 2nd. All right.
Now,
either way, he wrecked on it. There's a Gragas ban.
So this Gragas ban is targeted as Ixu, and this is very much trying to pinch his champion. Well, this is basically Rox saying, all right, Ixu, you're a good top laner. You had a great spring season. It's 6-11. What can you play? Because Hecarim has been his answer. Shen is the go-to, and Gragas is his fallback safe tank.
Yeah.
There's lots of carry top laners. Obviously, if this was KT Rolster, you'd be reaching for Irelia with the first pick. But this is definitely a query on Ixu's champion pool by Rox.
So it looks like it might be the Karma pickup first of all. Definitely a strong choice. It's been mostly played at support this season so far by the Afreeca Freaks.
Doesn't strike you as an overly Mickey-esque champion, but
not really, no.
You can certainly play it. It does feel like a pseudo-assassin in the laning phase because of the high base damage, but it's available. You will take it away if you're a Afreeca, and let's see what Rox want to play, because they can't put together the same comp with this Shen banned out, but Smeb could still look to that Aurelia. With Aurelia banned, sorry, with Shen banned, Aurelia now is a very, very safe pick for Smeb.
Yeah, true.
The one champion that we've seen consistently be able to go 50-50 with the Aurelia is Shen. You can also play the Trundle with decent effect.
Yeah. Now they could go for this Rek'Sai for Peanut. It is his most played jungler this season, but I want to see him do something a bit more aggressive. But I don't know. I guess with Elise and Italy off the table. They're just going to go with it. There's an early Jin pick for Prey.
It's one of those things I outlined in the draft for Game 1. Hecarim is, with his long-range dash, one of the champions that can actually ruin the day of Jin. So with that banned away, it's a pretty safe game to play Jin. The Gragas also. You could definitely see they wanted to play Jin because the Gragas is another champion who can casually toss the ult and cancel the ultimate from the Jin, and that's been taken away as well. So action onto Afreeca. Lyra does default to Graves when the other picks aren't available, so that wouldn't be surprising.
Now we saw Madlife use the Bard earlier tonight to handle the Jin ultimate, just to stop that after it starts. Bard's still available for the moment anyway.
Snowflower has looked really good on Bard as well.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best Bard in the league, but it's one of those supports that aren't Thresh that he's actually looked pretty impressive on.
I mean, but it's again, you know, going back to that, Mickey has only played the Karma once this season, has been mostly used in support, so we'll see. And that Trundle, so now 2 picks if they lock these in, and they will. That could go to either to a couple of different spots, rather.
I think this Trundle is probably going to be Ixu's champion. It's a blocker pick to Aurelia, but it is a skill matchup. It's also a blocker pick to the Fiora, but once again, a skill matchup. So I think they're basically hovering this, waiting to see what Rox wants to do with their top lane pick. Maybe they'll be able to draw out a mid lane pick and get to counter pick a lane. They do take their mid lane in this rotation and hold on to the last pick for Smeb.
You know, I wouldn't put it past Rox Tigers to end up being the first team in the league to play Alawi.
That feel when Ryze is still available.
I know, yeah. Wow, we didn't even talk about that. Somehow Ryze making it all the way through. Vlad's still up as well.
We did see KT fall into the Ryze trap in Game 2 and get outplayed by CJ Entus. So
yeah.
Ryze isn't necessarily the free win button. They flash it, but they'll change away. And Smeb is probably going to go on another tried and true, and the Rumble would certainly fit the bill.
Certainly would. Provides a little bit of a... Well, I mean, the thing is Smeb and Smeb's Rumble and Prey's Jin will interact very well with each other. They've both got a lot of range. If one of them hits, it slows it down for the other one to do damage.
The funny thing is that if you Rumble ult a team, basically everyone is going to be able to be rooted by the Jin W, because any damage leads to the snare effect coming through from Jin. So there is some nice synergy there. Plus, Rumble saw those buffs. He's very good at wave clearing. He can push in the Trundle. He's one of the best picks you can pick into Trundle. So this is basically Rox saying, I expect this to be Ixu's champion, especially after we ban Hecarim, Shen, and Gragas. And consistently Smeb has picked Rumble into Trundle because you can push him in. Now that you do full damage to minions, very easy to push in the Trundle. Also, Trundle doesn't steal away any really relevant stats because Rumble can go for a full ability power build. So answers that pick very nicely.
It's a strong comp, though, for the Afreeca Freaks. I mean, if they're going to go with the Sivir Karma duo and then the LeBlanc for Mickey in the mid lane, that's pretty good. I like it.
The late game looks very fearsome. Also, if the LeBlanc gets rolling, as he was able to do against SK Telecom, there's a lot of power. And that's why Rox feel the need to go for a pretty defensive mid lane. Of course, we know that Lissandra can make teleport flanks, but I think this is more to answer the mid lane laning phase. They do not want to have Mickey snowball off a risky pick by Kuro, so he'll just go Lissandra, play defensive, and they'll try to get through the early game, but a lot invested in burst on the side of Rox Tigers. And as you say, Afreeca have a really nice solid draft if they don't fall into the hole of having Smeb really get in the ascendancy over Ixu. I think a lot of this matchup is, can Smeb just dominate the lane against Ixu? Because otherwise, the component parts are really there for Afreeca to take Game 2.
Yeah, it could be. Well, we saw Fly have a good game on the Lissandra in our first series of the day. We'll see if Kuro can do that as well. And a 2-0 here would just be a great way for the Rox Tigers to end this first round robin here in Champion Summer.
It's a very Rox-esque.
LCK Summer.
It is a very Rox-esque draft, but definitely not as one-sided a draft as Game 1, where I felt like Rox had all the answers. There are a lot of answers on the side of Afreeca outside of that top lane matchup, but to be fair, they invested in this top lane matchup. They forced Ixu into the Trundle pick, and they feel like they have the answer in the Rumble.
Yeah. If the Rox Tigers win this one, they will be 5-0 in their last 5 matches. And 8-1 in game. It'd be pretty impressive stuff. Let's see if they can do it, or if Afreeca brings a comeback, forces Game 3. Let's find out. All right, Mountain Drake. Hey, what do you know? And we are going into game number 2 between the Rocks Tigers and the Afrika Freaks here on LCK Summer on OGN. And the Afrika Freaks looking to make it maybe a little bit bigger of an invade here. A little bit of damage to Prey.
As we had a little bit of downtime to consider, one thing I actually didn't think about when I was evaluating these drafts is that you look at Rox's lineup, you see Rumble, Lissandra, a lot of burst, very strong at fighting around level 6. The answer to this Rumble was always Locket, right? You build into the Aegis, get a Locket, and that answers a lot of what Lissandra and Rumble are doing. However, you look down Afrika Freaks lineup and Doa, who's going to build the Locket on this team?
I mean, I suppose if anyone does, it'd probably be the Karma at this point, but
not ideal itemization.
It is different, yeah.
You probably will get it. I guess it has to be Karma, but she's so brittle that you buy that Aegis and you have such a low base health value that you probably die in the AoE anyway. Then that Locket is gone and you don't have the magic resist for the team. Lyra is definitely not on a champion that can build Locket, and the Rumble was picked after Graves. So actually really smart there from Rocks Tigers. They do have some interesting advantages with that.
That's a good point. I mean, this is despite the fact that you're seeing things like Jhin, it's a pretty classic-looking dragon contesting comp, you know? And now that we have the Mountain Drake as the first Drake of this game, Rocks Tigers look like they're in an okay position to go for it.
So my favorite duo of champions with the Jhin is Jhin Rek'Sai. You might think, okay, why? But the cool thing is that Rek'Sai has this long-range poke in the Prey Seeker that doesn't really do any damage. You know, it's good for vision, it's good for doing 100 damage to the enemy, but it opens up the Jhin route. So it's actually got really good synergy because of its long range and the long range of Jhin. So
that's a good point.
Actually being able to open up a pick comp that's not about Flash on Burrow with the Jhin Rek'Sai is really cool. It's in the mid lane.
Whoa, Mickey gets locked up by the W, and he is kind of lucky that Peanut was a little bit slower there, because that could have been a situation where we could have seen a summoner having to be used by Mickey to get out.
A lot to like on both sides. We haven't talked much about Afrika, but very standard. They have the LeBlanc in the mid lane that they look so good on. LeBlanc actually may be able to get a pretty good split push off. The LeBlanc gets rolling. Rumble doesn't usually itemize into magic resist outside of maybe an Abyssal Scepter that to some degree with cooldown reduction has gotten worse for Rumble. So feels like they won't have necessarily a great answer to LeBlanc if the LeBlanc gets rolling.
True. Meanwhile, the bot lane, the 2v2. You gotta like the poke from Train Gorilla.
Afrika should win this 2v2. Sivir Karma should have the lane control over the Jhin Braum. No guarantees on that one. See if Graves can just have the quiet farming phase that there is always craving on this jungle Graves. Level 2 can go for those powerful ganks, but after level 2 it's really about power farming to 6.
Yep.
That's kind of at odds at the Trundle, who will really struggle. It's an amp term start, so Rumble's really not concerned at all about the Trundle. This is what Marin used to start with in his days on SK Telecom.
Yeah.
That Rumble.
Peanut harassing a little bit. He's gonna have to flash over the wall, actually.
Able to take the tunnel, so ate a lot of damage. Wow, that's quite big that Lyra was able to do that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he ended up having to flash for that.
And the reason why he had to do that is that LeBlanc is the mid laner, and it was much closer to LeBlanc's side of the map, so if LeBlanc rotated flash and threw out the chains hit you dead, so it was a respect flash in a lot of ways, but probably necessary.
Meanwhile, Praying Gorilla pushed back to their turret for the moment.
Love that Karma damage.
Oh yeah.
Rumble lanes are always pretty predictable, though. The Rumble will push in, even more so now with the changes, and whichever jungler is there to react usually profits.
Oh, Smeb going deep onto Ixu with the 1v1. He takes some turret shots. Yeah, that's first blood going over to Ixu. Whoa, Smeb with a big miscalculation. Peanut trying to finish it off.
Also dead.
He may die to the turret too. In fact, he will. No, he'll just die to Mickey instead. Well, that was sloppy.
That was really bad.
Wow, that was really bad. There's no other way to really call that one.
Also, they were both within like screens of each other and decided just to Smeb just was like, I'm going to kill him, even though he could have just waited for the insurance of the Rex side. It was just really, really poor from Rox Tigers.
Well, it's a good opportunity for the Afrika Freaks. That's a kill onto their top laner and their mid laner. And they need to get a strong start if they're going to be contesting these dragons.
But the juggling was so poor that Mickey actually ended up not having to be there. Now, him picking up blue is relevant, so that's pretty good, but he leaves lane in a scenario that it turns out it would have just been a double kill to Ixu.
Crazy.
One by one they go, diving the turret for no reason whatsoever.
Well, I like the idea of aggression, but we're used to it being executed much more cleanly, right?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It was just bad.
Yep, pretty much. Meanwhile, the bot lane's been pretty quiet. Just a lot of farming on each side. You know, and Mickey, despite that roam, too, is ahead in CS over Kuro by a bit, too.
Smab, despite dying, they're giving 2 kills over to Ixu. Is at level 6, so does have the level advantage. Looks like he's going to play safe now, changing his mind on his previous aggression. As Peanut, did he mess up the tunnel? It looked like he did. He couldn't get over.
Huh, wow.
And then they canceled the teleport. All right, Rox Tigers.
Well, yeah, what? Smeb?
So he failed jumping over, and then they canceled a teleport.
Guess so. That was weird.
Yeah.
Because the tunnel finished, but he couldn't go through it for some reason.
And then they
that
canceled
happens.
the teleport.
Yeah.
This was a scrim they might ask for a remake.
No kidding, man. It's a really bizarre start to the game for the Rox Tigers. All right, well, time to try something in the mid lane. Nope, maybe not.
Oh, but Smeb's here to cut off as well. Yeah, that was a 4-man investment to mid, but Mickey has access to the distortion and mimic, so he's fine.
Okay.
Now, despite some very questionable series of plays, Tigers are still very much within touching distance. Game is certainly not decided, so
yeah, of course not.
Try and shake off a pretty poor early phase.
Yeah, a bit messy, but still a close game, obviously. Goes Peanut.
Just there for a bit of lane pressure to stop Smeb potentially being dived. He only now pings level 7.
Oh, Kuro and Mickey dueling in the mid lane. Kuro's been pretty good about trapping Mickey with that W as he comes in. Peanut checking, sees that Afrika's going to be able to take that.
So careful. Equalizer's available for Smeb.
Yeah.
Always known as a dragon-taking champion because of the power of the equalizer and a choke. And even though he doesn't have teleport, maybe you can try the dragon, but certainly not the buff right next to Smeb.
Yeah. But when do Rox Tigers find an opportunity to take this dragon? That's the question.
If Smeb can find a way to have the same sort of pressure in lane that led to the failed dive, then that will probably be the scenario. If Trundle has to choose between a couple of minion waves and teleporting in to follow a Rumble that will always have an innate advantage in a dragon fight, then that's the sort of scenario that Rox would prefer to set up. No guarantees, though, of course.
Oh, Lissandra, you okay? She doesn't sound like it.
What does she sound like on a bad day?
I don't even want to know, man. Freaky stuff.
Good lane control to Mickey, despite the fairly defensive choice of the Lissandra. 15 CS advantage to Mickey in mid lane.
Yeah.
And that's with Mickey teleporting to top to pick up that kill. Lets you know that Kuro has shown a lot of respect. This isn't to do with mechanics or anything. This is purely because Kuro has been playing very defensively in lane, ensuring, in his mind at least, that Mickey doesn't snowball from his lane.
Yeah, I think after the early missteps from the Rox Tigers, they've really kind of dialed it down a bit and said, all right, we need just to farm up, stay relevant, not make any more mistakes like that, and then come back to the mid-game.
Ixu's followed the lead of Shy and gone for full defensive item first. No sign of the Tiamat yet, although probably will itemize into that next. Doing double duty to the Lissandra and the Rumble with the Spirit Visage. Protobelt completed for Smeb.
Yeah, and kind of makes it even easier to land those good equalizers. Mickey onto Kuro. Doesn't need to get out. Actually, he's going to ult Mickey. They're going to go in on this one. Peanut with the unburrow. Can they find the right Mickey? No. Lyra actually picks up a kill. One on each side, though. Ixu coming down as well. Smeb loses a lot of health, so they end up trading mid laners. Both teleports used. Both flashes used on the mid laners.
Even though that was a 1-point, it was a sick outplay from Kuro. It looked like he was going to take the claw out defensively, but he turned around, ulted, and they got the pick onto Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, they traded, but could have gone worse, I suppose. The problem, one of the issues is that the kills are going over to Peanut this game, which is normally great if he's on something like an Italy, but the Rek'Sai doesn't really benefit as much from those.
You see the flow-on effect is that even though there's only 7 CS between Kuro and Mickey, Mickey has the Abyssal Scepter, and Kuro has not been able to pick it up yet.
Yeah. Should be really soon, though. But if the Afrika Freaks decide to fight the Dragon, it's little things like that that might make the difference between Rox Tigers being able to contest that or not.
The itemization also, I think, incorporates the point I brought up about Aegis being difficult to itemize on the side of Afrika. 2 players now have completed MR items.
Whoa, Kuro very low. Mickey with the duel. Kuro has to get out. Makes it out on the glacial path. Here comes Peanut, though. He's sticking around. No flash, but it's hard to lock down the LeBlanc.
Yeah, Peanut doesn't have flash either, so no way to actually get the kill on Mickey.
Meanwhile, Smeb's gotten himself a nice CS lead up in the top lane. Something anyway.
He's just able to push in Trundle, and before Trundle has Tiamat, he has no way pushing options of his own.
Ooh. Well, I mean, Kuro has made it tough for Mickey to come in. He always has that W ready to lock him down. Peanut in position. Doesn't look like they want to dive. Maybe they do.
They want to kill Lyra.
Yeah, they're going after Lyra here. On the Wolves, here comes Peanut. Lyra over the wall immediately. They're just going to take the jungle camp and back away.
Smeb's walking straight into the Trundle. Teleport as well.
Yeah, Smeb went the wrong way around that blue pit, and he may pay for it. Drops the equalizer down, but I don't think he's going to make it out, man. Can't get the kill onto Lyra either. If Smeb would have only gone to the right, this might have ended up different. Lyra picks up another kill. That's his second of the game.
Invest the teleport, but Mickey wanted to get back to lane anyway, so another small advantage and another small misstep from Rox Tigers. It's been purely Smeb and Peanut, honestly, with most of these mistakes.
I agree. So 4-2 in kills. At the end of the day, it's only about a 500, 400 gold lead for the Afrika Freaks. You know, no objectives on either side yet, so it's not the biggest deal. But it's just kind of worrisome to see from the Rox Tigers, especially after how good Game 1 looked, for the most part. Kuro in trouble. Whoa, Mickey, the one who's in trouble now. Prey going for the snipe. Is he going to get it? There's the exhaust. Kuro picks it up before Prey can, but at least the assist goes over to that Jhin.
Nice roam from Rox Tigers, but you see Sivir pinging on to this turret. The turret will die. Rox may have already accounted for that, but kill for a turret's not a great trade for Rox Tigers.
Not really. I mean, if they can get the Mountain Drake for this, that's fine, but it doesn't look like they're making any moves towards it. So yeah, just a kill on the mid laner in exchange for their turret. Not too great for the Rox Tigers yet.
Ixu still does not want to invest in Tiamat, went back and bought the Merc Treads. So what this means is that Rumble will still be able to push in and teleport in a priority manner. It also means that Trundle won't be able to punish a Smeb teleport as easily, because he won't have the attack damage or the AoE wave clear to take down the turret. So in terms of playing the team fights, Ixu definitely has team fight readiness against Rox Tigers, but in terms of playing the map, Ixu has significantly fewer options than Smeb. See from the items that the plan from Afrika Freaks is to Zerg down the Jhin, kill him first, and then have magic resist to deal with the rest of the members of Rox.
That's the plan. Things going down. Afrika Freaks, they wanted that dragon. Peanut scouted it out. But can the Rox Tigers contest?
Smeb's not level 11 just yet, which is pretty crucial for him, but does have good items.
Yep. Probably pretty close. Yeah, he's about halfway there. Level 11. But you can tell both of these teams really want this Mountain Drake. Can't blame him.
Both have team comps that snowball pretty significantly in the mid game. Both teams have the pick mid laners.
Let's poke like that onto Kuro. That's going to help Afrika Freaks set up for that dragon too.
Rox's wave is so much shorter range than the Afrika Freaks. Sivir is going to be able to sit back and clear from range, whereas Kuro basically has to get within 100, 200 units of the minion wave to try and push it. Looking to rotate around Smeb's lane.
Su taking a little bit of damage there.
Seem to think better of going for a 4-man dive in top.
Yeah, I guess so.
Smeb's a couple minions away from that level 11.
Oh, he made the Rift Herald angry. He's okay. Whatever you say, Super Galaxy Rumble. All right, well, Afrika Freaks have done a good job of warding around the dragon. They don't want to have that sneaked away from them.
Will be the Titanic Hydra from Peanut, so gonna be some physical damage, but I guess less tankiness with that route of itemization.
Peanut and tankiness are not two words that generally go together.
That's fair.
Oh, Prey actually. In a little bit of trouble after that tussle in the mid lane. Throws an award. Well, he knows he's an award. So he can't kill that ward though. Mickey flashes, gets hit by the curtain call anyway. There's a knock-up, and Mickey's going to get taken out. Teleport brings Ixu, and he's going to drop the pillar. Peanut taking a little bit extra turret damage, but it's a 1v5, and the Rox Tigers looking for another pick. Here come Lyra and Snowflower, though. Ixu still alive for the moment, and the Rox Tigers have to disengage. The flash from Smeb might keep him alive, but everybody's so low. It's scary stuff, man. Lyra trying to find something, and there goes Prey flashing over the wall. He's still alive for the moment anyway. Doesn't get slowed by the turret.
Ghost Blade.
Yep, that's right. Snowflower, Songyun. Oh, that's dangerous. Prey gonna get killed by Snowflower. Oh boy. Peanut. Oh, I guess he finds a kill on Ixu. Okay, so that happened.
Ends up being a 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah.
For the Rox Tigers, and Afrika will also pick up this turret. And man, when we see this replay, Ixu ate so many ultimates and so much damage, but he invested purely in magic resist. And they just got lured by the fact that it looks like a terrible teleport. Because you watch this pick, it was really nice onto Mickey. They take him down. They go for the turret dive, much more clean on the side of Rox Tigers. So you see this teleport, and it's teleporting into 3 members, including a damage deal. And you're like, Ixu, what are you doing? Rumble's there as well. Watch how much damage he takes. That's the Lissandra ultimate. That's the Rumble ultimate. He also took a full rotation from Smeb. He's still at 600 health. He turns around to fight. And everyone from Rox has been chunked out from tanking the turret. And they just have to roll away. So this item build is exactly what Ixu wanted to opt into, and it works beautifully.
Lyra had a great collateral damage too during that fight as well.
It's just ridiculous how many ults Ixu took and still survived.
Yeah. And still nobody able to claim that dragon, but it looks like the Rox Tigers are going for it now, and this is a big moment. This, if they can get this will make losing those turrets theoretically worthwhile. So they can come back and take their own pretty quick.
It's not quite an Aurelia when it comes to split push, but they certainly, every team profits from the Mountain Drake. It's always...
Forget it. All right, and no capitalizing on that from the Afrika Freaks.
Afrika had teleport on Mickey, but didn't have any wards to cover. They're going to try and push the turret.
Yeah, Equalizer will force it. Afrika Freaks away. Mickey gets trapped under the turret, though. Peanut comes in for a big knockup. There's another kill on that Rek'Sai. And they can just leave it at that, I think. Yep.
Yeah, look for this turret. Afrika desperately want to get an answering objective.
Yeah, and this would be all the outer turrets if they can get it, and it's nearly gone.
Mickey has teleport in 18 seconds. They have a couple of decent options for wards and for teleports in, but they decide better of it. And Mickey just overextended for turret hits and got rooted out and killed by Rox Tigers.
Gorilla having to be careful there. Turret gonna go down. Afrika Freaks certainly winning the objective game. They're a couple thousand gold ahead.
No more than that, though, so still very much still in touching distance, our Rox.
Oh, yeah.
They still have some teamfight wombo that can really take every enemy except Ixu off guard.
You know, and now that they do have the Mountain Drake, too, the Rox Tigers can respond and take those turrets quickly if they get a chance to have some time with them.
The range isn't massively long from Rox. Jhin not the best turret taker because of the nature of his reload mechanic.
Yep.
Lissandra Fairly short range auto attack. Mickey's caught again.
And no flash, only has that distortion. And Peanut just gonna flash, knock up Mickey, ulting, using the distortion again, but he can't make it out. Another kill for Smeb. And the Rocks Tigers finally pulling that kill lead into their favor, finding the picks. Mickey is 1-5-1 now. That's a little bit worrisome if you're the Afrika Freaks.
Pretty worrisome if you're the LeBlanc, who really wants to pick up those early items and snowball, really have the damage to take advantage of the mid-game pressure a LeBlanc provides.
No, that's not going to happen this game. It's mid-game and that LeBlanc does not have a completed item or besides the Abyssal Scepter.
And it definitely poses some of the headaches that could have been there for Rocks Tigers. If both LeBlanc and Trundle were ahead, itemizing against them would be very difficult on the side of Rocks Tigers. So
yeah.
If LeBlanc can't enter lane against Smeb, burst him down, then that's a pretty big problem for the 1-3-1. So it might pigeonhole the options for Afrika.
Yep.
Waiting for someone to re-enter lane. Wow, nice game sense by
New Peanut was there. Yeah. Peanut is always lurking in the next push.
He wanted LeBlanc to come straight into lane and die again. Not to be.
That'd be nice if you're the Rocks Tigers. Mickey back, finally picks up the Morella Namicon.
It's worth noting that his lane opponent isn't massively ahead in terms of items either, despite all the deaths from Mickey.
Yeah, very true. All right, curtain call. Bray trying to force Songyun and Snowflower off of this objective. Not really doing too much though.
Lira pushing aggressively in the mid lane. Only 10 CS more, but is in a good spot. A lot of gold on Peanut, like you mentioned.
Yep. Oh, Mickey's stealing away their after. That's going to help out. Now the top lane pushing back towards the Rocks Tigers.
Rocks have no turrets down, which is an important thing to consider. They just haven't been in a position to actually push down turrets in any lane. It also means their vision is so much more shallow. Look at the 4 pink wards that Afrika have around the river and towards the Baron, and this Rocks have no way to answer with deep vision of their own. And when it's a double teleport combo, Lissandra in particular profits so much from having flanking teleport wards, and just none can exist for Rocks until they take that outer ring of turrets.
Yeah. Very true, and there's a pause. So we will see what's going on with that. Looks like it's going to be a problem with one of the Afrika Freaks computers.
Yeah, Songyun having issues, it seems like.
Kuro, though, he's like, I just want to get kills on Lissandra. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. I predicted that one.
Bloodthirsty thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
Acceptable, though, because we're playing games.
I guess so. Not so much acceptable in real life.
No.
IRL, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wait, is that new lingo, or?
It means it's internet speak. It's leet speak. It's pretty much just shortening for in real life.
No.
You know.
Okay.
You know. Well, Rocks Tigers, it is a little bit worrying that they don't have a single turret yet, and we are almost 23 minutes into this game. That Mountain Drake is nice, but you have to actually get to the turrets to be able to knock them down, right?
It's a pretty bread and butter situation for Rocks, because in last season, this is what they were all about. Double teleport, take the turrets, make the aggressive flanking moves, and punish teams for overextending. When you have all your outer turrets up, it's pretty hard to overextend in many ways. We're going to get straight into game, though.
Yep.
Songyun seems fine.
We're back. Okay, great. So when do the Rocks Tigers turn on the pressure? That's the question. How do they turn this one around? Because right now, the Afrika Freaks looking like they can maybe just grind out a win here in Game 2.
See, the awkward thing is that a lot of the pick comp that Rocks Tigers have put together requires there to be exclusive vision, and we already noted the pink wards mean exclusive vision's been achieved by Afrika. Rocks, Kuro wants to sit in a brush, get a pick with the ultimate. Jin and the Rek'Sai have a lot of synergy when it comes to getting picks, but again, it's all about getting vision advantages and forcing advantages around objectives. So far, objectives have been very difficult for the Tigers to find.
Oh, Kuro kind of caught on his own. Takes a lot of damage, but manages to get back, and finally, the Rocks Tigers take their first turret of the game up in top lane. That'll open up a little bit of the map, at least.
Hiding around the second Drake maybe will be a place where Rox would get the 5v5 on fairly even footing.
We'll see.
So far, Afreeca pushed Rox away from any wards on this side of the map. The most aggressive wards are a lane ward for Rox in the bot side.
Yeah, 20 seconds until the next dragon comes up. Not sure which one it is. Don't know if we've seen that yet. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, Gorilla walking into a trap. Turns at the last moment, avoids a lot of the skill shots.
Wow.
He'll make it out. Meanwhile, curtain call used. Mickey in a bit of trouble, trying to get away. He'll make it, just barely, but he is low health. Cloud Drake coming up. Kuro locks up Snowflower with the ultimate. That's a pick for the Rox Tigers. Songyun has to flash after being delayed by the Braum ultimate. Flash from Smeb, they're going for it. Gorilla gets one, and looks like a big team fight win for the Rox Tigers. Mickey's still alive, just barely. Lyra picks one off with that collateral damage, but in the end, it's 1 for 3, and Mickey is going to have a hard time getting out of this.
Second questionable teleport from Ixu. The first one wasn't punished. It led to the over pursuit under the turret by Rox. Mickey's going to die to someone. Ends up being the Jhin.
That's pretty good for Prey to be able to pick up a couple of kills there. Dragon's up.
After a kill for Rox, Ixu teleports into the middle, has to cancel it. That instantly allows Rox to just flash aggressively on the members running away from Afreeca. So clearly the shot calling wasn't super clear between Ixu and the team. And then Ixu has to walk the long path around. More people die for Afreeca Freaks because of his mistake with teleport.
And that opens up so much now for the Rox Tigers, man. I mean, they can put pressure on the bot lane like we see Smeb doing. They have a chance to clear out some of these pink wards that have gone down. Let's watch that fight again. It starts with an attempt to catch Gorilla.
I mean, Gorilla with his fancy dancing shoes manages to get away from the pick, and then they have their own pick damage themselves. Mickey gets super, super low, but the mistake hasn't come yet. So Afreeca continue to run away. They put down a ward. That ward wasn't there before. They put it down for the teleport, but the moment it's cancelled, Smeb's like, wait, Songyun's got rooted. I'm just going to kill him. They get all in on this side. Trundle was obviously teleporting from around his own turret, so there's no way for him to be involved. So outnumbered are the Afreeca Freaks, and the Trundle with all the gold. Remember, he's the one who's been able to CS very heavily. He's the one that's gone for a team fight build, doesn't enter the team fight, isn't relevant, and Rox pick up a big victory.
Now through that, the Rox Tigers have been able to retake the gold lead too. It's only a tiny bit, but it is something.
More standing gold for them with 2 outer turrets left to be taken.
Prey playing this so risky, really trusting that Peanut can come over the wall and save him if he needs to.
Rox just want to find a way to break this outer ring of turrets, free up Kuro to get the teleport flanks that Lissandra can get so simply. That's going to be bot lane turret. No one even on that side of the map for Afreeca Freaks.
Yeah. So that's going to be another turret, looks like, for the Rox Tigers. Only one behind the Freaks now.
This is where their comp really starts to hit high gear again. Making Kuro relevant is a big part of this team. He has Zhonya's Hourglass and the Abyssal, so he can basically initiate with Reckless Abandon and then have 5 seconds of invulnerability.
Well, that's exactly what we saw, you know, in the last team fight. Goes in, ults Snowflower. As soon as the ult is done, he Zhonya's, stays alive.
Find the pick onto Mickey, who's already way behind, definitely doesn't have any items to answer. And speaking of picks,
well, they're going to get seen by the pink ward, but they're also going to kill the pink ward, so it works out.
They both have teleport, Rumble and the Lissandra, so not a big deal for them to be showing on bot side, even with Baron up.
Yep.
Baron Vision almost exclusively to Afreeca.
Peanut angers the Baron, which kind of seems like everybody does that at some point.
He's going for the now commonplace Youmuu's Ghostblade into Duskblade, Serrated Dirk, and probably even Last Whisper. That was the build we saw from Arrow on Jhin. Full armor penetration build.
Lyra dodges a deadly flourish from Prey. For the moment, anyway. Now, if they can get that mid lane turret, suddenly Afreeca Freaks are should be starting to get a little bit nervous.
But this is the point where, if you're watching this game, you pause the VOD and look at how much has changed in terms of vision over the last few minutes, because suddenly Afreeca have no vision, and losing that team fight, losing the Drake.
Whoa, speaking of losing things, Kuro pops at Zhonya's at the last minute. Smeb goes in for the kill onto Mickey. And that's another nice pick from the Rox Tigers. Kuro acting as pretty effective bait there.
But so much has changed in just a couple of minutes, though. You can see the change in the Freaka because they're trying to farm in places that a second ago would have been super safe. Now, they have no vision on their bot side, no vision on the top. Their Baron vision, save one pink, has been taken down. The power of that team fight wasn't the gold, it wasn't the Drake, it's the pressure that Rox finally have, because when 3 outer turrets were still up, they could never make moves like they have in the last few minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And now, Mickey is 1-7-2 on this LeBlanc. Not exactly a stellar performance.
Those are some faker numbers right there.
I know, right? Recently, yeah. Sad but true. I can't deny it. I'd like to, but I can't.
That will never be an applicable joke towards Faker again.
You mean those are just the stat lines of a 2-time world champion?
Yeah. Turns out he was pretty good at LeBlanc at one point or another.
Yeah.
From what I remember. It's been a while now.
Then it all fell apart.
In one game.
Yeah. That's right. In Tallahassee, Florida.
And then here in Seoul East Stadium, in the loss to, I believe it was Longzhu.
Yeah.
Mistaken now.
Yeah, he's got 2 losses on that LeBlanc, I think now.
Been the best season on LeBlanc.
Well, Mickey apparently afflicted by the same illness. Prey takes a lot of damage, pops that curtain call though. Shield from Karma certainly helping out quite a bit. Everybody kind of gets out of range on the side. Oh, Deadly Flourish on the Snowflower though, still doing a good amount of damage.
Remember, Snowflower is the support with no armor, and that means true damage from Prey with this much armor penetration.
Oh, here we go. Pick on the Ixu. Kind of caught behind enemy lines here. Peanut gonna slow him up with the knock-up. Ixu pretty tanky.
Well, here we go.
Yep, all right, great Ixu chase, and it's a clever, it's again a distraction. It's all a clever ruse. They're gonna go for the Baron. There is a ward there, of course. The Rox Tigers are aware of this. And they're just gonna let Ixu go. Can they stop this? Gorilla coming in. There's Peanut, Prey on the scene as well. Teleport brings Ixu back to it. Smeb from the side, flashing onto Snowflower. Has not, well, yeah, he dropped the ultimate actually. And 2 kills for the Rox Tigers. Prey really doing work on that Jhin. Ixu trying to delay, help his team escape
so
as much as they can. No kidding, but in the end, he's gonna live. Mickey having to back off. Gorilla a bit low. Peanut chasing though, and Prey, nobody's really been able to stop him in this fight. He has done so much damage. Mickey comes in for a bit of revenge, but that's a double kill for Peanut, and another one for Prey, and that is an ace for the Rox Tigers.
That was an insane team fight. The fact that it looked like Rox were going to win it, but then Ixu bought so much time, his team didn't fight around him, so his long time tanking didn't end up being relevant, because by the time the team found the fortitude to reinitiate, Rox just changed targets, killed everyone, and they're going to try and take Baron.
Prey's
going to ult the Baron.
It's like, this is what you get, Baron. You made me ult.
I mean, credit for 790 damage, which is a lot in one shot to Baron.
It works, you know? It works. All right, let's watch that fight again. It was a long one.
And you would have thought, again, we'll watch the start of it, so Afrika, they funnel up, and that's what the Equalizer can do around Dragon and Baron. It ends up being a 1-for-1 as Smeb's taken out in the back line. But watch Ixu, because the rest of his team gives up on him, and he's gaining health here, just to be clear.
Yeah.
This is what he can do when you have this much magic resist. Mickey kind of reinitiates, but again, it's Ixu eating the damage of 4 people, because Rox aren't going to stop. But so much time was bought here that finally Afrika feel like they can reinitiate. It's by the time they do, it's far too late. So I feel like in another world, there could have potentially been a turnaround there, or otherwise Rox were just baiting. It's very hard to tell, but regardless, Rox pick up the advantage. That's another Drake, second Mountain Drake for them.
Yeah. 2 Mountain Drakes is huge for the Rox Tigers, and I believe at the very end I saw Infernal Drake icon popping up.
I don't think so,
no, you're
33
right.
minutes.
Yeah, it should be Elden Drake, shouldn't it? Yeah, never mind.
No Infernals allowed today.
Oh, well. Wishful thinking.
I don't think we saw a single Infernal today.
Yeah, we saw one in the first game.
Ah.
Yep.
Okay.
It was an Infernal Drake for the KT Rollster squad. Rox Tigers, though, bulldozing their way down the mid lane with that Baron buff. And now that they've got 2 Mountain Drake buffs as well, these turrets are going to fall very quickly.
We don't have the world's best turret taking comp, but with 2 Mountain Drakes, it makes even this one look pretty good. Kuro is able to split push, still has teleport up himself.
Yep. Wow. Rox Tigers, a very, very shaky start to this game, but they have turned it around, and they are closing it out pretty cleanly here.
Yep, will be another inner turret. It's 2 out of the 3 down. Remember, Tigers had no turrets when Afreeca had 3. Prey looking for a pick.
Yeah, zoning with this ultimate. We'll say zoning because he didn't actually kill anybody. A lot of damage on the Snowflower though. Here we go, ultimate's popped, or rather the Karma Shield, making Afreeca a little bit more mobile. Songyun using the Sivir ult as well. That's going to force Rox Tigers back for the moment anyway.
Just going to keep pushing in.
And they will.
Couple of shots from Jin, and this will be a dead inhibitor turret.
Should be soon. Mickey trying to come in from the side, but Kuro, the one who's going to go deep here, ulting on the Songyun. The 80 carry down for the Afreeca Freaks. Another kill for Prey. Smeb and Peanut zoning out. Mickey Zonia used. It's not going to keep the LeBlanc alive for too much longer, although Ixu does manage to take out Gorilla on the side. Prey forced to flash away. Man, Ixu really doing work this Trundle. Somehow Mickey survives all this, and the Rox Tigers looking like they may be in a bit of trouble here. Kuro, though, teleporting over to the tunnel from Rek'Sai, but immediately getting blown up, having to flash away. And I think that's it for that one. I think you got to pull back if you're Rox Tigers, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, 1 for 1. They did get the inhibitor. Turret at least, but no more than that. LeBlanc has teleports, so you have to be careful, but there's probably no wards to really go for an aggressive teleport flank. Yep, can confirm no wards on that side of the map, so LeBlanc will just go clear minions in the bot side.
Yeah, guess so. Wow.
Ended up being pretty close. I mean,
yeah.
It's only a 7,000 gold lead to Afreeca, to Rox Tigers, so I thought this would go well.
Well, they do pick off Songyun right away.
I was exhausted at the start, so even though they pick up Songyun, it goes 1 for 1. The ultimate from Speb's not great. In fact, doesn't catch anyone on the side of Afreeca, as Mickey's able to get out from there. And yeah, with the reinitiations, Ixu still super tanky in the front line. He can't quite take down Prey. This Trundle is doing work in team fights. Just will the Rox Tigers give even team fights for Afreeca to opt into? That's something they didn't do in game 1, and increasingly maybe smart around rotating around the map and stopping there being any fair fights at the end of the game.
Well, Snowflower's mantra shields on this Karma have done a lot of work in this game too. It's saved Mickey multiple times. I mean, he's died 8 times, but he would have died more if it weren't for that Karma. Rox Tigers backing away for a moment. Snap taking a lot of damage from Mickey. Ixu diving in. They're going to knock him up, trap him with the Lissandra W. There's the equalizer brought down. Smeb going on to Mickey. He has to flash away though. Prey doing damage from the outside. Nice snipe onto the block from the Jin. Ixu goes deep, but now a bit too deep. 3 kills for the Rox Tigers. Starting to look like a bit of an ace here. And, yep. Time to finish it.
Trying to bulldoze here, Rox Tigers. They haven't been playing the map. They could have gone top or bot, but decided even though they had teleport on Smeb, they just want to end the game now. And with this teleport, they're going to try and do it.
That's right. Smeb coming right back in, and with Mickey, Songyun, and Ixu out of the way here. Although, there we go. The minion wave.
Nice play by Snowflower. He's actually killing the minion wave, forcing them to tank. They invested this teleport. Still 15 seconds on Mickey and Songyun.
It's just not enough, though. It looks like Lyra trying to do what he can, and it was good for Snowflower to delay that wave. There goes the second Nexus turret, though. They're going to pause to kill Lyra. Only a few seconds until Songyun and Mickey come up, but it is a few seconds too many, as the Rox Tigers will take the 2-0 and end their first round 7-2.
Rox Tigers with a mid-game comp managed to turn it on. It was such an interesting game because it was played in 2 phases. When they had no turrets down, Afreeca was so safe. They had great vision, 4 wards, pink wards, around the Baron. And then suddenly, Rox win a team fight. Rox take a Mountain Drake. They clean out all the vision from Afreeca. Afreeca doesn't replace it, and every move they made, they were picked out off by Rox, rotating around the map. So the Rox special happened a lot later than we usually expect when it comes to these double TP Lissandra comps, but it hit high gear, they took the Baron, and they ended the game pretty comfortably.
Well, you know, it's interesting because the Rox Tigers, again, you know, did not really have the strongest start in that second game. I feel like we still did see that the Afreeca Freaks are certainly a threat in this league, even if they're not a team that's maybe capable of beating the Rox Tigers right now. Team to watch.
Yeah,
second round for sure.
It was a really interesting game. You know, we came back to the Aegis question. There was no Aegis completed this game, even though there was a lot of magic resist itemization. You might have said, okay, but Spirit Visage came in, Abyssal Scepter came in, Rumble still did the most damage, which lets you know that even those selfish magic resist items weren't enough. But the genius in the comp is that they built the Spirit Visage, they built the Abyssal Scepter, like, okay, that answers the Rumble, but guess what?
Sure.
Jin is stacking flat armor penetration. They didn't find the time to itemize that. When we saw Jin some of those ult hits were hitting for a lot.
Oh yeah. I mean, he continues to be, Prey continues to be just really good on this Jhin. And it seems like if you're playing the Rocks Tigers, it's maybe a must ban, but again, there's so much to ban against these guys now. No surprise, Prey gets the MVP for the Jhin.
Rumble
Good.
Jhin.
Yep.
I already talked about the Rek'Sai and Jhin synergy, but the fact that you need to build magic resist against a Rumble early, and then allows Jhin to stack flat armor penetration, blow the opponents away. It was another great performance. I believe this is 3 out of 4 games in a row from Prey on the Jhin. Just the last game was the one that he did not pick it up and looked great doing it.
Yeah, before the Ezreal pick, again, the last 6 of his games had been either Jhin or Ashe. So really going for those long-range sort of pick-related AD carries.
With Jhin firmly in the meta, that's a pick he was able to put together last season, and Ashe has always been a staple of Prey's play. The meta's right in the spot that suits Prey to a T.
It certainly seems that way.
Always play the Ezreal as well, as he showed definitely in game 1. A lot of these fights were long.
Yeah, they were.
really long.
Yeah. Ixu, though, I mean, Ixu played a great game. He did everything he possibly could do on that Trundle.
But you can kind of see the issues, though. The issues are bigger than just did he play Trundle well. He took 3 bans. He doesn't play a certain class of champions that are very strong right now, and Rocks had an answer to the pick that he ended up with. So it's more about the meta. There's a reason why KT, Rocks, and SKT are doing well. It's that their top laners can play carries.
Very true. Time for an MVP interview, and Joel will be translating for us.
Thank you, guys. We just got through watching the game with Rocks Tigers versus the Freak of Freaks, and Rocks Tigers get a victory 2-0, and we'll have an interview with our MVPs, Smeb and Prey, for the interview.
네, 7승 달성하셨습니다.
You've achieved 7 wins already. Give us a comment on the win.
네, 마지막 이제 두 경기 이제 진해와 아프리카가 이제 SK
We had the very tough games in the past recent matches, and we had good results off of them, so we're really happy about that.
그리고 또 오늘 경기가 굉장히 스토리도 많았고 서로 아주 친한 사이로 알고 있는데 혹시 뭐 이긴 쪽에서
I know you guys are very friendly with a lot of the Freak of Freaks players, and did you guys have a little talk with each other right before the game? We didn't actually get a chance to talk with them before the game, but even if we're friends, it's all about the game, and we both try to play a good game. That's all we did.
어제는 또 이렇게 호영호재하다가 그렇죠. 오늘은 또
Yesterday you're friends, and today you're enemies.
MVP를 정말 스맵 선수가 밥 먹듯이 차지하고 있어요.
Smeb, you've been getting MVPs like it's a routine, and you're showing that with variety of champions to choose from. What kind of champions do you prefer the most out of those variety that you have? Actually, my most preferred champion hasn't come out yet, but I think the Fiora, when it does come out, I think I'll be very excited to use it.
말끝이 약간 흐리시네요. 네, 그렇죠. 그러니까 요즘 이제 1세트에서
In the first set,
가져갔었는데 이즈리얼로 맞서
the opposition picked Lucian, and Prey, you decided to go with Israel. And there's been a lot of comparison between your Israel and Bang's Israel. And what are some of your comments on that? Israel is one of those champions that if you're better at it, it really makes a big contribution to the game. And the better you play at it, it just helps your team get a better chance at it.
어떤 말투는 약간 상반되는 것 같은데 이거 두 마리 토끼를 다 잡는 것 같아요. 네, 그렇습니다. 네, 뭐 여러 가지 의미가 담겨 있는 그런 모습인 것 같죠. 밴픽 단계에서 라이즈가
In the ban pick phase,
안 가져가는 그림도
and there was a time where Rise was open and you guys didn't take it. What was the decision behind that?
네, 비밀인가요?
조금 비밀이긴 한데
We had a little strategy behind that that we can't tell in detail, but
저희가 진짜 호되게 당한 적이 있거든요.
we were in a situation where we had a time where we were really dominated by the opposition Rise before, and it's some of the things that we took into play where Rise was something we need to work on a little more before we brought in competitive play. We saw that the opposition banned a lot of top picks against you. What are your thoughts on that?
좋은 모습이
We saw that Hecarim had a very good form, good showing through the league in recent games. And right now I'm working on it, and it's under progress. And when it gets ready, I will hope to play it someday.
견제한 밴이었나요?
And was the ban on Gragas was a ban towards the top lane or jungle? No, it wasn't necessarily a ban on the top lane, but it was just a general ban on the jungle.
선수가 진짜 남다른 포스를 보여주고 있어요.
Prey, when you play the Jhin, each game you show something else that nobody else has shown.
평가가 계속 올라가고 있다고
And a lot of people have been rating Jhin very highly in recent times. And what are your personal ratings on it?
일단 진을 항상 좀 먼저 뽑는 감이 없지 않아 있긴 한데.
Jhin is one of those champions that I do like to pick out first if it's open.
그냥 저도 뭐 쓰면 쓸 때마다 좀.
But it's one of those champions that
판마다 잘 맞는 판이 있어요.
I learn about the champion and the more I play it, and there are compositions that Jhin fits well in, and that's kind of what I try to take advantage of.
승리 경기 플레이 장면.
Let's look at the highlight from the game and let's talk about it.
기둥 벽궁 뭐 이런 콤보에 좀 그렇죠.
This was the play where the opposition really made a combination with the pillar and the stuns from Poppy. And this seemed like a tough thing for you, but you guys somehow came back from all those stuns. And how did it go?
이 한타 싸움도 정말 치열했던 것 같은데 어떤 타이밍에 어떤
At which moment were you able to make that comeback in that team fight?
싸움을 좋아하는 팀이라서 뭐
We saw Africa as one of those teams that really wanted to go aggressive on team fights, and they sometimes go in when they're at a disadvantage without knowing it. And we were just waiting for that moment, and when that moment came, we just tried to come back at the right timing and win the team fight.
그런 점에서 이제 프레이 선수가 요즘 메타의 그런 UTA적 챔피언과 잘 맞는 이유가 저 개인적으로 굉장히 똑똑한 선수라고
Personally, I think the reason Prey you are so well fit in this meta with the utility type ADCs is because I personally think that you're so smart. But what are your comments, Smeb, on Prey's plays?
꽤나 오래되지 않았나요?
좀더 연습해야 될 것 같아요.
I think Prey needs to practice just a little more and he'll get better. But just joking, we all know he's very good,
메타의 그런 공격성을 좀 평가해 주시죠.
and we want to just keep going with that.
아닌 것 같고요. 말할 건 아닌 것 같고 솔직히 똑똑한 사람 알아본다고.
I'm glad you brought that up, that I'm a very smart player. I think you can tell that I'm making a lot of smart plays.
확실히 프레이
And I think I can happily accept that.
팀 내적인 이해도가 좀 남다르다라는 평가를 받고 있어요. 팀 내에서.
We have a lot of comments coming our way saying that Rocks Tigers is one of those teams that has a very high intelligence in the overall flow of the game and how to manage it.
공유할 만한
Is there any tips that you can give on the internal intelligence regarding the game?
능력들이 되게 다 많이 됐어요.
I think the biggest thing for us is that we have a lot of experience playing with each other and playing with guys along like in the likes of Smeb and other guys that we've been playing alongside for a very long time, and just kind of knowing what each of us are thinking at all times. It really does help us get a good management going.
날카로운 뱀픽 패턴으로 유리한데 이렇게
And Rocks Tigers has also been popular with really getting an advantage in the ban pick phase, trying to get the picks that you guys really want.
오늘 같은 경우에 이제
For today's games,
말고 딴 걸 추천하셨어요.
the coach recommended something other than Rumble,
했었는데 좀 결과가 좀 안 좋아.
but what I thought was Rumble, that pick that the coach recommended would not have been a very good champion, so I decided to go with Rumble instead.
그러면 그 럼블 플레이가 아쉬웠던 장면이 나올지 모르겠지만
And there was a time, like you said, that Rumble wasn't as good as it could have been, and here's an example of that.
예, 준비됐나요? 네. 준비가 되고 있는
This is
것
the turret dive.
같아요. 매우 아쉬운 장면이
And this was it, where Rumble could have been better.
프레이 선수가 이때 어떤 얘기를 했었나요?
And what did Prey mention after that play?
형좀 그렇다.
That was a little too much, Smeb. That's kind of what I said.
그러니까 다이브 감에 보신 건가요?
아까 제가 이게 많이 유리해서 불렀어요.
What I thought was
아이고, 하자.
we decided to call our teammates and let's say told them to make a dive,
무조건 해야 된다. 이거 무조건 참아야 된다.
but we were just kind of just very we thought too quick and
사실 분명히
we just went in too quickly and we just took penalty for that.
1경기처럼 흘러가진 않았다고 보이거든요. 어떤
The second match seemed like
플레이를 하셨는지 궁금한데요.
a game where it wasn't as easy as the first game for you guys. What are your comments on the second game?
챔피언을 했으면은 좀 무난하게 이기지 않았을까 생각하고요.
The coach just mentioned this too, but I think if we got the champions that we wanted, we would have had a better game.
그거는 비밀이에요.
알겠습니다. 네, 알겠습니다. 네.
그래서 일단 뭐
But anyway,
조합이 워낙 이제
our team composition is something that we really always want to focus on, and getting a good composition to engage easily and trying to get a good poke down on the enemy champions, it was what we wanted.
경기를 또 뒤집어낸 게 프레이 선수의 진이다 보니까 스매스
And
얘기하는 느낌이
we
좀
really
나는 것
think
같은데
that Praise Jin was one of the key factors bringing back from a very disadvantaged game.
하고 있거든요. 아이템 트리도 굉장히 좋은 것
And
같은데
a lot of people were talking about the item sets that you go with Jin. And what are some of the things that you have to tell us? What I personally think about Jin's items is instead of going with the typical picks that you see from a lot of people, but going with the picks that the item picks that I kind of chose with is something that's unique, but it really does help out in the late game.
질문할 게 없나 보죠. 네, 그러면 오늘 프레이 선수의 잘생긴 얼굴을 보고 있노라니 잠깐 제가 넋이 나가서
제가 저번에 정말 실수를 한 것 같은데 정말 죄송합니다.
네, 3대 미남으로 또 저희가 등극을 해서 정말 기뻤습니다. 그러면 오늘로
The last thing I want to ask
경기까지 치르신 거예요.
is that you guys are at 7 wins now,
해주시는 팬 여러분.
and is there, if there's anything you want to say to the fans, can you tell us can you say a little thing about to the fans?
지금 저희가 또 잠시나마 1위를 하고
Currently, we're again temporarily in this first place spot, and we never know when we might fall down again. But while we're at it, we want to enjoy it, and hope you guys enjoy it too. And we always want to see you smiling, and always want to just keep doing well. Thank you guys. So this was the end of the interview. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Joel. And good day of League of Legends. A good end of the week, huh, Papa Smithy?
A really intriguing one. The first series between CJ and KT had the return of Shy and all other kinds of highlights, but this was basically the Rocks Tigers returning to form, and that's been the story of the second half of this first round robin. Is after a shaky start, they came up. They're now 7-2. They will, at least until Wednesday, be the top-ranked team because SKT versus ESC Ever is the match. If SKT win that one, they will finish on a higher game score than the Rocks Tigers. But 7-2 seems to be the line for the top team in round one.
You know, still some work to be done, though, I gotta say. Again, like, Rocks Tigers looking good, but still not on that same level as what we saw in Champions Spring this year.
But maybe that's good for them. Maybe they peaked too fast in Champions Spring because the regular season was their time and the off-season certainly wasn't.
Who knows? Well, on Monday, MVP taking on Longzhu. Tuesday, KT Rolster versus Junior Green Wings. That is a big match for both of these teams. KT still with a chance themselves to make a shot or make a try at first place. Africa Freaks versus MVP, and SK Telecom T1 versus ESC Ever on Wednesday.
That will end, of course, the first round robin. There will not be any Thursday, Friday, or Saturday matches, and then
that's right.
Following Monday, we'll be back for the second round robin.
Yep. Should be a lot of fun, and SK Telecom, you know, a pretty soft match, I would say, to end the first round robin with. It's been a struggle this season. It's been interesting for them, and so if they can end it strong, if they can keep that first place, that would still be a big statement, you know, because this was like one of the weaker rounds we've seen, but hey, if they still end in first, whatever, that's SKT, I guess. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back in just a day on LCK Summer. See you then.